Chapter 1619, Frightening Aura. Chapter 1619, Frightening Aura. It's dead. The boss is finally dead. The surviving Zero-Wing members breathed a sigh of relief as the Purgatory Serpent fell. Originally, they had nearly 700 players on the team, but now, less than 200 remained. Only 6 of the 30 miniature ballistas had survived the fight, as well. Had the raid lasted any longer, the Purgatory Serpent would have likely annihilated them. Fortunately, they secured victory in the end. After the Purgatory Serpent died, the surviving players watched their experience bars rapidly fill. In the blink of an eye, many of them leveled up. Even those that had not had gained over half of a level. However, these players were more surprised about the loot the Purgatory Serpent had dropped. Although the Grand Lord had not evolved to mythic rank, it had been in the middle of its evolutionary state. Hence, the quality of its loot had improved slightly. Moreover, Shifeng had activated Divine Providence before dealing the final blow. Both factors resulted in the Purgatory Serpent dropping an abundant amount of loot. Overall, the boss had dropped over 80 items, and every one of them glowed with a dazzling light that instantly captured the player's attention. In addition, a towering pillar of light rose for the pile of loot, lasting nearly 5 seconds before it faded. Crap. What kind of loot is that? How can items cause such a phenomenon? Epic rank? No. An epic item wouldn't cause such a commotion. I wonder if it's a rumored legendary rank item? Forget legendary items, I could become so much stronger if I could get my hands on an epic item. My development would skyrocket. Everyone stared at the small mountain of loot, dumbfounded. They were ravaged with curiosity about the items the Grand Lord had dropped. At this point, epic weapons and equipment were the strongest gear the various large guilds had seen in God's domain, but everyone had already seen these items before. They knew that epic items couldn't cause such a phenomenon. The only thing they could think of that would cause something like this was a legendary item. As the light pillar disappeared, the Zero-Wing players fought the urge to run towards the loot. They'd have an easy future if they obtained even one epic item, not to mention a legendary item. With a legendary item, they'd never have to worry about daily necessities for the rest of their lives. But despite such thoughts, none of them moved a muscle as they admired the pile of items. Nobody dared to take a single step forward. Even the outsiders, the White Tiger Dojo's disciples, stayed where they stood. First, this was a guild operation, and any items obtained during the operation belonged to the guild. Furthermore, they were internal members, nurtured by the guild. They wouldn't even earn GCPs during this operation, much less items. Secondly, Shifeng had basically killed the Purgatory Serpent by himself. They simply operated the miniature ballistas and helped deal damage. They hadn't contributed in any essential way. Although the White Tiger Dojo's disciples weren't pleased about the outcome, even if they wanted to steal a few items, none of them had the courage to do so with a monstrous player like Shifeng standing beside the pile. Although they had known that Zero-Wing's black flame was incredibly strong, they hadn't realized exactly how strong before today. But after watching Shifeng dominate a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species by himself, they realized how wide the gap was between them and their leader. Zero-Wing's guild leader is inhuman. He sent a monster as powerful and massive as the Purgatory Serpent flying with a single attack. Just how high are his attributes? So, this is Zero-Wing's rumored strength? The guild is actually powerful enough to kill a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species at this stage of the game. Even super guilds might not be able to do so. It's no wonder the Hall Master wanted us to train in Zero-Wing. If I had 1/3 of that man's standards, I could achieve something great in God's domain. As the White Tiger Dojo's disciples watched Shifeng appraise the loot, their previous contempt for Zero-Wing transformed into awe and admiration. Had they encountered such a situation when they had first joined God's domain, they wouldn't have spared a glance at Shifeng's performance, but after playing the game for some time, they realized that God's domain was no ordinary virtual reality game. This game's experts were more impressive than those in other games, especially experts like Shifeng. Although it had seemed as if Shifeng's movements and attacks had been random throughout the battle, every one of his movements had been carefully calculated. Shifeng had constantly guided the Purgatory Serpent during the battle, reducing the risk of the Grand Lord damaging the team as much as possible. Had Shifeng not been there to guide the Purgatory Serpent's attacks, they'd likely be lying on the ground right now. Meanwhile, as Shifeng reached the small mountain of items, he began to collect and appraise the loot. The Purgatory Serpent had dropped a total of 84 items. Among them, 31 were precious epic materials, such as the Purgatory Serpent's skin and scales, 16 potions, 11 Tier 2 magic scrolls, 1 Tier 3 magic scroll, and 3 Tier 2 skill books. All 3 skill books contained considerably rare Tier 2 skills. One offered the Tier 2 skill, Divine Shield, for Guardian Knights, one offered the Tier 2 skill, Fire Snake Dance, for Elementalists, and one contained the Tier 2 skill, Titan's Hand, for Berserkers. Titan's Hand was the rarest of the 3 skills, one which all Berserkers dreamed of wielding. The skill was neither a damage skill nor did it over some heaven-defying defensive ability. Instead, it allowed players to wield 2 two-handed weapons for a short time, significantly improving Berserkers' DPS and combat abilities. An additional weapon also meant an additional boost to a player's attributes. Moreover, wielding 2 weapons allowed players to use more complex attack patterns. In addition, Berserkers didn't have to worry about a lack of strength in their attacks like dual-wielding swordsmen due to the nature of two-handed weapons. Hence, Titan's Hand was a highly sought-after skill for Berserkers. In fact, the skill's market value was on par with Tier 3 skills. Of the remaining loot, there were 9 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment, 4 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, 2 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment, 1 pair of epic ranked cloth shoes, 2 mana stones, 1 engineering design, 1 alchemy recipe, and 1 forging design. The last item, however, was a blood-red stone engraved with glowing, golden divine runes. Sure enough, the Demon Mineral Field's guardian boss was quite extraordinary. Shifeng was clearly ecstatic when he saw the blood-red stone. Even he had wondered what kind of item would cause such a phenomenon, releasing such a powerful aura, but even after appraising most of the loot, he hadn't found any particularly special items. The most powerful item was the epic ranked cloth shoes, but no epic item could cause such a dazzling event. Upon appraising the blood-red stone, however, Shifeng realized that this stone had been the cause of the commotion. The stone was none other than the bloodline every player in God's domain dreamed of obtaining. However, this bloodline wasn't like those he had obtained in the past. The dark iron bloodline he had obtained during his visit to the Divine Staircase had been personally crafted by a god, but the bloodline in his hand had formed naturally. Hence, it had taken the form of a stone rather than a gentle liquid. Chapter 1620, Natural Bloodline. Chapter 1620, Natural Bloodline. What's up with the guild leader? Why is he staring at that blood-red stone? Is there something special about it? What's so special about a stone? It's just raw material. I wonder what kind of equipment the Purgatory Serpent dropped. It'd be insane if it dropped a piece of legendary equipment. Don't be crazy. No matter how you look at it, a Grand Lord will never drop a legendary item. Though, it might have a high chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. If our guild obtains a fragmented legendary item, the super guilds will go mad with jealousy. The players from Zero Wing launched into a discussion about the Purgatory Serpent's loot, growing particularly excited as they talked about the possibility of a fragmented legendary item dropping. Players in the various large guilds had begun to reach level 50, and some of the guilds had already obtained a few epic items. However, no one had heard of a guild obtaining a fragmented legendary item. If Zero Wing found a fragmented legendary item, it would become the guild's prized treasure, serving as a symbol of the guild's strength. Such an item would definitely elevate the guild's reputation, since it would be the first guild in God's domain to possess such an item. Almost everyone who played virtual reality games paid attention to weapons and equipment. Apex weapons and equipment, in particular, were highly sought after. If news spread of Zero Wing's procurement of a fragmented legendary item, even players in other kingdoms and empires would learn of their guild, much less Star Moon Kingdom's players. A flood of players would visit their guild residences to join Zero Wing, making it much easier for the guild to recruit experts and continue to increase its strength. A fragmented legendary item? Shifeng could not help but chuckle when he overheard the hushed conversation. Zero Wing had acquired fragmented legendary items long ago, and the guild actually had more than one. Although they were correct that a fragmented legendary item could improve Zero Wing's reputation, great wealth brought great misfortune. Although the guild's fame would skyrocket if the public knew that Zero Wing possessed fragmented legendary items, it would also earn the guild an endless number of enemies. Hence, he had forbidden the guild's upper echelon speaking about these items to the public. Moreover, the blood-red stone in his hand was far more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Bloodlines were extremely rare in God's domain, even rarer than fragmented legendary items. When a bloodline was found, even super guilds would use every weapon in their arsenal to obtain it, and the resulting bloodbaths would be horrendous. Obtaining a bloodline increased a guild's chance of nurturing an apex expert. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the bloodline's benefits would become more prominent. After a certain level, these benefits would even surpass those of a fragmented legendary item. Furthermore, the stone in his hand was a naturally occurring bloodline, not an artificial bloodline crafted by ancient gods. There were two types of bloodlines in God's domain. The first type included the ancient gods' creations, the main bloodline source in God's domain. The second type involved naturally occurring bloodlines. The first type formed by drawing on the ancient gods' power, and in terms of potential, these bloodlines were slightly weaker than their natural counterparts. Regardless, both types of bloodline had their own advantages. Those created by the ancient gods catered to specific aspects. For example, Shifeng's Dark Iron bloodline improved his compatibility with melee skills, helping him increase his skill compatibility rates. On the other hand, natural bloodlines weren't as specialized, but in return, they provided greater boons to basic attributes. Due to the nature of these bloodlines, players who used them were generally known as humanoid monsters. To players who wanted to push the limits of their basic attributes, natural bloodlines were invaluable. Shifeng couldn't believe he had actually obtained a natural bloodline from killing a level 70 Grand Lord. Even though it had been an archaic species, it shouldn't have had a chance of dropping one, yet it had. If the demon players in the World Summit found out about this, they'd die of envy. Despite the various demon players trying desperately to ascend the divine staircase, they struggled to earn enough shrine points to purchase a bloodline, yet Shifeng had obtained one after killing a single monster. Moreover, the raid had been relatively easy, with one boss and no mobs. Moreover, this stone was top tier among basic bloodlines. It was called the Shadow Bloodline. Shadow Bloodline weakens presence and aura significantly. Effects double when in darkness. Improvements focus on agility, followed by strength, endurance, intelligence, and vitality. Although the Shadow Bloodline's benefits to a player's combat power weren't as apparent as the ancient gods' bloodlines, it would undoubtedly increase an assassin or ranger's survivability. Decreasing one's presence and aura wasn't just effective against other players, but monsters would also struggle to notice the player. Rangers and assassins with the Shadow Bloodline would be able to explore high-level maps with ease, and they could enter places that players normally avoided. They could enter places that players normally could not. Set foot into the Shadow Bloodline alone was more valuable than the Purgatory Serpent's combined loot. This trip was definitely worth it. Shifeng could not help but smile at the Shadow Bloodline. Neither epic equipment nor precious tools could help nurture a true apex expert, but the Shadow Bloodline could. In fact, it might even help a player become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Even if he gave the Shadow Bloodline to an ordinary assassin or ranger in the guild, he could instantly nurture an astonishingly powerful expert, let alone experts like Fire Dance. When Shifeng finally finished admiring the Shadow Bloodline, he stored it in his bag. He had no intention of informing the others about the item. After he finished with the remaining loot, he instructed his team to rest up and prepare to enter the town. No one gave Shifeng's decision much thought. They simply did as they were told while the healers resurrected the dead. Meanwhile, the magic barrier around the town had vanished after the Purgatory Serpent's death. Players could now enter the town without hindrance. Of course, chaos ensued in the town. The demon kin, who had been mining the ores, ran around in a panic while the demon supervisors angrily suppressed the undisciplined demon kin. Demon kin, demonic creature, chieftain. Level 70. HP 900000/90000000. Demon supervisor, demonic creature, Great Lord. Level 72. HP 38, 500 000/38, 500 000. To Shifeng, this chaos was an opportunity. There were easily more than 10,000 monsters in the town, and if they moved like an organized army, capturing the town's mineral field would likely be impossible. However, he could take advantage of the fight between the demon kin and the demon supervisors, slowly clearing out the monsters in the town. Shifeng didn't hurry to enter the town after his slain team members resurrected. Instead, he activated a spatial gate and sent them out of the boneless land to rest and recover. His team's stamina and concentration had almost depleted during the previous battle, and there was no doubt that they were in for a long, arduous battle once they entered the town. They had to recover their stamina and concentration. First time passed quickly. Once everyone had recovered, Shifeng led them back to the town's perimeter. Everyone, get ready. Once my great lord secure the monsters aggro, you'll attack with the remaining miniature ballistas. Do not let any of the demon kin or demon supervisors get close. Shifeng ordered. He then took a deep breath before pushing open the town's steel gates. The instant Shifeng entered the town, a horrific killing intent washed over him, shocking him awake. A series of system notifications then bombarded his ears. Chapter 1621, Lost Town. Chapter 1621, Lost Town. When the demon town's rune-covered gates opened, it felt as if some seal on the town had been removed. As a chilling aura of killing intent surged out of the town's gate. What kind of town is this? Why does it have such a powerful aura? Crap. My attributes are decreasing. As the players from the White Tiger Dojo and Zero Wing prepared for battle some distance away, they couldn't help but shudder the moment Shifeng opened the gates. There was a massive difference between the aura they felt as the gates opened and the aura they had felt while looking at the demon town from the distant hillside. If the aura they had felt before was air, the aura they felt now was as heavy and dense as sea water. Not only did the powerful aura bring with it an intense mental pressure, making it hard for them to think, but their attributes had also begun to spiral downward. In the blink of an eye, their basic attributes had decreased by 30%. Shifeng, who had already entered the town, wasn't surprised by the sudden change. However, he was surprised by the system notifications he had received. System, congratulations. You have discovered a lost town. System, congratulations. You have triggered the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Demon's Nest. System, do you wish to accept this quest? If you abandon this quest, the lost town will disappear due to its broken seal. You have 1 hour to consider. If you do not make a decision within the hour, the quest will automatically be abandoned. Why is there a lost town here? Shifeng looked at the system notifications in confusion. Aside from its kingdoms, empires, and neutral towns and cities, God's domain had towns that had been left behind by ancient civilizations. Unfortunately, these towns didn't have official names since their history had been lost, leaving them with the title of Lost Town. Lost towns weren't like ordinary towns. All of the lost towns contained power and abilities, which other towns didn't have, that their ancient civilization had left behind. These abilities had different levels of strength. Some could even help a first-rate guild develop into a super first-rate guild in a short amount of time, although even lost towns with weaker abilities could tempt a superpower into action. This was due to the ability's unique nature in God's domain. In the past, many wars had been waged between God's domain's superpowers over these lost towns. There had even been one instance involving over 10 superpowers. Shifeng had never expected to find a lost town in the Boneless Land. The mineral field was nothing compared to the town itself. It's no wonder why I hadn't heard of a town in the Boneless Land in the past. This restriction is likely the reason that no one ever found it. Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly at the system notification. Regardless of how powerful a lost town was, they were all incredibly difficult to claim. There was no turning back if one missed the opportunity. Once a lost town disappeared, it was gone forever. The players that had found the Boneless Land's lost town had likely failed the quest, causing its disappearance. If that were the case, it was only natural that no one had ever heard of it. Of course, Shifeng accepted the quest, although he did not know what this lost town's function was. Zero Wing would miss out on a golden opportunity to grow stronger if he abandoned it. System, congratulations. You have accepted the epic ranked main storyline quest, Demon's Nest. Quest content: you are required to collect 100 darkness stones to reseal the anchor within 10 natural days. If you fail to do so, the Demon King of a specific planar world will hunt you endlessly. You will also permanently lose 100 points from all attributes and 10 levels. Quest reward unknown. Crap. Shifeng nearly spat blood when he read the quest content. He finally understood why the players who had discovered the Boneless Land's lost town had failed the quest to acquire it. This quest was beyond difficult. It was a joke. Darkness stones were like mana stones. They contained a frightening amount of power of darkness, which demon players could use to improve the power of darkness within. In the past, demon players had even spent up to 500 gold per darkness stone. Yet, this quest required him to gather 100 darkness stones within 10 natural days. This quest was asking for the impossible. Darkness stones were immensely rare, and normally, on mythic ranked dark creatures had a chance of dropping them. Even if he were extremely lucky, and every mythic dark creature he killed dropped one, he'd still have to kill 100 of them. With his current standards, killing one mythic dark creature would be impossible, let alone 100. Not even super guilds could accomplish such a feat. Mythic monsters weren't easy to find, and mythic ranked dark creatures were an even rarer sight. Hunting down 100 mythic ranked dark creatures in 10 days would be nearly impossible. When Shifeng saw the penalty for failing the quest, he was speechless. The penalty was extraordinarily ruthless. While he could accept losing 10 levels and 100 points in every attribute, dealing with a Tier 5 Demon King's tenacious hunt was no laughing matter. Meanwhile, he wasn't nearly powerful enough to kill a Demon King. Every Demon King had the power to engulf a kingdom in flames. Even Tier 4 players would be little more than ants before a Tier 5 Demon King, much less a Tier 2 player like Shifeng. Guild leader, has something happened? Zero Wings members asked curiously when they realized that Shifeng hadn't moved for some time. Forget it. Let's just secure the town and get the mana Oregon. Shifeng shook his head to clear his mind. There was no point in pondering the quest since he didn't have a solution for obtaining the 100 darkness stones. Following which, he commanded, everyone, prepare for battle. As Shifeng gave the command, the team members began to push the miniature ballistas forward, following after their leader. At the same time, Shifeng controlled his 4 remaining Great Lords to lure some of the battling Demon Kin and Demon Supervisors. Unlike the players, whose basic attributes had been suppressed when the town's gates had opened, the demonic creatures within were unaffected. Fortunately, Shifeng had the Bible of Darkness, and with the Demon Ruler's suppression, dealing with the Chieftain-ranked Demon King and Great Lord-ranked Demon Supervisors became easy. After Shifeng's Great Lords gathered some demonic creatures, Shifeng activated Flame Domain while Zero Wings members attacked with the remaining siege weapons. After around 20 minutes, the team had cleared out a wave of Demon Kin and Demon Supervisors. When the monsters died, the players' experience bars rose by a sizable chunk. However, these monsters granted considerably less EXP than the demonic creatures they had killed outside of the town. In fact, they had awarded even less EXP than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. Even so, these players' leveling speed was multiple times faster than peak experts. As for the Demon Kin and Demon Supervisors' loot, it simply couldn't compare to the loot the demonic creatures had dropped. Despite killing over 100 Demon Kin and several Demon Supervisors, the team had only obtained 6 pieces of bronze equipment and 1 piece of mysterious iron equipment. As Shifeng collected the loot, however, he discovered several black crystals beside the demonic monsters' corpses. What? This is mana ore. Shifeng had nearly thought his eyes had played a trick on him when he saw the black crystals on the ground. Everyone in God's domain knew that the monsters didn't drop mana ore, but it was nearly impossible that Shifeng, who was both a master forger and extremely familiar with the metal, would mistake the item. After carefully examining the corpses, Shifeng found 17 ingots of mana ore, over 100 ingots of ancient bronze ore, and 3 ingots of Eternium ore. Even if one mined an ancient bronze vein, they likely wouldn't obtain a single ingot for every 30 ingots of ancient bronze ore. And players would be very lucky to gain a single ingot of Eternium ore for every 100 ingots of ancient bronze ore, yet Shifeng had obtained so much after killing a few demon kin and demon supervisors. This was inconceivable. Chapter 1622, Struggle over the Primordial Divine Ruin. Chapter 1622, Struggle over the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shifeng wasn't the only player surprised to discover that the demon kin and demon supervisors dropped mana ore. Hey, do those rocks look like mana ore to you? Emicham. I've seen mana ore before. They should be mana ore. Isn't mana ore a rare drop when mining? I never knew that monsters dropped it, too. None of these players was a stranger to mana ore due to the disturbance the Orc Empire had caused. The kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire had activated a contribution system that allowed players to purchase precious items. The contribution system had also lured many players towards the Orc Empire if players wanted to ease the task of killing the Empire's orcs. The mana charm, crafted with mana ore, was a must-have currently. Mana ore sold for 1 gold, 20 silver per piece. Moreover, this price continued to rise, yet their team had obtained over a dozen pieces of mana ore after killing 1 demonic creature group. They had just made over 20 gold in profit, and this included the cost of repairing their weapons and equipment. Even expert players were fortunate to earn 1 gold a day. Furthermore, the various large guilds currently viewed mana ore as a strategic item. With so many people eyeing the ore, it was hard to purchase even if one could afford the cost, and their profit would be even greater if they used all of the mana ore to craft mana charms. The mana charm was a consumable item, and one could craft 10 charms with a single piece of mana ore. Again, currently, mana charms sold for 20 silver each. Alright, we're moving on to the next wave. After Shifeng collected the loot, he had his monsters lure another wave of demonic creatures. In the previous fight, Shifeng had taken control of a demon supervisor, and he had 5 great lords under his command once more, making it much easier to defeat the next wave of demon kin and demon supervisors with the 5 great lord tanks, Shifeng's flame domain and various AoE skills, and Zero Wings members attacking with the miniature ballistas. The team steadily and swiftly eliminated 1 wave of demonic creatures after another. Although the battles were monotonous and boring, these players brimmed with excitement throughout the grind. With each wave of demon kin and demon supervisors they killed, they earned between 10 and 20 pieces of mana ore and 3 to 5 pieces of Eternium ore. The team had also become more efficient as they worked. It had initially taken them 20+ minutes to annihilate each wave, and now, they cleared the monsters in a little over 10 minutes. With the abundant EXP, the team's leveling speed was also astonishingly fast. After grinding for a little over a day, Shifeng and his players finally reached the town's inner area. At this point, these players had leveled significantly. Now, even the lowest level player was level 45, whereas the highest level player was level 47. They had nearly caught up with Zero Wings elite members. Meanwhile, to improve their efficiency, Shifeng had invested the EXP he had acquired into the Aura of Fire's flame domain. Now, the skill dealt 2400% base damage every second for 8 seconds, rather than the previous 1800% every second for 7 seconds. The damage per second upscale had also risen from 20% to 25%, and the skill now covered a 100-yard radius. The skill could basically rival super large-scale destruction spells. Unfortunately, its cooldown was still 5 minutes. Meanwhile, after more than a day of grinding, Shifeng had acquired a total of 4,526 pieces of mana ore and 913 pieces of Eternium ore. The monsters had actually dropped more mana ore than what Zero Wing had in its warehouse by a considerable margin. While Shifeng massacred demon kin and demon supervisors, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had kept him updated with several situation reports. Their reports mainly focused on the primordial divine ruin in the Orc Empire. The various large guilds had fought tooth and nail over the ruin after its sudden appearance. They all wanted the level 50 top-tier weapons and equipment as well as the rumored advanced combat techniques to prepare for the level 50 super large-scale team dungeons. Currently, 2 super first-rate guilds and 2 super guilds were involved in the struggle. Even a transcendental power like the Secret Pavilion, which rarely took part in such struggles, had joined the fray. Naturally, plenty of first-rate guilds joined the fight, as well. The situation at the ruin was utter chaos. Meanwhile, only 10,000 players were allowed into the Primordial Divine Ruin each day, but over 1 million players had gathered in the area, with the weakest on par with the guild elite members. The war over the Primordial Divine Ruin was the most intense in God's domain thus far. Over 30,000 expert players had already died, not to mention the elite players. When the ruin had last activated, the 5 superpowers had claimed 70% of the available slots. Surprisingly, Heaven's Burial had secured 1/3 of the remaining 30%. The various first-rate guilds had shared the remaining 20%, and none of the second- and third-rate guilds had claimed a single slot. Guild Leader: although Heaven's Burial has suffered significant casualties while it explored the Primordial Divine Ruin, they've also obtained plenty of level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment. Their top-tier experts' combat power has improved massively. I've also heard that they've obtained 2 basic combat techniques and plenty of magic array scrolls, designs, and recipes. Although our guild has suffered about the same losses as Heaven's Burial in the field battles, I'm afraid that we'll be in danger soon if Heaven's Burial continues to grow stronger. Why don't we send some of our members to explore the ruin as well? Aqua Rose was sorely tempted to loot the Primordial Divine Ruin. Although the Conqueror parties slaughtered Heaven's Burial's members, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater weren't simple enemies. To counter the Conqueror parties, the 2 guilds had employed many Refinement Realm experts, sending them out to ambush Zero Wings members in the 4 high-resource maps. They had even sent some of these Refinement Realm experts to ambush the Conqueror parties. Meanwhile, both guilds had suffered tremendous losses. If Zero Wing hadn't partnered with several first-rate guilds and raked in a massive profit with Zero Wing City's teleportation function, the guild would have crumbled long ago. How is the equipment collection coming along? Shifeng asked. We've only collected a small fraction of the required amount thus far. I'm afraid that it'll take some time before we have 700 full sets of level 50 weapons and equipment, Aqua Rose said, sighing powerlessly. The guild's consumption of weapons and equipment was severely high right now. Trying to set aside level 50 elite weapons and equipment for 700 players under such circumstances was incredibly difficult. She had even involved Gentle Snow's main force in the task. Disregard the Primordial Divine Ruin for now and focus on collecting weapons and equipment. Once we have the items ready, we'll have an easier time dealing with the guild's issues, Shifeng instructed. I'll think of a way to gather as much as possible. Aqua Rose could only nod in frustration. She had to admit that Zero Wing's foundations were significantly weaker than Heaven's Burial. The difference between the guild's expert count and capital was like heaven and earth. Even the Conqueror parties only helped reduce the massive gap slightly. An additional 700 experts would definitely help ease the pressure on the guild. After Aqua Rose disconnected the call, Shifeng led his team deeper into the town's inner area. The inner area had far fewer monsters than the town's outer area, although the weakest here were level 70 Lord-ranked Demonkin warriors. The Chieftain-ranked Demonkin were nowhere to be seen. In addition, there were plenty of level 72 Great Lord-ranked Demon supervisors and level 74 Grand Lord-ranked Demon overseers roaming about. Even with 5 Great Lords under his command, Shifeng did not move casually. He needed a strategic position before he took action. Guild Leader discovered a tower behind a magic barrier, one of the assassins sent to scout the town reported. Stuttering, the assassin continued, I also spotted a large treasure chest made entirely of magic crystals. Chapter 1623, Town's Ability. Chapter 1623, Town's Ability. A treasure chest made of magic crystals? A light flashed in everyone's eyes when they heard the assassin's report. In God's domain, treasure chests were reward opportunities that players frequently encountered. One could gain even higher quality loot from a treasure chest, depending on its rank, than from powerful monsters. Normally, treasure chests were either made of wood or metal. This was even the case for dark gold treasure chests. Making a treasure chest with magic crystals was just extravagant. Needless to say, the treasure chest definitely wasn't low rank. A bronze treasure chest's loot could already rival a chieftain-ranked monster's drops of the same level, not to mention mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold and dark gold treasure chests. Moreover, as players explored higher-level maps, each map would contain fewer treasure chests. Even bronze treasure chests were exceedingly rare in maps above level 50. The treasure chests' loot was part of the reason for this. Rather than containing loot on par with the drops from a chieftain-ranked monster of the same level, a bronze treasure chest would contain items on par with a lord-ranked monster of the same level in level 50+ maps. Magic crystals. Shock gripped Shifeng's heart when he heard the assassin's report. Immediately, he demanded, "What color are the runes on the chest?" God's domain had many different kinds of treasure chests, and although the most common were made of wood or metal, not all items in the game could be stored in wood or metal treasure chests. Certain special items needed to be stored in high mana density environments. For these items, the system used chests made from magic crystals. Such treasure chests were insanely rare in God's domain, and naturally, they were far more valuable than ordinary chests. All of the items in such chests were unique in God's domain. There were no duplicates of these items. These magic crystal treasure chests also had a different ranking system than ordinary treasure chests. Their ranks were based on the color of the runes engraved on the crystal. The runes came in silver, gold, and purple. Silver was at the bottom of the list, while purple runes offered the best items. Gold. The assassin answered after taking a closer look. Gold? Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. "Alright, we'll head over right away." In God's domain, a silver magic crystal treasure chest was the equivalent of a fine gold or dark gold treasure chest. A gold magic crystal treasure chest was on par with an epic treasure chest, and a purple magic crystal treasure chest was the equivalent of an inferior legendary treasure chest or higher. Shifeng had only ever seen silver magic crystal treasure chests in the past, never gold, but he had heard rumors that Chaos Star, one of God's domain's 12 sacred elementalists, had opened a gold magic crystal treasure chest. This was also precisely the reason that he had secured his position as one of the 12 sacred elementalists. Moreover, unlike the other 11, who had been replaced from time to time, Chaos Star had held his position. Unfortunately, nobody knew what he had obtained from the gold magic crystal treasure chest. Shifeng and the rest of his team quickly arrived before the White Tower. The tower was only 5 stories tall, and a pitch-black pearl that radiated a frightening aura occupied the tip of the tower. When this aura washed over the team, they felt as if some monster was watching them. Even the mana around the pitch-black pearl seemed frozen. There was no flow of mana around the pearl whatsoever. Numerous divine runes had been carved along the tower's walls, and they created a light blue defensive barrier around the tower, which seemed impenetrable. However, unlike most people, Shifeng knew that the barrier wasn't an ordinary defensive magic array. The magic array carved into the tower's walls had survived since ancient times. Current magic arrays simply couldn't compare. Moreover, based on the array's complexity, Shifeng guessed that it was beyond a master magic array. Not even a Tier 4 existence would be able to scratch the barrier, forced to stand aside as they gazed at it. Interestingly, no monsters were anywhere near the tower. The roaming demon supervisors and demonkin warriors only stared at it for a moment before moving on. None of the demonic creatures dared to come within 100 yards of the White Tower. Meanwhile, placed on the tower's open-air top floor sat a magic crystal treasure chest, and as the assassin had reported, the treasure chest was covered in golden runes. The treasure chest also radiated so much mana that it created a white mist around it. Seeing this phenomenon, even a fool would realize that the chest was far from ordinary. All of the players on Shifeng's team drooled as they stared at the treasure chest. "Everyone, get ready. We'll eliminate the surrounding monsters first," Shifeng immediately commanded. Although he did not know why none of the monsters would approach the tower, there were still over 500 of them in the area. If they did not clear out the monsters, they'd never approach the tower without detection. Following which, Shifeng controlled his 5 great lords and began to lure the demon supervisors and demonkin warriors, killing the demonic creatures with practiced organization. With the help of Demon Ruler, Shifeng's great lords could tank around 20 demon supervisors and demonkin warriors simultaneously. After gathering the enemy demonic creatures, Shifeng used Flame Domain, and towering flames devoured the monsters, dealing several 100,000 damage each second. At this point, Flame Domain was far stronger than Tier 2 spells. In fact, it almost surpassed Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells by the time Flame Domain ended. The Demon Supervisors and Demonkin Warriors had lost nearly 4 million HP each. Immediately following, a volley of exploding arrows slammed into the demonic creatures, each arrow dealing around -300,000 damage. The Demon Supervisors and Demonkin Warriors very quickly became EXP for Shifeng's team. By the time the group defeated the 500 or so demonic creatures around the tower, some of the level 45 players had risen to level 46. However, the level 47 players still needed some time before they reached level 48. As for the loot, the team gained far more than the drops in the town's outer area. More than 100 level 60+ weapons and equipment had dropped, and among them, over 30 were mysterious Iron Rank. In addition, plenty of mana ore had dropped. Killing the 500+ monsters had netted Shifeng nearly 1,000 pieces of mana ore, increasing the total count past 5,000. With this, we should have more than enough mana ore to construct the mana tower. Shifeng could not help but smile in satisfaction as he gazed at the mana ore in his bag. The trip to the Boneless Land had definitely been worthwhile. The mana tower was one of the most important support buildings a guild city could have. It was the defining point between a guild city and a guild town. Normally, guilds constructed their mana tower the moment they acquired a city, but due to the sudden demand for mana ore, Zero Wing City hadn't had enough to construct its mana tower until now. It hadn't been able to become a true guild city. Now that he had enough mana ore, he could start constructing Zero Wing City's mana tower. Once he returned after dealing with the surrounding monsters, Zero Wing's members approached the tower. However, the instant they set foot within 100 yards of the tower, the black pearl at its tip began to glow with energy. It then fired countless beams of black light at the approaching crowd. Caught off guard, the beams struck Zero Wing's members. Not only were they thrown out of the 100-yard perimeter, but they had also lost 20% of their HPs. Although some experts, like Zipping, had reacted quickly and defended themselves with their weapons, the impact still forced them to retreat by 3 steps. On the bright side, they hadn't received any damage after the first wave of black beams. Only 100 or so players remained within 100 yards of the tower. The rest of the team had been thrown back. An instant later, the pitch-black pearl launched another wave of beam attacks. This time, the more beams targeted each player. During the first wave, each player only had to deal with 3 beams, but now, they had to face 4. Furthermore, each player had to deal with an additional beam each time the black pearl attacked. The longer the crowd remained inside the 100-yard range, the fiercer the attacks became. When the black pearl launched more than 10 beams at each player, even the experts of Zipping standards were thrown out of range. It's no wonder why the monsters avoided the tower. This defensive feature is really amazing. Realization dawned on Shifeng as he watched his teammates fly backward. At the same time, he was overwhelmed by ecstasy. Every lost town had its own unique ability in God's domain. Clearly, this defensive feature was this lost town's ability. Although Shifeng had only watched the defensive feature for a few moments, he had grasped the feature's true purpose. In reality, the defensive feature wasn't meant to keep enemies away. Rather, it was a training device to help players improve their combat standards. This was an extremely rare ability, even among God's domain's various lost towns. Chapter 1624, Gap. Chapter 1624, Gap. Despite multiple attempts to approach the tower, none of Zero Wing and White Tiger Dojo's members got within 70 yards before they were thrown out of the 100-yard range. What a powerful trap. Crap. The system is definitely doing this on purpose. It put that treasure chest on display up there just to taunt us. This is ridiculous. It's impossible to take on more than 10 of those black beams at once with the silencing effect within the tower's 100-yard range. Those beams are so fast, too. Everyone looked at the pitch-black pearl on the tip of the tower with resentment. They felt that the system was toying with them. Among their nearly 700 players, Zipping had the best performance. However, even Zipping had only reached the 72-yard mark before being blasted out by over a dozen black beams. Zipping's combat standards easily ranked among the top players in their group, yet not even he could reach the tower. When they thought about how they might have to leave the magic crystal treasure chest on the tower's top floor, anger and frustration tore at their hearts. These kids really take things for granted. Shifeng, who had remained motionless, shook his head and laughed when he overheard his team members grumbling. Following which, he started to make his way towards the tower. As Shifeng approached the tower, everyone turned their gazes towards him. Guild leader Black Flame is going to try to reach the tower, too? With his level of skill, I wonder how far he'll get? This trap is too difficult. Although Guild leader Black Flame is superbly strong, I doubt that he'll get past the 50-yard mark. I'm not so sure about that. We already had to face over a dozen beams before we even reached the 70-yard mark. At the 50+ range, I bet that the tower will fire over 30 beams. Even if Guild leader Black Flame has frightening attributes, dealing with so many attacks should be impossible. I don't think he'll even get past the 60-yard mark. As the White Tiger Dojo crowd watched Shifeng approach the tower, they started a quiet discussion amongst themselves. They were curious to see the capabilities of Star Moon Kingdom's mythical expert. Truthfully, they had been displeased when the White Tiger Dojo had sent them to train with Zero Wing. They were bona fide fighting experts in the real world, yet they were training under a virtual expert. This was a joke. However, after spending some time in God's domain, they had discovered that this virtual reality game was far from ordinary. Many techniques that were impossible to perform in the real world could be easily accomplished in God's domain. This superhuman combat method was truly addictive. After training with Zero Wing and fighting other players in Zero Wing's battle arena, they came to realize how massive the gap between their abilities and veteran players was. Although they hadn't been a match for God's domain's veteran players initially, however, they had grown strong enough to stand against expert players in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. They now acutely understood God's domain's combat method. Hence, they realized just how powerful Shifeng was. After all, they had watched plenty of experts' battle videos before, including recordings of Shifeng's past battles. In those battles, Shifeng could definitely be described as a monster. After watching Shifeng's battles, they had begun to admire the man. However, the tower's defensive feature tested one's combat standard. Basic attributes had very little to do with it. It didn't matter if Shifeng's attributes were significantly higher than theirs, and although his combat standards were awesome, he should still have his limits. The guild leader is making a move personally? Nice. We're in for a treat now. In contrast to the White Tiger Dojo disciples' skepticism, Zero Wing's members were clearly excited. They paid close attention to Shifeng's every move, hoping to get a glimpse of his true strength. Normally, they didn't get to see this, and in the previous battles, Shifeng had mostly relied on his 5 great lords. They barely caught a glimpse of Shifeng's true capabilities. Experts like Uziping watched Shifeng curiously, as well. They were all eager to learn how much of a gap existed between them and their guild leader. Shifeng quickly arrived at the 100-yard mark, but unexpectedly, he didn't sprint towards the towers as the previous players had. Instead, he continued leisurely even once he was within the Black Pearl's attack range. What is the guild leader trying to do? Could he be testing the waters? Shifeng's actions confused his team members. They had already gotten a clear grasp of the Black Pearl's attack method during their previous attempts. Not only did the strength of Black Pearl's attacks increase as they moved closer to the tower, but it also launched attacks more frequently. If someone wanted a better chance of reaching the tower, they needed to move quickly. They also needed to block the orb's attacks. Yet, Shifeng was. Before anyone could react, the Black Pearl began to attack Shifeng. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot towards Shifeng's vital points. Just when the 2 beams were about to hit, Shifeng stopped abruptly and turned slightly. He didn't bother to unsheath either the abyssal blade or killing ratio. Shio! Everyone watched, disappointed, as the 2 beams pierced their guild leader. However, the attacks didn't throw Shifeng out of the 100-yard area, and he began to pace towards the tower once more. What's going on? Did he dodge them? The player's expression twisted with confusion, following which, the Black Pearl launched another wave of attacks. This time, it fired 3 beams. As Shifeng moved closer to the tower, the beams reached Shifeng much sooner than the last attacks had, giving their target less time to react. The team members watched Shifeng with wide-eyed anticipation. What was the man going to do this time? However, to their disappointment, Shifeng reacted the same way as before, stopping and shifting to the side. Like the prior attacks, the beams passed through his body harmlessly, striking the ground behind him. Shifeng continuously moved closer towards the tower like so. 95 yards. 90 yards. 80 yards. The beams, which had beaten everyone senseless, were practically non-existent to Shifeng. They pierced through him harmlessly, again and again, blasting small craters into the ground behind him. Shifeng quickly reached the 72-yard mark, Yuziping's record distance. However, he hadn't even used his weapons to defend himself once since he began his approach. In fact, he hadn't even touched his weapons. Is the Black Pearl broken? Has the system made some mistake? The White Tiger Dojo disciples gaped in shock as they watched Shifeng steadily move closer towards the tower as if he were strolling across his backyard. In their opinion, Shifeng hadn't done anything whatsoever all this time. The only explanation they could think of was that the system had made an error. They had never thought that Shifeng would be so lucky. Seeing this, some curious White Tiger Dojo disciples decided to attempt the test again. However, when they allowed the black beams to strike, they were instantly thrown backward. Impossible. How is the guild leader doing it? Why aren't the Black Pearl's attacks hitting him? The White Tiger Dojo spectators' eyes fall from their sockets as they watched as their companions were blasted past the 100-yard mark. So, this is the difference between the guild leader and me? Yuziping revealed a bitter smile as he watched Shifeng move past the 50-yard mark. Although he had been aware of the huge gap between him and Zero Wing's peak experts, he hadn't realized that the gap between them was so fast, let alone the difference between his abilities and that of Zero Wing's mythical expert. In less than a minute, Shifeng had reached the base of the tower, at which point the tower's defensive magic array deactivated. Chapter 1625, Jackpot. Chapter 1625, Jackpot. As the White Tower's defensive magic array transformed into particles of light and vanished, time seemed to have frozen around the tower. Both Zero Wing's members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples stared with blank faces. He passed it. Am I dreaming? He didn't even use his weapons. Yes. That must be it. We must be dreaming. How could such a thing even be possible? No player could dodge that many attacks. Could Guild Leader Black Flame actually be an NPC in disguise? For a time, the players shared their guesses about Shifeng. They simply couldn't wrap their minds around what had just happened. They hadn't even made it to the 70-yard mark before they had been sent flying back to the starting point, yet Shifeng had walked through the area as if strolling through his backyard. Even when he had neared the 50-yard mark and faced over 30 beams, he slowly and steadily continued forward. Regardless of how fast the Pitch Black Pearl's attack rate had become, Shifeng's speed was unaffected. When Shifeng crossed the 50-yard mark, the beams had changed their attack trajectories in the middle of the attacks. After reaching the 30-yard mark, they had even begun to curve to attack Shifeng from the sides and rear. Zero Wing and White Tiger Dojo's members had watched the attacks in anguish. Not only did players have to worry about the Black Pearl changing its attack trajectories, but they also had to worry about attacks from their sides and behind them. Moreover, every attack struck simultaneously. Blocking the attacks from a single direction was already impossible, not to mention dodging or blocking every one of them. The creepier thing was that the Pitch Black Pearl seemed to fear Shifeng. While Shifeng had made his way towards the tower, every one of the Pearl's beam attacks had avoided him. This was already far beyond everything they knew of God's domain. When the White Tiger Dojo disciples watched Shifeng, a chill crawled down their spines. Aside from their reverence, they were afraid and excited to learn more about a realm they had never discovered before. Although not everyone was willing to acknowledge that Shifeng had cleared the test, there was no doubt that the White Tower's defensive magic array had disappeared. There was also no doubt that what has just occurred wasn't a dream, but reality. Zero Wing's guild leader is actually so powerful. Is he even human? All of the White Tiger Dojo disciples were fighting experts, and although they hadn't seen exactly what Shifeng had done, they knew that the vast difference between them wasn't as simple as basic attributes. Shifeng was leaps and bounds ahead of them in combat standards, as well. When they thought about Shifeng's power, they envied Zero Wing's internal members. Unlike Zero Wing's members, they were only here because the White Tiger Dojo had commissioned Zero Wing to train them. Once they were powerful enough, Zero Wing would stop their training. On the other hand, Zero Wing, and by extension, Shifeng, would train Zero Wing's internal members to their full potential. Shifeng simply chuckled at his players' hushed discussions as he stood at the foot of the White Tower. He then pushed open the tightly sealed doors, curious about what lay beyond. After experiencing the Black Pearl's attacks personally, Shifeng had become even more certain that the device had been passed down since ancient times. He was also sure that it was meant to train players' combat standards. Players had to have reached the half-step refinement realm and be able to observe their surroundings constantly to pass the 50-yard mark. To cross the 30-yard mark, players had to reach the refinement realm. Without precise control of their own movements, players wouldn't be able to dodge or block the varying attacks at the same time. Aside from physical control, players had to have accurate judgment of movement within their environment to continue past the 30-yard mark. The players who could reach the foot of the tower had reached the limit of the refinement realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them half-step flowing water realm experts. For the White Tiger Dojo disciples and Zero Wing internal members, who had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm, reaching the tower was simply too difficult. Even Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and Zero Wing's other refinement realm experts would likely struggle to reach the tower. Shifeng had to admit that the tower was an excellent tool to help players reach the refinement realm. The Black Pearl didn't use the same attack method as monsters, which wouldn't constantly target players' weak points. Not even a group of refinement realm experts could elicit a similar result. The only downside was that the Black Pearl's attacks were monotonous and couldn't adapt to change. Even when the beams adjusted their trajectories or curved, they had fixed patterns, unlike expert players, which changed their attack patterns to fit their situation. It was also why Shifeng had managed to reach the bottom of the tower without using his weapons. However, Shifeng was satisfied with this result. After all, he had never heard of such a training device in God's domain before. If he could use this device, nurturing a batch of experts would be easy. Although, whether or not these experts reached the refinement realm would depend on their individual talent. At most, the training device could offer support, reducing the twists and turns players had to face as they journeyed towards the refinement realm. It didn't guarantee that players would reach a certain standard. Of course, if the various superpowers learned of this training device, Shifeng didn't doubt that they would do everything they could to acquire this lost town. Although the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds had their own training systems and devices, with most having higher quality methods than the White Tower, those systems and devices cost massive amounts of resources to maintain. They could also only nurture a small number of players at once. In contrast, the White Tower could bombard nearly 700 players simultaneously, and without strain this alone would be more than enough to tempt the various superpowers into action. Shifeng didn't bother to explain how he had reached the tower. It was still too soon for Zero Wing current internal members and White Tiger Dojo disciples to take on this training device. They still hadn't grasped many of the basics. Trying to take on so many clever attacks simultaneously was impossible for them. The system would simply beat them, not train them. Meanwhile, as Shifeng entered the tower, a spacious, ancient hall appeared before him from outside. The White Tower didn't look particularly large. However, its interior resembled that of a stadium that could accommodate over 10,000 people. Various ancient weapons had been put on display in the hall, and it resembled an armory. Shifeng was in awe as he gazed at the weapons around him. Every single weapon in this hall radiated a dense amount of mana. At a glance, it was obvious that these weapons were far superior to the ordinary weapons most players used at this stage of the game. This is an armory? Shifeng was confused as he gazed at the weapons on display. He then approached one of the weapon racks, picking up a spear to inspect. When he read the spear's attribute panel, Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. He was so excited that goosebumps began to cover his skin. Mana weapons. Is every weapon here a mana weapon? Shifeng surveyed his surroundings in shock. There were easily over 10,000 weapons in the hall. God's domain had many different kinds of weapons and equipment, most of which fell into three main categories. The first was the common type. It referred to the weapons and equipment most players currently used. Players of the same class could trade and use weapons and equipment of this type. In battle, their durability would decrease, but they could be repaired out of combat. The second type was the unique type. Specific players could use these weapons and equipment. Even if another player picked one up, the item would be useless to them. Similar to the common type, these weapons and pieces of equipment would lose durability in combat but could be repaired and used indefinitely. The third type was the expendable type. Like the common type, those of the same class could trade and use expendable type weapons. While they wouldn't lose durability in battle, they couldn't be repaired. Once their durability was exhausted, they would be useless. The majority of God's Domain's players and NPCs used common type weapons and equipment. Most expendable type weapons and pieces of equipment had been lost in the passing of time. This was due to the uncertainties these items created in battle. However, expendable type weapons and equipment had one massive benefit: absolute power. When the various races had competed for dominance over the God's Domain continent during ancient times, the human race had been weak and insignificant. To survive their powerful enemies, humans had discovered a method to improve their strength drastically. This was how expendable type weapons and equipment had come to be. Chapter 1626, Mana Weapon. Chapter 1626, Mana Weapon. Expendable type weapons and equipment didn't function like their common type counterparts. Common type weapons and equipment were designed with both power and stability in mind. Hence, they'd only exert a certain extent of the power of the materials used to create them, nothing more. Meanwhile, expendable type weapons and equipment were only designed with power in mind. These weapons and equipment functioned at the expense of the production materials, which meant that they couldn't be repaired. However, this was also why they were extraordinarily powerful, allowing their users to challenge foes of a higher tier. Mana weapons were the typical representation of expendable type weapons and equipment. As Shifeng gazed at the mana weapons in the hall, he was at a loss for words. Expendable type weapons and equipment's production had ceased long ago in God's Domain, and any discovered items had survived since ancient times. Normally, players had no hope of encountering such weapons and equipment. When a mana weapon or piece of equipment had surfaced in the past, players had fought fiercely over the item. After all, high-tiered mana weapons could grant players the power to defeat opponents of a higher tier. No player in God's Domain could resist the temptation yet. Over 10,000 mana weapons were on display before him. Why wouldn't Shifeng be astonished? As expected of a lost town, it's no wonder why the various superpowers fought over them so desperately. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he felt the flowing mana within the spear he held in the past. Shifeng had assumed that the various superpowers only vied for the lost town's abilities. However, it seemed that had only been a part of the reason. The riches these lost towns contained was likely another major factor. Unlike ordinary weapons, mana weapons did not have a level requirement, only a tier requirement. They were somewhat similar to magic scrolls, although magic scrolls couldn't compare to the power of a mana weapon. Magic scrolls were generally single-use items, but mana weapons could be used until their durability hit 0. Hence, these weapons' market price had been insanely high. In Shifeng's previous life, a Tier 1 mana weapon had cost at least 150 gold in the past, far more expensive than Tier 1 magic scrolls. Even so, tons of players had fought for the chance to wield one. After all, only a small fraction of God's Domain's player population had reached the higher tiers. Not all players could do so. Meanwhile, Tier 1 mana weapons would even be of significant help to Tier 2 players. One of these weapons could, at the very least, increase a Tier 2 player's combat power by 20%. If a Tier 1 player used a Tier 1 mana weapon, their combat power would increase by a minimum of 50%. Although the boost wasn't as impactful as a berserk skill, it still allowed elite players to face expert players of the same tier and level. Many wealthy elite and ordinary expert players had purchased Tier 1 mana weapons to use in critical situations. As for Tier 2 mana weapons, they had sold for at least 1,000 gold each in the past. Tier 2 mana weapons would even be useful to Tier 3 players. Tier 3 mana weapons were even more frightening, even providing a significant boost to Tier 4 players. They were no less valuable than Tier 4 magic scrolls, and the various superpowers had fought desperately to claim any Tier 3 mana weapon that had been found. Meanwhile, the majority of the weapons in the hall were Tier 1 mana weapons. Even so, Shi Feng spotted over 1,000 Tier 2 mana weapons, and most importantly, he counted 12 Tier 3 mana weapons in crystal cabinets in the hall center. If he sold all of these mana weapons, he'd earn enough coins to make the various super guilds drool. As Shi Feng prepared to store every mana weapon in his bag, the system's familiar voice reached his ears. System, this item is still bound and cannot be stored in your bag. System, if you wish to remove this item's bound status, you must take control of the lost town. Sure enough, the system won't allow players to obtain such an advantage so easily. Shi Feng smiled bitterly at the spear in his hands. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. If he were allowed to walk away with every mana weapon in this hall, he'd make a huge profit even if he failed to secure the lost town itself. It seems that I have no choice but to collect the weapons after I take control of the town. Shi Feng refocused his attention and made his way towards the tower's top floor. At the same time, he became more interested in capturing this lost town. If he took control of this town, not only would Zero Wing secure another method of nurturing refinement realm experts, but they'd also rake in a massive fortune. The guild would then have all the manpower and wealth it needed. With these factors taken care of, it would be odd if the guild didn't become a major power soon. Shi Feng reached the tower's second floor. The second floor hall was visibly smaller than the first floor hall, and 10 translucent ghosts wandered the area. Some wore plate armor, some wore leather armor, and some wore cloth armor. Every one of these ghosts radiated a horrific aura, and even Shi Feng felt an intense pressure weigh down on him as he bathed in the powerful energy. Wandering Soul, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 80. HP 180,000/180,000,000. Tyrant Soul, Undead, Mythic. Level 80. HP 420,000/420,000,000. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he saw all of these powerful monsters, and a frown pulled at his lips. Had he only had to face one level 80 Grand Lord, he wouldn't have had much of a problem, but there were a total of 9 level 80 Grand Lords before him. Moreover, the distance between each Grand Lord was practically negligible. If he attracted one of the Wandering Souls, he was guaranteed to pull the other 8 Wandering Souls. However, these 9 Wandering Souls weren't his biggest problem. There was actually a mythic-ranked Tyrant Soul. Although Shi Feng recognized his own strength, he'd grossly overestimate himself if he thought that he could defeat a level 80 mythic monster. In fact, the Tyrant's Soul could likely one-shot him. I guess the system doesn't intend to allow anyone on the 3rd floor. Shi Feng felt his head ache as he looked at the Tyrant's Soul, who remained motionless in the center of the hall. The spiral staircase that led to the 3rd floor lay directly behind the Tyrant's Soul. Shi Feng had assumed that he would be able to walk up to the tower's top floor effortlessly, but it seemed that obtaining the magic crystal treasure chest would be more difficult than he had thought. If he had faced such a situation outside of the tower, he could likely rely on Zero Wing and the White Tiger Dojo's members to sneak past the Tyrant's Soul and Wandering Souls. However, they were still stuck outside of the tower, as were the 5 Great Lords under his control. Without his Great Lords and the other players, dodging the Wandering Soul's attacks would be extremely difficult. If the Tyrant's Soul joined the fray, he'd likely die in an instant. Although he had an invulnerability skill, Absolute Domain had a short duration of 10 seconds. Dashing from the edge of the 2nd floor hall to the staircase and ascending to the 3rd floor to open the magic crystal treasure chest in 10 seconds was impossible. Once Absolute Domain's duration ended, the Tyrant's Soul would slap him down. Yet, if he gave up, he'd never retrieve the magic crystal treasure chest. It was even a gold magic crystal treasure chest. He had only heard rumors of such a thing during his previous life. Shi Feng then calmed himself and moved around the hall while observing the Tyrant's Soul and Wandering Souls, hoping to find some angle he could take advantage of. But after watching the monsters for over 10 minutes, he failed to find any opportunities. While he had been watching, the Tyrant's Soul had stood deathly still in front of the spiral staircase. If he attempted to approach the staircase, the mythic-ranked boss would likely discover him with no external factors to take advantage of. Shifeng was forced to flip through his bag, hoping that he'd find something useful. As Shifeng began to consider giving up, he noticed that he still had a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll. He had obtained the scroll from the Purgatory Serpent. As his gaze touched upon the scroll, Shifeng's hopes rekindled. A Tier 3 defensive magic scroll could even block a Tier 4 existence's attacks for a short time. With the scroll and his absolute domain, it wasn't entirely impossible to secure the magic crystal treasure chest. Now, the only problem was the Tyrant's soul's exact strength. If it were too powerful, it wouldn't need much time to break through the defensive magic scroll's barrier, and Shifeng's death would be certain. After considering his options for some time, Shifeng decided that it was worth a try. If he died, he'd lose 1 level at most. 1 level was a small price to pay for a gold magic crystal treasure chest, following which, Shifeng used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger carefully cross to the opposite side of the hall. Meanwhile, Shifeng readied the Tier 3 defensive magic scroll before activating the Aura of Wind's Gale domain and charging forward. When Shifeng was within 100 yards of the Tyrant's soul and Wandering Souls, a cold glint flashed in the 10 monsters' eyes. They charged at Shifeng like ferocious beasts. The Tyrant's soul moved like lightning. Before Shifeng had even crossed 5 yards, the mythic monster had appeared before him. The Gossamer boss had already conjured a blue lightning blade in its right hand and swung it down toward Shifeng. Chapter 1627, Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. Chapter 1627, Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. So fast. Shifeng's complexion darkened when he saw the Tyrant's soul appear before him suddenly. Although he had long since known that he was no match for a level 80 mythic monster, he had never imagined that the Tyrant's soul would be so agile. Despite his dark iron bloodline, he could only barely catch a glimpse of the Tyrant's soul's moving figure. Meanwhile, the Tyrant's soul did not give Shifeng any opportunity to defend himself as it gathered mana in its right hand and molded it into a blade of lightning. It then swung the blue lightning blade down at Shifeng. The lightning blade tore through the air effortlessly, producing not a single sound as it descended on Shifeng. Or to put it in another way, the lightning blade moved so swiftly that even the sound it generated could not keep up with it. Shifeng immediately understood that it was already too late for him to defend himself using his swords. Yet, if he allowed the lightning blade to land on him, he would die without a doubt. At the critical moment, he used Divine Steps, 10 doppelgangers of himself splitting out from his body. Then, he promptly switched positions with one of his doppelgangers. The moment Shifeng was done switching positions, the doppelganger he had swapped with got split in half by the Tyrant's soul. The lightning blade also left a thin crack beneath the doppelganger's feet, the crack extending 50 yards. Only a brief moment later did the sound of air being torn apart enter his ears. For a moment, Shifeng was even under the illusion that the Tyrant's soul's attack had split the entire second floor in half. Right then, when Shifeng looked at the Tyrant's soul, which was clad in a set of dark gold-colored runic armor with a pitch-black crown on its head, he could not help but doubt it was actually a mythic monster. Mythic monsters were indeed powerful and possessed superb basic attributes. However, in terms of combat standards, most were on par with ordinary experts, who were only capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor. However, through that single attack, Shifeng could tell that the Tyrant's soul was already close to reaching the refinement realm standard. It had no excess actions in its movements. Including the absolute speed it possessed, the Tyrant's soul could slaughter even a party of Tier 3 experts of the same level. If not for Divine Steps, he would have no doubt been killed instantly just now. Not daring to waste any time, Shifeng immediately dashed towards the spiral staircase while having his 10 doppelgangers distract the Tyrant's soul. Although the doppelgangers summoned using Divine Steps were incapable of attacking, they were also invulnerable. No matter how the Tyrant's soul attacked them, they would remain unaffected. Hence, they definitely had a chance to delay the Tyrant's soul for a brief moment. After all, regardless of how powerful a monster was, their intellect was still far from comparable to NPCs, much less to players in the blink of an eye. Shifeng had shaken the Tyrant's soul off his tail. However, after he moved forward for just a few steps, the 9 wandering souls reached him. Even Shifeng would be troubled when pitted against 9 level 80 Grand Lords. Fortunately, unlike the Tyrant's soul, which remained basically unaffected by Shifeng's Gale domain, the Wandering Souls had. Their movement speeds reduced considerably. In addition, Gale domain boosted Shifeng's speed significantly. Purely in terms of movement speed, Shifeng was superior to the Wandering Souls. Hence, he could evade the attack trajectories of the Wandering Souls relatively easily. For safety's sake, though, he still activated Defensive Blade. Although the combat standards of the 9 Wandering Souls were far from comparable to the Tyrant Souls, these were still at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Ordinary experts would still get killed instantly if they went up against the Grand Lord. Shifeng was only relying on his advantage in speed and his grasp of his surroundings to just barely dodge the attacks of the Wandering Souls. However, as the Wandering Souls outnumbered him greatly, even he could avoid only a portion of the attacks sent at him. He had to rely on Defensive Blade to block the rest. Following which, Defensive Blade's block count continuously decreased as Shifeng neared the spiral staircase 10 times. 8 times. 5 times. When Defensive Blade's block count was close to depleted, Shifeng was still over 20 yards away from the staircase. At this time, the 9 Wandering Souls gave up on trying to engage Shifeng in a melee and switched to spells to attack him suddenly. Dozens of Shadow Blades formed in midair. They even know Shadow Sanctions, the fastest Tier 3 spell available. Shifeng frowned. There were weak spells and strong spells. Likewise, there were slow spells and fast spells. Shadow Sanctions was the fastest Tier 3 spell available in the game. Although it packed a weak punch and barely dealt any damage against monsters and players of the same level and tier, when used against a player that was inferior in terms of both levels and tiers, it could easily become a lethal spell. Not to mention, all 9 Wandering Souls were using the same spell. Even a Tier 3 player of the same level would get killed if they were careless. In the next moment, under the control of the Wandering Souls, the dozens of Shadow Blades flew toward Shifeng. Shio. Just when the Shadow Blades were about to reach Shifeng, he switched positions with the doppelganger he summoned using Phantom Kill and appeared on the other side of the spiral staircase. As for his doppelganger, the numerous Shadow Blades instantly annihilated it. 1. Shifeng felt extremely fortunate that he had not tried to defend against those Shadow Blades. The only way he could have blocked all those attacks just now was with Absolute Domain. However, if he wasted Absolute Domain here, even if he managed to reach the Magic Crystal treasure chest later, he would be powerless to do anything about it. After killing his doppelganger, the Wandering Souls charged at Shifeng's real body once again. However, they were too far away. By the time the Wandering Souls arrived at the spiral staircase, he was already halfway up. Since Shifeng's movement speed originally surpassed that of the Wandering Souls, despite the Grand Lords giving their all into chasing him, the distance between them only widened. Shortly after, Shifeng arrived at the top floor of the tower. Sure enough, it isn't locked. Shifeng grew ecstatic when he saw the Magic Crystal treasure chest placed in the middle of the top floor. Previously, he couldn't determine whether the treasure chest was locked or not. From what he knew of Magic Crystal treasure chests, they were never locked. However, those treasure chests all had silver runes carved on them. Hence, he had not been certain that gold Magic Crystal treasure chests wouldn't have locks. By the time Shifeng got to the treasure chest, the 9 Wandering Souls had just arrived on the top floor. When the Grand Lords noticed Shifeng's location, they let loose an angry outcry that echoed throughout the entire tower. Even the Zero Wing members and White Tiger Dojo disciples resting over 100 yards away from the tower could not help but shudder at the Grand Lord's powerful roars. What's going on? Quick, look! The guild leader has already arrived before the treasure chest. Wait, there seem to be monsters. What? Those are 9 level 80 Grand Lords. Everyone's eyes widened when they looked at the Wandering Souls chasing after Shifeng. Initially, they had felt excited at his obtaining the Magic Crystal treasure chest. Now, they only felt sympathy for him. Even if their entire team of nearly 700 players went up against one Wandering Soul, they would not be able to make the Grand Lord break a sweat. Yet, now, 9 of these level 80 Grand Lords had actually appeared at the same time. Who could possibly stop them? When the Wandering Souls were less than 10 yards away from Shifeng, his lips suddenly curled up in a smile. Activate. Triple Flame Barrier. In the next moment, Shifeng unfurled the Tier 3 magic scroll in his hand and completed the activation chant. Suddenly, emerald flames emerged from the ground around Shifeng and formed a pyramid that enveloped him completely. When the 9 wandering souls bombarded Shifeng with spells, their spells were all burnt into oblivion by the emerald flames. When the weapons the wandering souls wielded clashed against the flame pyramid, they immediately melted under the high temperatures of the flames. The might of the triple flame barrier exceeded Shifeng's expectations entirely, following which, Shifeng started opening the magic crystal treasure chest. The triple flame barrier lasted 30 seconds. Normally, that should be just enough time to activate a treasure chest. When Shifeng clicked on the magic crystal treasure chest, the loading bar that appeared before him showed that it would take 30 seconds to open the treasure chest. Upon seeing this, he breathed out a sigh of relief. However, 3 seconds into the activation process, a flash of lightning appeared at the spiral staircase. When the lightning disappeared, the figure of the Tyrant's soul appeared. At this moment, the Tyrant's soul's eyes were releasing scorching flames, its entire body wreathed in golden arcs of electricity. As soon as the Tyrant's soul appeared, it immediately began chanting an incantation while writing divine runes in the air. In the next moment, a magic array with a 100-yard radius formed in the sky above the Tyrant's soul. Several plasma balls the size of hills started coalescing below the magic array. Under the mythic monster's guidance, the plasma balls then rained down on Shifeng one after another. Chapter 1628, Tyrant. Chapter 1628, Tyrant. What with the appearance of the massive magic array and the hill-sized plasma balls that blotted out the sky above the tower, it felt as if Armageddon had descended. Loud crackling sounds echoed throughout the space around the White Tower. The frightening pressure from the massive magic array made the hearts of the players standing below the tower palpitate, their breathing becoming somewhat stifled. When the crowd below the tower saw the Tyrant's soul, which hovered in midair, their mouths gaped in shock. A mythic. That's a mythic monster. We're doomed. Why is there such a powerful monster here? Whether it was Zero Wing's internal members or the White Tiger Dojo's disciples, they rarely ever raided dungeons, much less fought against incomparably powerful bosses. The strongest monster they'd fought against thus far was the Purgatory Serpent. Meanwhile, just the Purgatory Serpent alone had already made them despair. Their reaction to the mythic monster before them went without saying. Looking at the Tyrant's soul, although everyone knew that the mythic monster's target wasn't them, their minds still could not help but conceive the thought of turning around and fleeing. Meanwhile, when Shifeng looked at the descending plasma balls, his complexion darkened significantly. Although he had long since known that his doppelgangers could only delay the Tyrant's soul for a short time, he had not expected the mythic monster to be ruthless enough to use Thunder Plasma, a Tier 4 spell. As soon as it appeared, Tier 4 spells originally already possessed frightening destructive power, but Thunder Plasma was even one of the top-ranking Tier 4 spells available in the game. The spell's power was very close to rivaling that of a Tier 4 curse. Even Tier 4 monsters would be heavily injured if struck by this spell at this moment. However, it was already too late for Shifeng to do anything about the situation. While activating a treasure chest, players were not allowed to move away. As long as they shifted their position, they would have to redo the activation process. Not to mention, now that the plasma balls were already descending on him, he wouldn't be able to escape getting struck unless he moved out of the spell's 100-yard radius AoE. In the next moment, numerous plasma balls bombarded the triple flame barrier one after another. Boom. 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 Each time a plasma ball landed on the triple flame barrier, the emerald flame pyramid trembled violently. With each subsequent blast, the emerald flames also weakened. The sound of each impact echoed throughout the lost town. The intense shockwaves created were palpable even for the crowd standing over 100 yards away from the tower. Thunder Plasma lasted for a total of 6 seconds. By the time the spell ended, cracks had appeared in the formerly sturdy triple flame barrier. The emerald flames had also dimmed considerably. Upon seeing that the triple flame barrier was still standing, Shifeng could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. As expected of a spell known for having power approaching that of Tier 4 curses, its might really is frightening. After taking a glance at the triple flame barrier's remaining duration, Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly. The barrier originally should have been able to last 30 seconds. Only a few seconds had passed since he activated it, yet after the bombardment from Thunder Plasma, the system actually notified him that the triple flame barrier's remaining duration was just 12 seconds. Despite the triple flame barrier's duration remaining completely unaffected even when receiving the assault of the Wandering Souls, a single attack from the Tyrant's soul had depleted the barrier's energy so significantly if the Tyrant's soul executed another attack of similar power, the triple flame barrier would definitely break. Fortunately, Thunder Plasma was a spell with a very long cooldown. Even if the Tyrant's soul was a mythic monster, it wouldn't be able to use Thunder Plasma again anytime soon. However, even while Shifeng was having such thoughts, the Tyrant's soul began chanting an incantation and writing divine runes once again. Compared to when it was casting Thunder Plasma, the Tyrant's soul spent much more time casting this spell. It invested a total of 6 seconds into it. After the mythic monster was done chanting, a new magic array appeared in the space above the tower. Although this magic array's AoE was not as large as Thunder Plasma's magic array, it was a bona fide twofold magic array, a silver magic array and a pitch-black magic array. As the two magic arrays intermingled, they sucked the lost town dry of its ambient mana. For a moment, everyone inside the town felt their perception and vision blur. Is there a need to be so desperate? Shifeng was at a loss for words when he saw the twofold magic array in the Sky Tier 4 curse, Thunder God's Annihilation. Although the curse's AoE was much smaller, in terms of power, it was much stronger than even ordinary Tier 5 spells. Even Tier 5 creatures would dread this curse. They would definitely sustain severe injuries if struck by it. In the next moment, the two magic arrays transformed into a ball of black and white light. Arcs of electricity also wreathed the ball of light. As the ball of light descended, it was as if the space surrounding it froze. At this moment, the Tyrant's soul also abruptly revealed a human-like sneer as it looked at Shifeng as if it was saying, "What else can you do?" At this moment, even if Shifeng was a fool, he could tell that the triple flame barrier wouldn't be able to endure this apocalyptic attack. Gritting his teeth, he immediately took out a crimson elemental source and set it in the heart of the triple flame barrier's magic array. Elemental sources had many uses, with their main purpose being the creation of elemental weapons. However, Shifeng could not care less right now. If he wanted to have any chance to acquire the magic crystal treasure chest, his only choice was to use the fire-type elemental source. If he failed today, obtaining the treasure chest would definitely become much harder in the future. In God's domain, monsters, particularly high-tiered monsters, all possessed a certain degree of intellect. If he failed to obtain the treasure chest today, the Tyrant's soul would definitely guard the treasure chest much more strictly on his next visit. After going through so many difficulties to get to this point, Shifeng had no intention of giving up just like that. As the refined energy of the elemental source flowed into the triple flame barrier, the previously dim, emerald flames flared up. Moreover, the color of the flames even transformed from emerald to white-hot. Now, the flame pyramid looked more like a dazzling sun brightly illuminating the entire lost town. When the ball of black and white light crashed into the triple flame barrier, the resulting impact shook the entire white tower. Even the players standing 100 yards away from the tower were sent flying over 10 yards, their bodies fell to the ground one after another. Shocked expressions filled everyone's faces as they stared at the clash of lightning and flames above the tower. The White Tiger Dojo disciples, in particular, suddenly felt as if they were living in an entirely different world from Shifeng. At the same time, they also came to have a new understanding of the battles in God's domain. Before, they thought that it was already plenty amazing that players could conduct superhuman battles in the game. However, the battle they were witnessing now could no longer be considered to be a player's battle. Instead, it was more like a battle between two apocalyptic beasts. A simple exchange between these beasts could easily deform the surrounding terrain. As the seconds passed by, the dazzling triple flame barrier began fading. The lost town returned to its dimly illuminated state. Fortunately, the ball of black and white light also started decreasing in size. After nearly 10 seconds had gone by, the ball of light disappeared. Meanwhile, the flame pyramid created by the triple flame barrier had also reverted to an emerald color. Shifeng breathed out a deep sigh of relief after seeing this situation. Fortunately, he had brought along elemental sources with him, which allowed him to strengthen the Tier 3 triple flame barrier, letting it possess the might of a Tier 4 defensive spell. However, the Tyrant's Soul's Thunder God's annihilation had also depleted the elemental source's energy completely. Although the elemental source's power was exhausted, the triple flame barrier's duration had also recovered to its normal state. It would now last him until the activation process of the treasure chest was over. However, the Tyrant's Soul did not stop attacking despite the failure of its second attack. It immediately started preparing another Tier 4 spell to bombard Shifeng with. The number of Tier 4 spells the mythic monster grasped astonished even Shifeng. The Tyrant's Soul possessed not only an extremely high combat standard but also many Tier 4 spells. Against such a monster, even a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts of the same level would get routed. Fortunately, the triple flame barrier endured the Tyrant's Soul's third attack without faltering. Eventually, when the Emerald Flame Pyramid disappeared, the magic crystal treasure chest also opened. Seeing the treasure chest open infuriated the Tyrant's Soul. Its body started to release pitch-black fog. Then, the mythic monster charged at Shifeng with the speed of lightning. Shifeng activated Absolute Domain without hesitation. Without even looking, he frantically plucked items from inside the treasure chest and placed them in his bag. The Tyrant's Soul could not help but bellow in rage at this scene. This time, though, the mythic monster did not gather mana and summon a lightning blade to its hand. Instead, it unsheathed a rusted longsword hung around its waist. Although this longsword looked very ordinary, space tore apart wherever the edge of this longsword crossed. The Tyrant's Soul swung the longsword down at Shifeng ruthlessly. Chapter 1629, Saint Weapon. Chapter 1629, Saint Weapon. Shifeng's complexion darkened at the sight of the rusted longsword descending towards him. Although Tier 4 existences were capable of tearing apart space with their attacks, this required a considerable amount of effort. Yet, the Tyrant's Soul's rusted longsword achieved this feat with seemingly no effort on the mythic monster's part. This meant that every one of the Tyrant's Soul's normal attacks would carry power equivalent to that of an ordinary mythic monster executing an all-out attack. As the rusted longsword descended, a black seam cut at the golden barrier that appeared around Shifeng. Boom. Along with a loud boom, a powerful gale surged into the tower's surroundings. The players standing outside the tower lost their footing once more. What kind of monster is this? Is a mythic monster really that powerful? Everyone could not help but gape in shock as they gazed up at the Tyrant's Soul. Just the shockwave from one of the Tyrant's Soul's attacks reduced them to such a miserable state. If they fought the mythic monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the dust above the tower settled, Shifeng, who had activated Absolute Domain, emerged, apparently intact. However, the impact resulting from the attack had driven him back several steps before he could stabilize himself. What is that sword? Shifeng wore a grim expression as he stared at the Tyrant's Soul's longsword. Although Absolute Domain was an invulnerability skill, there was no true invulnerability in God's domain. Even so, Absolute Domain should have no problem blocking Tier 4 attacks. Yet, against the Tyrant's Soul's longsword, Absolute Domain was no longer absolute. Absolute Domain created a protective barrier made up of divine runes around his body. Meanwhile, the moment the rusted longsword collided with the protective barrier, Shifeng had clearly seen the rusted longsword moving roughly an inch into the barrier, deforming it. The intense impact had even forced him to retreat by 4 steps. This was something Shifeng had never seen happen before. Not waiting for Shifeng to make a move, the Tyrant's Soul immediately brandished its rusted longsword again. Suddenly, several black seams extended towards him. Previously, one black seam had been enough to drive Shifeng back by several steps already. When multiple black seams descended on him simultaneously, he suddenly felt death looming over him. Without hesitation, he activated Disintegration Field to suppress the Tyrant's Soul. Although the domain skill had little effect on mythic monsters, it could still reduce the Tyrant's Soul's basic attributes slightly, following which, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, instantly disappearing from his original location, appearing slightly closer to the Tyrant's Soul, and narrowly avoiding the several spatial tier attacks. Although Instant Strike increased both his damage and attack speed drastically, Shifeng had no intention of clashing with the Tyrant's Soul. Instead, he turned around and continued looting the magic crystal treasure chest. The treasure chest held many items. However, since he did not know which one was the most valuable, he simply picked up as many as he could. In the blink of an eye, 2 more items entered his bag. Upon seeing this, the tyrant's soul became even more enraged and brandished its rusted sword again. The tyrant's soul's attack speed was extremely fast. Even Shifeng could not dodge the mythic monster's attacks in time. Knowing this, he decided not to dodge and allowed the tyrant's soul to attack him as it wished while he continued looting the treasure chest. Right now, every additional item he obtained counted. Boom. 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 Beneath the bombardment, Shifeng got pushed aside time after time. As a result of receiving multiple powerful attacks in quick succession, the duration of the protective shield, which should have lasted 10 seconds, decreased significantly. Regardless, Shifeng persisted in looting the treasure chest. Despicable thief. You dare take my family's treasures? I will turn you into ashes, the tyrant's soul bellowed. In the next moment, the black fog its body emitted merged with the rusted longsword. Suddenly, silver divine runes started appearing along the rusted blade of the longsword. Although the blade looked very ordinary, the instant the runes on the silver blade lit up, Shifeng, who was heading towards the treasure chest once again after being blown away, abruptly halted in his tracks. He then instinctively retreated a step. Death. Shifeng saw his death when he looked at the silver longsword. Moreover, this wasn't any ordinary death. For a moment, he felt that, should he take another step forward, he would thoroughly disappear from God's domain. Meanwhile, when the tyrant's soul looked at Shifeng now, although its complexion had paled considerably and it appeared quite fatigued, absolute confidence filled its eyes. It was as if it knew that at this moment, nothing could stop its attack. Not good. Shifeng suddenly thought of a certain matter, his complexion turning ashen instantly. He hastily switched to the aura of space and activated space movement, opening a spatial tunnel before him. Despite absolute domain having another 3 seconds left, he jumped into the spatial tunnel without hesitation. As soon as Shifeng jumped into the spatial tunnel, the tyrant's soul arrived before the tunnel and slashed its longsword at the tunnel. When the longsword descended, the clouds a long distance away split apart. Likewise, the spatial tunnel, which the silver longsword had made direct contact with, was cut in half. What kind of attack is that? When the far-off members of Zero Wing and the White Tiger Dojo saw the massive tear in space that had appeared above the tower as well as the bisected spatial tunnel, their eyes nearly fell out of their own sockets. A spatial tunnel was created by opening a hole in space. Yet, the tyrant's soul had actually managed to slice even the spatial tunnel in half. Meanwhile, after the spatial tunnel was cut in two, it instantly disappeared into nothingness. Despicable thief. I will never let you get away. The tyrant's soul bellowed in rage when it saw Shifeng escaping successfully, its voice echoing throughout the lost town. When the members of Zero Wing and White Tiger Dojo, who stood at a distance, felt the killing intent the tyrant's soul radiated, they felt as if their bodies had petrified. They did not dare to move even in the slightest. Meanwhile, beside a flowing stream located in a map neighboring the Boneless Land, Shifeng suddenly appeared. The moment he exited the spatial tunnel, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. That was close. He had very nearly lost everything as expected of the guardian of a gold magic crystal treasure chest. It actually possesses even a saint weapon. When Shifeng recalled the tyrant's soul's final attack, he could not help but shudder in fear. Previously, he had failed to detect what made the tyrant's soul's longsword so special. He simply felt that it was a very powerful weapon. However, the moment he saw the divine runes on the silver longsword lighting up as well as sensed the monstrous amounts of mana the weapon exuded. Aside from a tier 5 mana weapon, he really could not figure out what other weapons could replicate such a feat. Mana weapons were originally meant to suck dry the potential of their raw materials and exhibit power beyond one's imagination. However, the higher tiered a mana weapon was, the more difficult it was to produce it. Among them, Tier 3 mana weapons were labeled as higher order mana weapons, while Tier 5 mana weapons were labeled as saint weapons. Needless to say, saint weapons were exceedingly rare in God's domain, so much so that their rarity rivaled that of legendary weapons in the past. He had seen the battle video of a Tier 5 expert wielding a Saint weapon against a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. When the Tier 5 expert invested all his power into his Saint weapon for an all-out attack, silver divine runes had appeared on the Saint weapon. Back then, even the Tier 6 God-ranked expert had to go full bore to repulse the Saint weapon's attack. One could just imagine how powerful Saint weapons were. Had he been killed by the Tyrant Soul's attack just now, he definitely wouldn't have lost only a single level. Most likely, even his immortal soul would have been annihilated. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and left in time. Meanwhile, just as Shifeng was about to celebrate, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, you have angered the Tyrant's soul. The Tyrant's soul has used soul pursuit on you and will send a soul doppelganger after you once every day. Chapter 1630, Abundant Harvest. Chapter 1630, Abundant Harvest. Shifeng could not help but frown as he read the system notification. Soul pursuit was a type of curse. It was one of the most common in God's domain and very challenging to deal with. Regardless of where players were, the user's soul doppelganger would appear beside them. Shifeng was already familiar with the Tyrant's soul's power. The fact that it wielded a Saint weapon put its attack power on par with ordinary Tier 5 classes. If it really came down to a fight, even a 100-man Tier 3 team of the same level would have to use special means to take the mythic monster down. Current players simply had no hope against the Tyrant's soul. Although Soul Doppelganger wasn't as powerful as the main body during the first few appearances, it would grow stronger with each attempt to slay the target until it eventually rivaled its user. There were two ways to resolve this type of curse. The first was to kill the main body, while the second was to kill the final Soul Doppelganger, which would be as strong as the main body. There were no other ways to stop soul pursuit. Clearly, the first method was impossible for Shifeng right now, and the second would require a long, arduous battle with the Tyrant's soul, would only complicate his future development. As Shifeng tried to think of a way to deal with the Tyrant's soul's persistent pursuit, his head began to ache. If the Soul Doppelganger only showed up once every 3 or 5 days, he could cope, but he hadn't expected the Tyrant's soul's curse to hound him once every day. In other words, he would have to defeat the Tyrant's soul's Soul Doppelganger once every day. Moreover, it would appear at random. Although he could hide in an NPC city and let the city's guards deal with the Tyrant's soul's doppelganger, he wouldn't accomplish anything if he did. Shifeng could only shake his head with a bitter smile about his situation. He had never thought that looting a magic crystal treasure chest would be so problematic. The most frustrating part was that he had only managed to grab 5 items from the magic crystal treasure chest. The chest contained at least another 5 or 6 items. Had he collected all of the items, he wouldn't have minded the Tyrant's soul's hunt, yet he had to avoid the Soul Doppelganger despite only claiming half of the treasure chest's items. But Shifeng didn't give the matter too much thought. Instead, he instructed Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples to leave the lost town and wait for his arrival. Meanwhile, he examined the items he had acquired from the treasure chest in his previous life. He had heard countless rumors about gold magic crystal treasure chests' loot even surpassing the quality of items in epic treasure chests. However, since the 12 sacred elementalists, Chaos Star had been the only known player to obtain a gold magic crystal treasure chest and had never divulged any information about his bounty. These rumors had been nothing more than that, just rumors. After Shifeng inspected the contents of his bag space, an excited expression illuminated his features, quickly replaced by one of utter shock. So, this is a gold magic crystal treasure chest. Shifeng was elated as he gazed at the 5 new items in his bag. 3 of the 5 items were pieces of equipment. One was an epic plate armor helmet called the Trembling Crown, and another was an epic shield named Trembling Shield. Both pieces of epic equipment belonged to the Trembling set, a bona fide epic ranked set equipment. When a player equipped 2 pieces of this set, the user would receive a passive skill called Tough Body, which increased the player's endurance and physique by 10% while reducing incoming damage by 20%. In epic set equipment, acquiring a single epic weapon or piece of equipment was already difficult for God's Domain's current superpowers, not to mention epic set equipment. Even 10 years after God's Domain's launch, epic set equipment had been considered the best available in the game. After all, fragmented legendary and legendary items were simply too rare. Even though Shifeng only had 2 pieces of the Trembling set, the effects these pieces provided would significantly improve a player's combat power. If one of the guild's MTs equipped these 2 pieces, their combat power would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. Needless to say, the stronger the guild's MTs were, the more they'd benefit the guild's development. Every guild needed powerful MTs to tank dungeon and field bosses, and if the guild didn't have an MT that could handle the task, it would never complete the raid. However, of the 3 pieces of equipment Shifeng had looted, the 3rd piece truly surprised him. The 3rd piece of equipment was a Tier 3 mana weapon. Unfortunately, the Tier 3 mana weapon was a 2-handed sword, not a 1-handed sword. Edgeless Blade, 2-handed sword, Tier 3 mana weapon. Equipment requirement, Tier 2. Attack power, 240% of strength. All attributes, increases according to user's level and tier. When equipped, user's body will transform into a mana body, gathering nearby mana to them and strengthening their perception. Improves physique by 15%. Increases strength by 40%, agility by 30%, endurance by 20%. Increases critical rate by 10%. Decreases stamina consumption by 15%. Increases the power of all skills by 20%. Ignore levels plus 15 durability 220/220. Additional passive skill dash. Mana strengthening, provides additional basic attributes to the user depending on the density of the ambient mana. The higher the ambient mana density is, the higher the basic attributes provided will be. Basic attributes can increase to a maximum of 20% additional active skill dash. Limit Blade, by absorbing the user's power and sacrificing a fraction of the weapon's durability, the Edgeless Blade will increase the user's strength attribute by 200% for 1 attack. Each attack costs 1 durability. As this sword is a mana weapon, it cannot be repaired. Weapon will automatically disappear when durability reaches 0. A Tier 3 mana weapon could even provide a tremendous boost to Tier 3 players, and although it was a consumable item, it was even more valuable than epic weapons. The weapon's sole active skill, Limit Blade, was particularly valuable. Although the 200% increase in strength didn't seem much compared to its significant cost, the weapon's attack power was based on the user's strength. Hence, the 200% increase to strength provided a formidable boost to the user's destructive power. If a Tier 3 player equipped this weapon, they could even stand against Tier 4 opponents of the same level. Epic weapons had no chance of achieving such a feat. However, the Edgeless Blade was only the 3rd most valuable of the items Shifeng had obtained. The 2nd most valuable item was a Tier 3 combination skill called Fiery Thunderstorm, which required 5 magical class players to perform. This combination skill could even rival a Tier 4 spell. Guilds wouldn't even sell a combination skill of this power for 100,000 magic crystals. After all, the skill that could be a trump card when challenging Tier 4 mythic monsters. Tier 4 magic scrolls were extremely rare in God's domain, but combination skills could be used indefinitely, and such scrolls could never compare to the value of Fiery Thunderstorm. Unfortunately, Fiery Thunderstorm was a single-target spell, not a large-scale destruction spell. Even so, Shifeng was quite satisfied to find this spell in his bag. At the very least, he now had a weapon to deal with Tier 4 mythic monsters. The last of the 5 items was a unique crystal. It was also what shocked Shifeng the most. A burning, purple flame danced within this crystal, and arcs of golden electricity flickered around the flame. The purple flame radiated an intensely tyrannical aura, and Shifeng shuddered as he gazed at it. This flame was also an item Shifeng had been looking for a long time now. It was a Tier 3 mysterious flame called the Purple Thunder Flame. Chapter 1631, Tier 3 Mysterious Flame. Chapter 1631, Tier 3 Mysterious Flame. The crystal-encased, dark purple flame was extremely eye-catching in Shifeng's bag. Space IV really struck gold this time. Shifeng was overjoyed as he gazed at the purple thunder flame. This flame was easily worth more than the other items he had obtained from the magic crystal treasure chest combined. Players would only encounter a Tier 3 mysterious flame if they were lucky enough, and even Shifeng only knew the whereabouts of a small number of them. Moreover, every one of them was exceedingly difficult to obtain. Countless guilds had waged war over mysterious flames in the past. Even super guilds had gone all out to slaughter each other over tier 3 mysterious flames. The stronger a mysterious flame was, the more it would help forger and alchemist subclasses. These tools would help forgers and alchemists produce high-rank items with ease. Shifeng had never expected that, despite only looting half of the gold magic crystal treasure chest's items, he'd actually acquire a tier 3 mysterious flame. If he looted the rest of the treasure chest's items, how great would his harvest be? Now, Shifeng more or less understood why the Tyrant's soul was so desperate to hunt him down. After all, a tier 3 mysterious flame was even more valuable than epic items, and aside from being able to refine materials, mysterious flames could also improve a player's strength in combat. Why would the system let him get away with obtaining one so easily? To Shifeng, a tier 3 mysterious flame was also a life-saving item. With this tier 3 mysterious flame, I can buy myself some more time. Shifeng smiled at the purple thunder flame. The curse the mysterious NPC had placed on him back in Blackwing City could only be suppressed with a mysterious flame. Unfortunately, the tier 2 ice blue devil flame was too weak, only able to delay the curse's activation for a limited amount of time. Initially, Shifeng had planned to take the risk and obtain one of the tier 2 or 3 mysterious flames he remembered from his past when he had time, but now, he didn't need to as long as he absorbed the tier 3 purple thunder flame and merged it with the soul flame, he'd have better control over the soul flame. He would then have more time to locate the mysterious NPC and complete the quest Shirlin had given him. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng tapped on the purple thunder flame and chose to bind it to himself. The moment he did so, the crystal containing the purple thunder flame shattered. The dark purple flame entered Shifeng's body, and purple fire devoured his entire body. Arcs of blue electricity flickered around him as a stinging pain assaulted every inch of his body. Shortly after, a loading bar appeared before Shifeng, displaying the fusion process. 1%. 2%. 3%. The fusion was extremely slow. If an ordinary player attempted to merge with this mysterious flame, their mind might crumble under the intense pain after just a short moment. While players had the option of lowering or turning off their pain sensitivity in the game, doing so would sabotage the fusion process. Fortunately, after over 10 years in God's domain, Shifeng had acclimated to the pain. Even so, it was barely tolerable as the fusion process continued. As time passed, the pain's intensity increased, but something felt different about this fusion to Shifeng. Aside from the increased pain, it felt as if the flames refined his body as they continued to burn him. There was a pleasant feeling alongside the pain. As the pain grew worse, his perception sharpened. This surprised Shifeng. He had never heard of mysterious flames strengthening a player's perception and physique. Had the players in his previous life known that tier 3 mysterious flames could do such a thing, every expert in the game would have gone mad to acquire one for themselves. Stronger perception would undoubtedly improve players' combat standards, and it would only become more beneficial as they reached for higher tiers. Otherwise, God's domain's experts wouldn't have regarded bloodlines and fragmented legendary items so highly. After 20 minutes of the fusion process, Shifeng heard a series of system notifications. System: the purple thunder flame has bound to player Yifeng. System: the purple thunder flame's fusion has completed. After undergoing the purple thunder flame's trial, player gains plus 60 to all basic attributes, physique improved by 5%, reaction speed increased by 10%, perception range increased by 10%, fire resistance plus 70, and lightning resistance plus 70. You have also gained 100% control over the purple thunder flame. Following which, Shifeng proceeded to inspect the purple thunder flame itself. When he saw its information, he couldn't help but gasp. Purple thunder flame, tier 3 mysterious flame. When activated, increases movement speed and attack speed by 30%. Increases damage dealt by fire and lightning type attacks by 50%. Increases destructive effect of attacks by 100%. Increases production success rate for forging, alchemy, and cooking by 15%. Feng wasn't surprised by the increase to movement and attack speed, but he had never expected a 100% increase to destructive effects. Although it wouldn't improve players' strength or attack power, the increased destructive effects would be devastating against players and monsters' defense. A player might struggle against a Great Lord's defense normally, but if their attacks had double the destructive effect, they'd be able to break through the Great Lord's defenses and defeat it in far less time. Likewise, such a boost would be miraculous in PvP. It was common knowledge that players mainly relied on their weapons and equipment for strength. Without weapons and equipment, a player's attributes would decrease drastically. Meanwhile, players would be able to deplete the durability of their opponent's weapons and equipment more quickly with increased destructive effect. As for the 15% improvement to production success rate, it was 5% higher than the Tier 2 Ice Blue Devil Flame. Although it was only a difference of 5%, the Tier 3 Purple Thunder Flame's performance when refining high-rank materials would be leaps and bounds better than the weaker Mysterious Flame. If Feng used the Tier 3 Purple Thunder Flame when forging Conqueror's armor, his success rate would skyrocket. After fusing with the Purple Thunder Flame, Feng activated Spatial Gate and regrouped with the rest of his team outside of the Lost Town. Although the Tyrant's soul had used Soul Pursuit on him, Feng discovered that the Tyrant's soul itself couldn't leave the White Tower after a few experiments. This outcome allowed Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, he wouldn't have to lead his team elsewhere to grind and level up. After regrouping with his team, he continued to kill the demonic creatures in the Lost Town's inner area, steadily raising everyone's levels while grinding for mana and Eternium ore. After grinding for another 2 days or so, Feng and the others finally cleared out every demonic creature in the Lost Town. The only place they had yet to check was the bottomless pit in the town's center. Meanwhile, after 2 days of grinding, everyone's levels had risen from nearly level 48 to almost level 50. As for Feng, he had invested all of the EXP into leveling Flame Burst and Lightning Edge. Despite being a Tier 2 player, he only had a small number of Tier 2 skills in his arsenal, and if he were forced to rely on Tier 1 skills, he'd never be able to exert the full advantages of a Tier 2 class. Hence, Feng leveled these 2 Tier 1 skills to Tier 2. By doing so, both skills had undergone a qualitative transformation in terms of raw power. Flame Burst. Tier 2, Level 3, requires 1,800,000,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 2, Level 4 skill. Channeling time, 1 second. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 1400% damage to the target. Attack count, 16 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Lightning Edge, Action Type. Tier 2, Level 2, requires 1,600,000,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 2, Level 3. Channeling time, 0.5 seconds. Deals 1200% physical and 1200% lightning damage in a cone in front of user. Initial coverage range is 75 yards. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Tier 2 skills weren't just capable of dealing more raw damage than their Tier 1 counterparts, they'd also be more effective against monsters and players of the same tier. Once these skills rose to Tier 2, they wouldn't be bound by tier suppression. It's about time to show everyone Zero Wing strength. After taking a look at his team members' levels, Feng contacted Aqua Rose and asked, "Aqua, how's the equipment collection coming along?" Chapter 1632, Formation of an Expert Legion. Chapter 1632, Formation of an Expert Legion. Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's residence. A depressing atmosphere filled the massive guild residence. Everyone's minds were overwhelmed by an oppressive feeling, causing them great distress. Big Sis Aqua, we just received news that the Blackwater Corporation has invested another 200,000 gold into Heaven's Burial. The guild has also hired more Refinement Realm experts to hunt us down. They're even beginning to overpower the Conqueror parties we've recalled to defend our leveling maps. Moreover, according to our spies in Heaven's Burial, it seems that Heaven's Burial has obtained another significant harvest from the Primordial Ancient Ruin. Apparently, the guild has collected 2 sets of top-tier intermediate magic array scrolls and plenty of top-tier level 50 weapons and equipment. At this point, they're already preparing to raid a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. Xianxia reported as she stood beside Aqua Rose with a somber expression. Zero Wing had grown stronger over the past few days as more players gathered in Zero Wing City. However, the number of players withdrawing from the guild also continued to increase. They had done so because Zero Wing's members were almost guaranteed to be ambushed whenever they went to the fields to grind. They could have endured if the situation had only lasted 2 or 3 days, but this had continued for over a week already. Everyone in the guild had long since grown tired of it. Their leveling speed and equipment acquisition rate had suffered severely, as well. To make things worse, Heaven's Burial had grown rapidly in every aspect despite the ongoing war. Many Zero Wing members' wills began to falter. They could no longer see any hope of Zero Wing winning this war, and so, many had given up and left while they still could. They were already starting a super large-scale team dungeon raid? Aqua Rose frowned at this point. Many large guilds had already raided level 50, 100-man team dungeon successfully, but not one of them had raided a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. Unfortunately, only these dungeons contained level 50 top-tier equipment and set equipment. If Heaven's Burial obtained the first clear of a super large-scale team dungeon in Star Moon Kingdom, the pressure its success would bring on Zero Wing's members would be crushing. Even if the guild failed to exhaust Zero Wing by obtaining the first clear of a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon, not only would a guild obtain a 3-star guild residence promotion order, but it would also obtain level 50 top-tier weapons and equipment. What was players' purpose of joining a guild? Wasn't it to help them obtain better weapons and equipment while leveling faster? As long as Heaven's Burial succeeded, a ton of experts would try to join the guild. After all, not even independent teams could clear a super large-scale team dungeon. As she watched Heaven's Burial grow stronger by the day, Aqua Rose gradually came to understand how frightening guilds with major corporation support were. With an endless financial supply, a guild could attract as many experts and gain as many resources as it wanted. There was simply no way that Zero Wing, a guild that had been built from nothing, could compete with such guilds. It took everything Zero Wing had just to cope with Heaven's Burial's offensive. Big Sis Aqua, Heaven's Burial has stated that if Zero Wing is willing to hand over 51% of its shares, they'll stop their assault on the guild. If we continue to resist, however, they'll thoroughly obliterate us from God's domain. They've only given us 2 days to consider their offer. Here's a video they sent. Xianxia whispered. What? Aqua Rose had been about to reject the proposal instantly, but after watching the video from Heaven's Burial, her expression turned solemn. The video depicted an army of evil beasts and evil demons. Although the army was not particularly large, only around 30,000 soldiers, it was an unprecedentedly high-quality force. Among the monsters, the army had over 5 level 72 mythic-ranked evil beasts and 20 level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. In addition, the force included a large number of level 70 Great Lord-ranked evil demons. The weakest member of the army was Lord rank. Regarding overall strength, this evil beast and evil demon army was far more powerful than the 2 armies Zero Wing had previously faced. If these monsters took action, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Zero Wing City might fail to stop Themas. Aqua Rose struggled to think of a plan. Shifeng contacted her. Aqua, how's the equipment collection coming along? Shifeng asked. We're almost done. We'll have everything we need in a few more hours, Aqua Rose responded dejectedly. All right. I've finished my task as well. I'll return in a moment. Shifeng nodded in satisfaction, surprised by Aqua Rose's efficiency. Although he hadn't requested level 50 top-tier equipment, only asking for elite-grade equipment, it was still a difficult job. They've already reached level 50? Aqua Rose was stunned. They were talking about nearly 700 players. Before Shifeng had taken them out to grind, Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples had only been around level 30. They had been unimaginably far from level 50. In her opinion, even with Shifeng's astonishing leveling capabilities, he'd still need 2 weeks or so to power level the 700-man team to level 50. Even the most powerful elite members in the various large guilds were only around level 47 right now, and only capable expert players were close to level 50. After all, players needed drastically more EXP to level up after reaching level 45 yet. Shifeng had helped nearly 700 players catch up to peak experts in less than half of the time she had assumed MHM. They've all reached level 50. Some have even reached level 51, Shifeng said, nodding. If not for the lack of demonic creatures around the lost town, he wouldn't have had an issue getting everyone to level 51 or beyond. Aqua Rose was dazed for a long moment after hearing Shifeng's answer. Level 50 was a major turning point in God's domain. Despite Heaven's Burial's massive expert count, the majority of its experts were stuck at level 49, still far from hitting level 50. Although the difference was only one level, the equipment quality was monumental. With the addition of so many level 50 experts, Zero Wing's combat power would rise significantly. However, when Aqua Rose recalled the video Heaven's Burial had sent, her excitement cooled. Guild leader, here is a video Heaven's Burial just sent. They want us to hand over 51% of Zero Wing's shares, or they'll proceed with even more drastic measures to destroy us, Aqua Rose said as she forwarded the video to Shifeng. Against so many high-ranked evil beasts and evil demons, even Zero Wing's additional 700 expert players would be no more than throwing a bucket of water on a forest fire. They've already grown so strong. Shifeng muttered as he watched the evil beasts and evil demons in the video. Although he had expected something like this, he couldn't help his astonishment when he actually saw the real deal. In addition to more than 5 level 72 mythic ranked evil beasts and 20 level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demons, the monster army included more than 1,000 Grand Lord ranked evil beasts and Great Lord ranked evil demons. With such a force, Heaven's Burial would have no problems capturing any guild town in Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1633, Intermediate Ability. Chapter 1633, Intermediate Ability. Have you found out anything new about Starmoon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple? Shifeng could not help but ask as he watched Aqua Rose on the screen. Even he did not have any practical methods to deal with Heaven's Burial's monster army. However, he was not particularly worried about the army, either. The situation in Starmoon Kingdom had changed since their last confrontation. NPC armies constantly patrolled the kingdom right now, and if these NPCs encountered any evil beasts or demons, they'd quickly exterminate these monsters. Hence, Heaven's Burial couldn't dispatch an army of evil beasts and evil demons en masse into the kingdom right now. Otherwise, the enemy guild would have done it already, rather than send a video and try to threaten them. Although the monster army couldn't march into the kingdom, it could dispatch small contingents of high-tiered evil demons to ambush players. Hence, Heaven's Burial's monsters were still quite a problem. If Zero Wing wanted to squash this problem thoroughly, it had to destroy the evil god's temple in Starmoon Kingdom. They've hidden it quite well. Even now, we haven't found any clues leading to the kingdom's evil god's temple yet, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. She continued, moreover, even if Heaven's Burial doesn't mobilize its monster army, at the rate it's growing, it's only a matter of time before the guild overwhelms and crushes us. Based on our most recent information, Blackwater has recently hired another batch of Refinement Realm experts to help hunt our members. It's taking everything we've got just to defend ourselves. If more Refinement Realm experts join the fight, I'm afraid that we won't last very long. In addition, our financial state is particularly concerning. We've already used all of our available funds, and we don't have the support of any major corporation. We're entirely reliant on Zero Wing City, Stone Forest Town, and the Candlelight trading firm's profit to keep the guild running. If something unexpected happens that require those funds, we'll be ruined. She was also aware that Heaven's Burial had merely sent the video to scare them. However, nothing changed the fact that Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's aggression was increasing. Furthermore, Blackwater had recruited plenty of Refinement Realm experts to help in this war using its expansive connections. Initially, Blackwater had sent over 20 Refinement Realm experts to aid Heaven's Burial, and now it was sending an additional 30+ experts. Although the total count was still far less than the Conqueror parties, these Refinement Realm experts would be more than capable of keeping the Conqueror parties busy. With the Conqueror parties distracted, Heaven's Burial's other experts could attack without worry. Because of this, Zero Wing suffered severe casualties. The remuneration the guild paid out every day was astronomical. If any other guild had to pay such a price, it would have long since gone bankrupt, I understand. I'll have everyone return immediately, so your team should get ready to receive them. Also, notify Melancholic and tell her to host an auction in the Zero Wing auction house in 6 hours. We'll sell Zero Wing City's private houses and shops, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Right now, he needed to deal with the guild's financial problems. Although he had tried to think of a way to increase Zero Wing's income, these revenue sources weren't enough to compete with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater Weary selling Zero Wing City's private houses and shops. But, with the current situation, I'm afraid that we'll have trouble selling them for a high price. Aqua Rose understood Shifeng's intentions. In fact, she had considered the same option. However, only a fool wouldn't see the situation of Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing's war. With that in mind, no one would willingly spend a large amount of money to purchase Zero Wing City's private houses and shops. Players might not be interested in these properties at all. If a guild town or city changed hands, any agreements with the previous owner would be null and void. Knowing this, who would possibly want to purchase land in an unstable city? Relax. Even if our situation is uncertain, what must be sold, will be, Shifeng said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. Aqua Rose was speechless. Although what Shifeng had said was true, selling such valuable properties at a discount wasn't worthwhile, following which, Shifeng disconnected the call and had his team use a return scroll to teleport back to White River City. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose did as she had been told immediately. News of Zero Wing auctioning off its city's private houses and shops spread like wildfire throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Even the neighboring kingdoms and empires' major powers heard of the upcoming auction. Ha ha ha. So, Zero Wing is finally selling its city's private houses and shops? It seems that Zero Wing really can't hold on much longer. Zero Wing selling their real estate now? Does Zero Wing take us for fools? When the various major powers saw Zero Wing's announcement, they laughed, ridiculing Zero Wing for falling so low. Zero Wing has finally hit its limit? Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report from a subordinate. Unfortunately, it is too late. They might have found buyers had they chosen to sell the properties a few days ago, but now that Zero Wing's position in this war has become more uncertain, who would be foolish enough to buy the deeds? Notify our subordinates and have them increase their offensive against Zero Wing's members immediately. Also, spread a lie to the public, stating that we intend to attack Zero Wing City. I want to see just who actually attends Zero Wing's auction. Understood. Daybreak Fog nodded before leaving the guild leader's office. Although the various major powers understood that Zero Wing was approaching its end, many would be interested in attending the guild's auction. Aside from Zero Wing's in-house products, items were available from other players in Zero Wing's auctions. There was also the convenient option of bartering. Meanwhile, after exiting White River City's teleportation hall, Shifeng made his way to the library. Although he had already bound the Purple Thunder Flame to himself, he needed the help of a special magic array to fuse it with the Soul Fire, and only Charlene was capable of conjuring this magic array at the same time. Shifeng sent his team to deliver the mana and Eternium ore they collected to the Candlelight trading firm before getting some rest. Aside from the massive amount of EXP they had earned while grinding demonic creatures in the Lost Town, they had gained a plentiful harvest of ores. Moreover, the closer they had gotten to the mysterious pit in the town center, the more ores they had obtained. In total, they had collected over 15,000 pieces of mana ore and over 1,000 pieces of Eternium ore. When Melancholic Smile received the haul, she was dumbfounded. Due to the high demand for mana ore, prices for the ore continued to increase. Before Shifeng had left for the Boneless Land, mana ore had sold for 1 gold, 20 silver per piece. Now, prices had risen to 1 gold, 50 silver per piece. However, even at such a price, very few people were willing to sell their mana ore. Even a large guild like Zero Wing would be fortunate to purchase a few dozen pieces each day. Yet, Shifeng had returned with over 15,000 pieces of mana ore. Even if one robbed a super guild's warehouse, they wouldn't obtain such a bounty. Even if Zero Wing used all of the mana ore to craft mana charms, it would make a massive fortune. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's request was simple: use 5,000 pieces of mana ore to forge mana charms and sell them. Not only would the mana charms fetch a high price, but there was also a solid market for them. With the money the guild earned, it could construct the mana tower in Zero Wing City. The largest problem when constructing a mana tower was the required materials. It required over 5,000 pieces of mana ore alone, in addition to plenty of other precious materials. Fortunately, the construction cost itself was relatively cheap, only 5,000 gold. Meanwhile, on the top floor of White River City's library, with Charlin's help, Shi Feng attempted to merge the Purple Thunder Flame and the Soul Fire. It was far more difficult to merge the Tier 3 Purple Thunder Flame with the Soul Fire than it had been to merge the Tier 2 Ice Blue Devil Flame, since the former was more powerful. He needed more accurate control to wrap the Soul Fire around the Purple Thunder Flame. 1 attempt. 2 attempts. 3 attempts. With each subsequent attempt, Shi Feng grew increasingly adept with the fusion process, so much so that he had improved his control over his own body and his environment. Shi Feng was somewhat surprised at this. He had never thought that he could become stronger while trying to fuse the mysterious flames. He had thought that he had reached his limit and would have to break through to the domain realm to improve further. As Shi Feng attempted his 26th fusion, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have gained rough control over the Soul Fire. You may now utilize the Soul Fire's intermediate abilities. Chapter 1634, Soul Fire's New Abilities. Chapter 1634, Soul Fire's New Abilities. Not even a Tier 3 Mysterious Flame is enough for me to gain full control of the Soul Fire? Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the system notification. Tier 3 Mysterious Flames were exceedingly rare in God's domain. As far as Shi Feng knew, there should only be one Tier 3 Mysterious Flame in Star Moon Kingdom. When this mysterious flame had appeared in his previous life, practically every large guild in the kingdom had fought over it. Yet, despite fusing such a rare mysterious flame, he still didn't have full control of the Soul Fire. At this point, Shi Feng began to wonder if there was a high chance that the Soul Fire was actually a Tier 4 Mysterious Flame. Shi Feng had only ever heard of Tier 4 Mysterious Flames in God's domain's legends. The power of such a flame alone would be more than enough to injure a Tier 4 existence severely. With the Soul Fire's unique ability to burn a target's soul to nothing, it would be a terrifying weapon against both monsters and players. This was especially true for players. The immortal soul was the root of players' existence in God's domain. In NPC's eyes, players were only able to resurrect after death due to their immortal souls. If a player's immortal soul were extinguished, that player would be finished. However, it was extremely difficult to destroy a player's immortal soul. Hence, the Soul Fire should only be capable of damaging a player's immortal soul. Even so, it would be more than enough to prevent the target from logging into God's domain for some time. It would be a nightmare for any expert player. After all, in God's domain, one either improved or regressed. The game had countless players, and not being able to log in for several days would cause one to fall behind their rivals. Not bad. You've actually fused the Purple Thunder Flame so quickly. With your current control over the Soul Fire, you can weaken the Soul Chain's corrosion further. Locating that mysterious individual should become much easier, Charlin said, chuckling at Shi Feng. However, you must still be careful. Although you've extended your time limit to 108 days after fusing with a Tier 3 Mysterious Flame, God's domain is very large. It might seem like a lot of time, but in reality, it isn't. It is best if you locate a few more Tier 3 Mysterious Flames during this time. That way, you'll gain better control over the Soul Fire. I only have 108 days. Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he heard Charlin's warning. He had hoped to extend his time limit by a year or so after absorbing a Tier 3 Mysterious Flame, yet the system had only given him a small extension, and just as Charlin had said, locating that mysterious Tier 5 NPC would not be an easy task. He had no clues leading to the NPC either. He could only rely on the Soul Chain. Moreover, this was a legendary quest. In general, Quests of this rank couldn't be completed within a short period. After pondering the situation for a moment, Shifeng calmed down. After all was said and done, the purple thunder flame had delayed his deadline by quite a bit. At the very least, he would have more time to deal with his own matters, following which, Shifeng tested the soul fire's power immediately. Shifeng's dark pupils were consumed by silver fire. His aura also changed abruptly. If others had felt relaxed around him before, he would now feel like an icy hell. Death and cold dominated his aura. Amazing. I only have a rough control over the soul fire now, yet it is already so powerful. When Shifeng examined his surroundings, he found that his environment had changed. Not only could he see the soul chain now, but he could also see soul's wavelength. If he focused, he could even slow his perception of time. Shifeng was at a loss for words. Being able to view soul wavelengths allowed him to determine his target's strength. The stronger a creature was, the stronger its soul would be. In addition, neither players nor monsters could hide their soul wavelengths. Regardless of whether or not a player wore a black cloak or hid behind an obstacle, he could inspect and locate them easily. However, being able to detect soul wavelengths paled in comparison to the ability to slow one's perception of time. Now, he could see fast-moving objects far more clearly as long as he focused. Although this ability couldn't compare to a boost to one's physique, which allowed players to keep up with fast-moving objects and react far more quickly, improving one's physique was easier said than done. Just being able to slow his perception of time was astounding and would doubtlessly improve his combat power. I wonder what the soul fire will be capable of once I gain full control. After experiencing the soul fire's new abilities, Shifeng anticipated the day he could control it completely. He only had rough control of the soul fire, but it already offered such powerful abilities. If he had full control of the soul fire, the improvements the mysterious flame would offer would be even more impressive. Moreover, he'd be able to manifest the soul fire outside of his body as he could with the ice blue devil flame and purple thunder flame, increasing his combat power further. After dealing with the soul fire, Shifeng made his way to the candlelight trading firm and entered his personal special forging room. Although Aqua Rose had collected plenty of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, Zipping and the others would only become as strong as the guild's ordinary experts once they equipped the items. It would be very difficult for them to change the war's overall situation. In fact, Shifeng had never hoped for anything game-changing by having Aqua Rose collect the level 50 equipment. He had only wanted to ensure that Zipping and the others wouldn't lag behind their peers regarding equipment. Once they caught up in levels. Even before leaving for the Boneless Land, he had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase a large number of emeralds from Emerald City in preparation for forging the magic light sets. The magic light set wasn't like the Conqueror's armor, which required plenty of rare materials that weren't often available on the market. Emeralds were the main material required for forging the magic light set. Although emeralds were also a rare material, there was plenty available on the market. At this point, Zero Wing already possessed a huge stockpile of emeralds. As for the Mana Stone, another of the magic light set's core materials, Zero Wing had no lack of the stones. They could be produced indefinitely as long as the guild had enough magic crystals. Hence, producing the magic light set was much easier than the Conqueror's armor. Only, the cost was somewhat high, with each attempt costing 300 gold, 6 times the cost of forging the Conqueror's armor. Because of this, Shifeng had only dared to produce a few sets for Zero Wing's main force members. However, things had changed. Not only did he now have the dark gold ranked black steel insignia, but he also had the tier 3 purple thunder flame. His success rate for forging the fine gold ranked magic light set had risen to 55%, but that wasn't the most important factor. During his trip to the Boneless Land, he had acquired a large amount of Eternium ore, which he could use to make Magisteel ingots. Aside from increasing forging success rate, Magisteel ingots could increase fine gold weapons and equipment's basic attributes. After reaching his special forging room, Shifeng began to refine Eternium ore with the purple thunder flame, transforming the ore into Magisteel ingots. The purple thunder flame increased the Magisteel ingot's purity far more than an ordinary flame could. As a result, the Magisteel ingots he created offered a much greater boost to forging success rates. Originally, the Magisteel ingot only increased forging success rate by 5%, but the ingots Shifeng had created could increase his forging success rate by 7% very quickly. Shifeng smelted the 1,000 plus pieces of Eternium ore into 1,000 plus Magisteel ingots. Shifeng then rapidly refined the materials he needed to forge the magic light set equipment. Now that his control had improved and he had the help of the purple thunder flame, his refining and forging speed had visibly increased. An hour later, a complete magic light set glistened before Shifeng's eyes, radiating a mesmerizing glow. This should be a success, right? Shifeng wondered as he gazed at the immaculate magic light set before him. He then clicked to inspect the set's attribute panel. Chapter 1635, Mana Tower constructed. Chapter 1635, Mana Tower constructed. Each attempt to forge the magic light set cost 300 gold, which meant that each failure also cost 300 gold. Not even super guilds would play around with so much money. If not for his considerably high success rate, Shifeng wouldn't have dared to attempt the set's mass production. When Shifeng clicked to inspect the magic light set's attribute panel, a system notification appeared. System, magic light set has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 15 points. Obtained 6 million EXP. Its attributes sure have improved considerably. Shifeng was delighted when he saw the set's attributes. Level 50 fine gold set equipment was best players could hope for at this stage of the game, since level 50 dark gold equipment only dropped from super large scale team dungeons. Moreover, the drop rate wasn't 100%. With the inclusion of the Magisteel ingot, the fine gold ranked magic light set's basic attributes had received a 10% boost. Although it didn't seem like much, level 50 fine gold equipment generally offered over 100 points to each attribute. A 10% increase meant at least 10 more points. Meanwhile, the magic light set was a 6-piece set, offering 60 bonus points to each attribute. Furthermore, the Magisteel ingot improved every basic attribute overall. The 10% improvement was the equivalent of an additional piece of level 50 secret silver equipment. Aside from epic equipment and above, no equipment could rival the magic light set at this stage of the game. Unfortunately, epic items were extremely rare, and not even guild's peak experts were guaranteed to wield one. If he let Zero Wings experts equip the magic light set, they'd definitely have an overwhelming advantage over other guilds' experts in basic attributes. Although the magic light set did not boost the wearer's combat standards, it offered far more destructive power than the Conqueror's armor's basic strength battle array. Rather than rely on superior combat standards to whittle down their enemies, Zero Wings experts could trample over their opponents by relying on the magic light set. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng began to forge the next magic light set very quickly. Shifeng finished 3 more forging attempts. Among them, 1 was a complete failure, while 2 had succeeded. Shifeng's success rate even surprised him. As Shifeng was about to continue, Melancholic Smile contacted him. Guild leader, the mana tower you've requested has been built in Zero Wing City, but it needs too many magic crystals to operate every day. Should we activate it now? Melancholic Smile asked worriedly. Not only had they spent 5,000 gold to construct the mana tower, but they had also spent 5,000 pieces of mana Oregon. She had assumed that the mana tower would bring in additional income for Zero Wing City, but once it had been constructed, she had discovered that activating it cost 3,000 magic crystals, and its continued operation would cost 1,500 magic crystals per day. This was a significant expenditure to any guild, especially Zero Wing. Although the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function and Zero Wing's battle arenas had earned the guild some magic crystals, they couldn't afford to squander what they had. It's fine. Activate it, Shifeng said, chuckling. The mana tower was the symbol of a guild city. Zero Wing City could only be called a true guild city once it had a mana tower of its own. The mana tower increased the mana density in a city significantly. The 5 magic towers increased mana density wasn't even the equivalent to 1/3 of the increase a single mana tower provided. Moreover, more NPCs would only reside in a guild city once it had a mana tower. This was especially true for high-tiered NPCs since they had such strict mana density requirements. Right, once you've activated the mana tower, notify Aqua and have her raise the entrance fee to 60 copper. Increase the prices for the battle arena services by 30% as well, Shifeng instructed. Naturally, they needed to increase prices in various aspects with the increased mana density. After all, the rise would offer players more benefits. This melancholic smile was stunned. It had not been easy to increase Zero Wing City's player population to 2 million. It might not be an issue if they increased the prices of the city's services a little, but players would definitely refuse such massive leaps. Zero Wing City's player traffic would doubtlessly decrease. Relax. Once the mana tower is active, Zero Wing City will be worth the price, Shifeng explained briefly. Of course, he understood Melancholic Smile's concerns. However, Melancholic Smile still had her doubts, but she still sent a subordinate to activate the mana tower. Following which, she notified Aqua Rose about the city's price increases. When Aqua Rose received the message, she even wondered if Shifeng were joking. Their 30 copper entrance fee had already elicited quite a few complaints, yet Shifeng wanted to double it. At this stage of the game, ordinary players only earned several silver coins per day after deducting repair fees. Including the expensive teleportation fee to travel to Zero Wing City, ordinary players would likely struggle to justify paying a 60 copper entrance fee. Furthermore, Zero Wing City wasn't located anywhere close to level 50 high-resource maps. Hence, the city's double EXP buff held little attraction to ordinary players. However, as Aqua Rose considered such issues, she felt the city's mana density rise rapidly. Even players who weren't sensitive to mana could clearly feel the increase. Naturally, they gained more mental clarity, as well. What's going on? Why do I feel so refreshed? Why has the city's mana density suddenly increased? What? The city's mana density has at least doubled. What did Zero Wing do? Quick, look. The mana density isn't the only thing that has increased. The accumulation rate for the double EXP buff has also risen. Now, we can accumulate 20% of the double EXP buff just by standing on the street for 24 hours. The players resting in Zero Wing City quickly discovered the new changes, and they all fell into heated discussions about them. Naturally, some of them published the changes to the official forums at the same time. Zero Wing announced that it had increased Zero Wing City's entrance fee to 60 copper, which caused a huge commotion across Star Moon Kingdom. Crap. Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? They're charging 60 copper just to enter the city each time. That is daylight robbery. You can't put it like that. Right now, you can accumulate 20% of the double EXP buff just by standing on Zero Wing City streets for 24 hours. That's just as effective as resting in a guild residence's 1-star private rooms. Do you know how much it costs to rent a private room in a guild? 60 copper is definitely cheap. Indeed. I just checked into a hotel in Zero Wing City, and the new benefits are simply amazing. Not only can I accumulate 30% of the double EXP buff in 24 hours, but I also got an energized buff that increases my maximum stamina by 10% for 4 hours. Moreover, the buff only takes effect after I leave the city. A 10% increase to maximum stamina for 4 hours? That's basically a free stamina potion. I've decided. I'm going to Zero Wing City to rest from now on. That's not the only thing that's changed. I've heard that Zero Wing City's teleportation function can cover a larger distance now. Now, you can teleport into the Orc Empire from Zero Wing City. At first, everyone had been disgruntled about the increased prices for Zero Wing City services, but after learning about the new benefits the city offered, the number of players willing to rest in Zero Wing City skyrocketed. This was especially true for the adventurer teams that planned to explore the Orc Empire. While ordinary players might consider the teleportation function expensive, the fee was no problem for adventurer teams. To them, time was more important. With the amount of time they saved, they could defeat more bosses, complete more quests, and earn more contribution points. They could easily earn back their teleportation fees and more. In the end, Zero Wing City's player population shot from 2 million to 3 million in less than an hour after the guild implemented the new changes. At this point, the city even felt a little crowded. Chapter 1636, Zero-Wing Cities Rise. Chapter 1636, Zero-Wing Cities Rise. The rapid increase in Zero-Wing Cities player population had surprised Aqua Rose, who had assumed that it would decrease. Not only did the sudden addition of 1 million players bring in another 6,000 gold in entrance fees to Zero-Wing City, but plenty of players also rushed to use the city's teleportation function to save on teleportation fees. The various adventurer teams visiting Zero-Wing City had also bought memberships for the teleportation services, each earning Zero-Wing 20 magic crystals. In one short hour since the guild implemented the new changes to the city, over 4,000 players had bought a membership, bringing in over 80,000 magic crystals. There were even more players interested in teleporting to the Orc Empire. Due to the increased teleportation distance, non-members had to pay 30 silver for each maximum range teleportation. Even after deducting the teleportation cost, Zero-Wing still earned 18 silver from each traveling player during the past hour. Over 6,000 non-members had teleported to the Orc Empire, handing over 1,000 gold to Zero-Wing. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile were stupefied. Previously, Melancholic Smile had worried that they wouldn't be able to earn back the cost of the Mana Tower, but the city's teleportation function alone had raked in over 1,000 gold. The function alone made money faster than the Candlelight trading firm as a whole, not to mention the amount of magic crystals the service raked in. Moreover, the number of players using the teleportation function and registering for membership continued to increase. Guild leader, where did you obtain this Mana Tower? It is simply amazing. Aqua Rose said excitedly. With its profit speed, we can easily cover our daily expenditures. We won't have anything to fear, even if we continue to duke it out with Heaven's Burial for another 2 weeks. She had agonized over Zero-Wing's lack of funds. The increased bounty had skyrocketed the guild's daily expenditures, but now, she didn't need to worry about the issue. This is only the beginning. Later, I'll store the weapons and equipment I've recently acquired in the guild warehouse. Everyone can trade for the items. Since our guild members have suffered so greatly, give our members in Star Moon Kingdom some bonus GCPs. Normal members get 50 points, elite members get 200 points, and core members get 500 points, Shifeng said, laughing. With the Mana Tower and the 4 Towers of Elements, Zero-Wing City should have no problem reaching a player population of 5 million in the near future. At that time, the city should easily earn 30,000 gold off of entrance fees alone. Furthermore, there would be profit from the shop rentals, hotel fees, battle arena, and other revenue sources. Guild leader, won't it be a little much to give out so many GCPs at once? Aqua Rose could not help but gasp when Shifeng told her to award so many GCPs to their guild members. Although the value of Zero-Wing's GCPs had recently decreased, each point was still worth nearly 20 copper. Giving normal members 50 GCPs would be the equivalent of handing them 10 silver each. Elite members would receive 40 silver, and core members would receive 1 gold. Although this didn't seem like much, Zero-Wing had a lot of members in Star Moon Kingdom. The total cost would easily reach more than 100,000 gold. Although players couldn't exchange these points for coins, there weren't many weapons and pieces of equipment in the guild warehouse available for purchase. It's fine. Our members have worked hard lately. Moreover, who says our guild doesn't have any weapons and equipment? Shifeng said, chuckling. However, he did not bother to explain further. Instead, he sent Yu Zipping a message, instructing him and the others to deposit the weapons and equipment they had obtained during their visit to the Boneless Land into the guild warehouse. After disconnecting the call with Aqua Rose, they had obtained over 6,000 level 55 plus pieces of equipment from all of the demonic creatures they had slain in the Boneless Land. Although the majority of the items were bronze rank, there were several hundred pieces of mysterious iron equipment and dozens of pieces of secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, Shifeng's statement has confused Aqua Rose. She had no idea what Shifeng planned to do about this situation. However, she followed his instructions and published the announcement on the guild's notice board. Very quickly, this announcement caused a commotion in the guild chat. Vice guild leader, is this true? The guild is actually awarding us so many GCPs? Doesn't the guild lack funds right now? If the guild gives us so many points, what will it do about coins? Many of the guild members were surprised by Shifeng's generosity. Although each player only received a small reward, the total cost of giving all of them bonus GCPs, with how many members the guild had, would be massive. In reality. The guild didn't need to reward its members. Many were already satisfied with the benefits the new residents in Zero Wing City offered after the mana tower had been constructed. Now, due to the increased mana density in the city, members could accumulate 25% of the double EXP buff after resting for 20 hours in the guild hall, 35% if they rented a private room. Moreover, players would even accumulate the buff while they were offline. This sudden improvement had skyrocketed the guild members' morale. Their confidence in Zero Wing's future had not only returned, but increased. The biggest problem players faced in God's domain was leveling up. Unfortunately, the constant fighting with Heaven's Burial had severely affected Zero Wing members' leveling speeds. In fact, some members were losing levels faster than they could recover them. However, now that they could accumulate the double EXP buff so quickly, regaining their lost levels would be much easier. In contrast, Heaven's Burial's members didn't enjoy such a benefit. If this war continued, Zero Wing's members would definitely surpass Heaven's Burial's members in levels. No need to worry. This is a direct command from the guild leader. Moreover, the guild leader has said that since everyone is still willing to believe in Zero Wing will not mistreat any of you. Aqua Rose explained in the guild chat. Inwardly, though, she had no confidence in her words in the least. All hail the guild leader. All hail Zero Wing. Hearing Aqua Rose's words, Zero Wing's members cheered. After everyone received their bonus points, many players ran to the guild warehouse to purchase items. When they saw the available items, however, they were stupefied. All sorts of weapons and equipment had been put up for purchase in the guild warehouse. All of the items were at least level 55, there were even level 65 items available. There were easily over 6,000 items in total currently. Even level 50 equipment was incredibly difficult to obtain, not to mention level 55 plus weapons and equipment. Although none of them could use these level 55 plus weapons and equipment at present, at the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about weapons or equipment once they reached level 55. This was especially true for the guild's normal and elite members. Level 50 plus equipment were extremely difficult to obtain, and being able to purchase a set of up-to-date bronze and mysterious iron equipment as soon as they reached the appropriate level would be a dream for these players. Meanwhile, news that Zero Wing was giving away a ton of bonus GCPs and had thousands of level 55 plus weapons and pieces of equipment spread to Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. The various guilds had assumed that Zero Wing had reached its limits and was close to crumbling. They had expected the guild to play such a hand so suddenly. There was also Zero Wing City's recent rise to fame. No matter how they looked at the situation, Zero Wing did not seem like a guild that was nearing its end. In fact, Zero Wing grew stronger by the minute. When Singular Burial received news of this, he was stupefied. Chapter 1637, Astronomical Auction. Chapter 1637, Astronomical Auction. Heaven's Burial wasn't the only guild caught off guard by Zero Wing's sudden transformation. All of the various large guilds were astonished. They hadn't realized that Zero Wing had such a solid foundation. This was especially true regarding the mana tower in Zero Wing City. The construction had skyrocketed the mana density in the city, making the already attractive city even more popular among players. Now, the various powers and players that had originally believed Zero Wing's downfall had been inevitable began to see a little hope for the guild. Who would have thought Zero Wing could still make such a move? Now, thanks to the mana tower, Zero Wing City's player population has gone through the ceiling. With this, the city's income will drastically increase. It seems that Heaven's Burial won't be able to wear Zero Wing down in a short amount of time. That's definitely true. Based on what I've heard, over 5,000 additional players have secured teleportation memberships in Zero Wing City since the guild implemented the new changes. Indeed. The number of orcs guarding the Orc Empire's borders continues to increase, and the borders are becoming even more difficult to cross. The distance is a huge problem as well. By teleporting straight into the Orc Empire's outer region from Zero Wing City, players can save over 10 hours of travel time. They won't have to worry about orc patrol squads ambushing them either. The only problem is the expensive teleportation fee. It's not affordable for ordinary players like us. When discussing Zero Wing City's enhanced teleportation function, whether they were members of the various major powers or independent players, they all wore hungry expressions at this point. The Orc Empire had become a gathering point for multiple kingdoms and 2 empires. However, the journey there was still a problem that plagued all of the players who wanted to visit the Orc Empire. Unlike Heaven's Burial's members, who could teleport to Ancient Rock City directly, other players had to travel for a minimum of 10 hours just to get from their respective countries to the Orc Empire's outer region. To make matters worse, they could only grind in the area for a limited time before they had to return to a city or town to rest due to the Empire's poor environment. Although there were guild towns and a guild city within the Orc Empire, these places had a limited number of hotels. There wasn't nearly enough accommodation for every player adventuring in the Orc Empire. This meant that the majority of the players visiting the Orc Empire were forced to return to their country's NPC cities to rest, spending another 10 or so hours to travel back to the Orc Empire. However, Zero Wing City had changed everything. Not only could players save precious time while traveling across the Orc Empire's borders, but they could also circle around the powerful Orc patrol squads and mutated orcs. Because of this, the number of players who gathered in Zero Wing City continued to increase. The only problem these players had to face was the money they'd have to spend to get to the Empire. There was also the matter of traveling to Zero Wing City. Although players could teleport to Zero Wing City via Evernight City, they still had to cross quite a distance to get from Starmoon City to Evernight City. Fortunately, this problem was practically negligible compared to the potential benefits of saving so much time during their travels. As a result, the various major powers and adventurer teams that hadn't initially been interested in Zero Wing's latest auction rushed to Stone Forest Town's Zero Wing auction house. Currently, despite there still being over an hour before the auction officially began, players already crowded into the spacious advanced auction house, many of which were members of the various large guilds. There were also plenty of well-known adventurer teams from the multiple kingdoms and 2 empires that neighbored the Orc Empire. Big Sis Aqua, more than 50,000 players have already arrived to participate in the auction. At this rate, we might even have 70,000 participants by the time the auction starts, Yaya said excitedly as she read the statistics report in her hands. Although Zero Wing was about to host its auction, not just anyone could take part. They had to fulfill certain conditions. First, if one wished to enter the auction venue, they needed a minimum of 100 gold in their bags. If one wished to use the VIP rooms, then they had to have a minimum of 10,000 gold. The advanced auction house was even larger than the Candlelight trading firm in White River City. Not only could the largest auction hall house 100,000 people, but it also had 100 VIP rooms. Even so, all of the VIP rooms had been claimed. When Aqua Rose saw the statistics, she, too, was shocked. Even Super Guild's auctions had trouble attracting such a colossal crowd. Aqua Rose finally understood why Sherfoam had said that this was only the beginning. With so many people contesting for Zero Wing City's private houses and shops, it would be strange if these properties did not fetch a high price. Following which, time passed quickly. Under Aqua Rose's guidance, Zero Wing's auction began smoothly. Although this was an impromptu auction, the available items were still of considerable quality, all of which were quite valuable to guilds and players. In fact, Zero Wing even intended to offer plenty of level 45 dark gold and level 50 secret silver equipment. Next up is our auction's first finale item, Zero Wing City's private houses. The first private house is located behind Zero Wing City's battle arena. The starting bid will be 1,500 gold, with each increment being no less than 50 gold. As Aqua Rose, the auction's host, finished speaking, the crowd stirred. The players in the VIP rooms, in particular, who had, thus far, shown no interest in the items for auction, stared longingly at the image on the large display above the stage. Crap. Zero Wing actually dares to ask for such a price? Even the private houses in major NPC cities don't cost 1,500 gold. Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? Many of the players present were shocked by the minimum bid. Aqua Rose had stated the private houses in NPC cities with player populations in the millions only sold for around 1,000 gold. A few of the private houses in strategic locations only sold for a little more than that. Meanwhile, players didn't have to worry about attacks or sieges in NPC cities, but it was a different story for a guild city. There was no telling when another major power would attempt to take the city for itself. Zero Wing was simply insane for trying to sell an unstable private house for such a high price. Honestly, even Aqua Rose considered the price somewhat high, but Shifeng had determined the minimum bid, 500 gold and not a coin lower. Hence, she had no choice but to go along with his wishes. However, after the auction's guests discussed the private houses in hushed tones, voices began to echo throughout the auction hall one after another as they began to place their bids. 1,600 gold. 1,700 gold. 1,800 gold. The rapidly increasing prices flabbergasted everyone. After a short moment, the price had risen to 2,200 gold. The bids only slowed after reaching this point. In the end, Remnant Cloud, the commander of the Fire Cloud Fox Adventurer team, won the first private house for 2,550 gold. Because of the winning bid, the spectating major powers envied Zero Wing. A single private house barely took up any of a city's land, yet Zero Wing had earned so much money from a single private house. At the same time, many of them pitted Remnant Cloud for his foolish decision. Although Zero Wing's situation had improved significantly, its chances of defeating Heaven's Burial were still slim. Purchasing a private house for so much money was foolish. However, as the various large guilds' upper echelons entertained such thoughts, the second private house sold for 2,700 gold. In total, Zero Wing had sold 15 private houses. Every one of them had sold, with the cheapest going for 2,450 gold and the most expensive earning 2,800 gold. The price could already rival that of high potential lands in NPC cities. As for Zero Wing City's shops, the minimum bid was a frightening 5,000 gold, with each increment being no less than 100 gold. In the end, of the 5 shops that had sold, the cheapest sold for 7,800 gold, while the most expensive one had gone for 8,500 gold. During this single auction, Zero Wing had gained a net profit of more than 120,000 gold. When Aqua Rose saw the final numbers, she even wondered if she were dreaming. Guild leader, with this much money, we can purchase a large amount of level 45 equipment and replenish our warehouse. We can definitely help our guild members recover their full strength. Aqua Rose's eyes glistened when she saw the profits the auction had raked in. It had been a long time since she had seen so much money. No. Set the guild warehouse's replenishment aside for now. First, prioritize the NPC shop's construction, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He had never intended to sell Zero Wing's precious lands just to help the guild's members recover their lost weapons and equipment. Although the guild members' items were quite important, they paled in comparison to the NPC merchants' shops. NPC shops were the lifeblood of a guild city. Only after gaining NPC shops could a guild city start its endless cycle of development. I understand. I'll get to it immediately. Hearing Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose recalled the NPC merchants that had visited Zero Wing City to discuss business. Due to the guild's lack of funds, they had delayed the NPC shop's construction, but now that the guild had money to spare, it was indeed time to address the issue. Chapter 1638, 3-Star NPC Shop. Chapter 1638, 3-Star NPC Shop. Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. Since there was no need for players to construct NPC shops personally, tall buildings began to rise in Zero Wing City as soon as Aqua Rose made the necessary payments. The shop's 2-star NPC merchants required usually only had 2 or 3 floors, costing between 500 and 1,000 gold to construct. As for the shops for the 2 3-star NPC merchants, one had 5 floors, while the other had 6 floors. Each had cost over 2,000 gold to construct. 15 minutes after Aqua Rose made the payments, the NPC shops were complete. The added buildings made Zero Wing City look far more prosperous. The 2 3-star NPC merchants' shops, which were both located in the heart of Zero Wing City, were particularly eye-catching. The architecture of these shops was even more gorgeous than the candlelight trading firm. One could tell that these 2 shops were extraordinary at a glance. Meanwhile, one of the shops functioned as a grocery store, while the other focused on magic, huh? When did these two NPC shops get here? These buildings are so extravagant. Quick, let's go in and take a look. Many passers-by quickly took notice of the two NPC shops in Zero Wing City Central District, and they couldn't help but take a closer look when these players entered the shops. They were stunned by what they saw. Each of the two shops offered all kinds of items, some of which couldn't even be found in Kingdom's capital cities. Moreover, many items, which they had never seen before, were on display in crystal cabinets. I sent this a complete set of basic magic array scrolls. You can actually find something like this in a shop. Crap. This is a Tier 1 AoE attack magic scroll. Amazing. This is a bronze pickaxe. If I had, my mining efficiency would increase like crazy. What? This shop even has basic traps. Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they saw the items on display in the dozens of crystal cabinets in the magic store's first-floor hall. Basic magic arrays were rare on the market, mostly because it was extremely difficult to collect a complete set. Normally, only the various large guilds were capable of collecting a complete set. To independent players and adventurer teams, basic magic arrays were treasures that they could only gaze at longingly. The Tier 1 magic scrolls were also extremely rare and could save players' lives during critical moments. The basic traps were also considerably effective against both players and monsters. Every one of these items was incredibly scarce on the market, yet they were actually for sale in these NPC shops. Moreover, the items' prices were slightly lower than market price. Quick. Notify the commander. We must get this basic magic array no matter what. Hello? Guild leader? I just found some bronze tools in a grocery store in Zero Wing City. For a time, the players visiting the 2-3-star NPC merchants' shops busily contacted their companions or superiors, reporting the shop's available items. What? Zero Wing City actually has such shops. I'll have someone bring the money immediately. Keep an eye on those items. The various major powers' upper echelons were wrought with desire over the new NPC shops in Zero Wing City. They promptly issued commands to acquire these items, no matter the cost. In less than 10 minutes, the two NPC shops were overcrowded with players, becoming even more popular than the candlelight trading firm. News of these NPC shops quickly spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Many players might not regard the double EXP buff as important or have any interest in the Orc Empire, but every player was interested in obtaining rare items. This was especially true for tools that could help players defeat powerful monsters, such as Tier 1 magic scrolls and basic magic arrays. Usually, only guilds had the opportunity to use such items. They couldn't simply be purchased with enough money. After acquiring these tools, players could take down powerful monsters they previously had to avoid. Guild leader, now that every NPC merchant has begun their shop's operation, shouldn't we purchase some of their products for ourselves? Although Aqua Rose had known about the NPC shop's products, she couldn't ignore the temptation now that they were available for purchase. Some of the rare items in these shops were even rare in capital cities' auction houses. If they purchased these items and sold them in Zero Wing's auction house, they'd make a huge profit. No need. Rather than trying to make a profit through resale, attracting more players to Zero Wing City is more important, Shifeng said, chuckling. He could sympathize with Aqua Rose's desire, but doing so would be penny-wise and pound-foolish. NPC shops were a guild city's lifeblood because they sold rare items every day, which attracted a constant stream of players to the city, increasing its popularity. The increased popularity would then help boost the city's various revenue sources. The resulting additional entry fees alone would outstrip the profits they could earn from reselling the NPC shop's items. After giving the matter some thought, Aqua Rose saw the reasoning in Shifeng's decision. Less than half an hour after the NPC shop's grand opening, they had attracted over 300,000 more players to Zero Wing City. That was more than 1,800 gold in entrance fees. As time passed, even more players would visit Zero Wing City, and at this rate, there was no need to resell items. Pull out some funds to purchase these materials. Buy as many of them as you can as long as the prices aren't more than 10% higher than market value. Once you have them, send all of the materials to me. Feng instructed after examining the materials he had left to forge the magic light set. Although he had melancholic smile gradually collect the necessary materials, the cost was simply too high. Overall, melancholic smile had only managed to purchase around 100 sets of materials for him. Now that Zero Wing had funds to spare, he needed as many materials as possible. All right. I'll send someone to purchase them immediately. When Aqua Rose saw the list of materials Feng required, she was slightly astonished. However, now that Zero Wing City's income soared, she was confident in acquiring a large stock. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. The atmosphere in the guild leader's office in Heaven's Burial's residence was extraordinarily tense. What is going on with Zero Wing? Is some major corporation supporting it in secret? Singular Burial grumbled, greatly displeased with the latest status report on the rival guild. At the same time, he felt an immense pressure bear down on him. Not long ago, it had been obvious that Zero Wing was about to crumble, yet it was now full of vim and vigor. In fact, the guild was doing so well that it had even awarded over 100,000 gold in bonus GCPs. The large number of NPC shops that had recently risen in Zero Wing City was even more impressive. Singular Burial couldn't help but wonder if Zero Wing were somehow growing richer as the guild fought Heaven's Burial guild leader. Our people are keeping a constant eye on this matter, but we haven't discovered any major corporation supporting Zero Wing from the shadows. Blackwater has also confirmed this, Daybreak Fog said, shaking her head as she answered Singular Burial with absolute certainty. We are sure that Zero Wing's recent income stems from Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City? Singular Burial's expression darkened when he read the statistics report on the guild city. Although he hated to acknowledge it, Zero Wing City had far more potential than he had expected. He had never thought that a guild city could develop so quickly, nearly surpassing Ancient Rock City. This is interesting. It would seem that Zero Wing's foundations are much sturdier than we imagined, Lei Jingyang, who currently sat nearby, commented, laughing. However, this is all they can accomplish. Since they refuse to surrender, can we now take action? Indeed. Young Master Lei, you can use the evil demon army to obliterate Zero Wing. Singular Burial nodded. Sneering, he continued, it's about time we show them how frightening our evil demon army truly is. Chapter 1639, Start of the War. Chapter 1639, Start of the War. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Due to Zero Wing City's sudden rise in fame, many independent players from the neighboring kingdoms had gathered before Zero Wing's residence in White River City, hoping to join the guild. Although Zero Wing didn't fare so well against Heaven's Burial right now, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing City surpassed Heaven's Burial's Ancient Rock City at the rate it was developing. Zero Wing City's teleportation function and numerous NPC shops were so attractive that even independent players and well-known adventurer teams considered settling down, long-term, in the city. Currently, many adventurer teams and guilds deeply regretted not participating in the auction for Zero Wing City's private houses. Some adventurer teams and guilds had even offered to purchase Zero Wing City's private houses for a much higher price, but unfortunately, no one was willing to hand over the private houses they had won in the auction. While Zero Wing gained more momentum, Feng continued to forge magic light sets. The magic light set was a 6-piece, level 50 fine gold set equipment. Its forging procedures were extremely complex and difficult to accomplish. However, as Feng completed more sets, he became increasingly familiar with the forging process. With the help of the Purple Thunder Flame, he needed even less time to complete each set. Normally, a master forger would need nearly an hour to complete one attempt. Feng, on the other hand, only needed around 40 minutes now. Moreover, his practical success rate had risen to 60%, he could successfully forge 6 sets out of 10 attempts. Due to Feng's familiarity with the forging process, most of the remaining 40% only had a few minor defects, coming out as either secret silver or mysterious iron rank. Only 10% of the failures were unusable. While the secret silver and mysterious iron sets were considered failures, the pieces were still valuable to level 50 expert players. Furthermore, the failures still retained their set effects, which made them half a rank stronger than ordinary equipment of the same rank. Since Shifeng had no intention of keeping the magic light sets a secret, he dropped the failures in the guild warehouse and only kept the successful sets on him. As Shifeng prepared for his 27th attempt, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial has made a move. Currently, Heaven's Burial's Lei Jingyang is leading a massive number of evil beasts and expert players to attack our members in the 4 high-resource maps. We're too outnumbered. We simply can't hold them back. We've already lost a lot of expert members. Although I've already ordered a temporary retreat, it seems that Heaven's Burial had prepared for that. Our members won't be able to get out easily, Aqua Rose anxiously reported as she sent Shifeng a few videos. Each of the recordings displayed Heaven's Burial's expert teams leading 20 to 30 Lord-ranked and above evil demons. Although the evil demons did not have as much HP as evil beasts of the same rank, they possessed superior intellect. A single level 70 Lord-ranked evil demon was more than capable of cornering a 20-man team of ordinary experts, let alone 30 of them. Any of Zero Wing's 100-man expert teams would be basically annihilated if they came across these evil demons. Only 1,000-man teams might have some hope of resistance at this point. Only the 100-man teams under the Conqueror Party's leadership or those led by the guild's Tier 2 experts could defeat Heaven's Burial's expert teams. However, Heaven's Burial had sent over 5,000 evil demons to hunt down Zero Wing's members. The Conqueror Parties and Tier 2 experts weren't enough to keep the enemy teams in check. In the half an hour since the attacks had begun, Zero Wing had suffered over 5,000 casualties. Heaven's Burial really is cautious. Shifeng could not help his frown. If Star Moon Kingdom's armies discovered the evil god's temple's forces in their territory, they'd immediately move to destroy them. Due to the Orc Empire's invasion, Star Moon Kingdom's armies were spread across the kingdom. It'd be very easy to take advantage of the kingdom's power to deal with Heaven's Burial. However, Heaven's Burial had only sent their high-mobility evil demons to attack. Moreover, these evil demons had spread out. Even if the kingdom's armies reached them in time, they'd only be able to kill a few before the rest of the evil demons escaped. It was practically impossible to deal a heavy blow to this evil demon army. Moreover, the evil demon army was particularly skilled in guerrilla warfare. Players had no hope against them, let alone a single guild. This was also why the evil god's temple had very nearly wiped out an entire empire in Shifeng's previous life. When Zero Wing had clashed with the evil demon and beast armies previously, the guild had held the terrain advantage. It had also had the help of defensive magic arrays, defense turrets, NPC guards and soldiers, and other such tools, but now, Zero Wing had none of that. As long as the evil demon army continued to hunt players in the fields, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be able to grind and level up. Ha ha ha. Boss Lei, these evil demons are amazing. Not even Zero Wing's expert teams can hold a candle to these monsters, a burly ranger exclaimed, laughing as he watched the evil demons crush a 100-man expert team from Zero Wing a short distance away. With just 40 evil demons, they had forced a Conqueror Party-led expert team to retreat. He had never thought this situation would be possible. Keep a close eye on them. Make sure none of them escape. Lei Jingyang said, laughing. He, on the other hand, wasn't surprised in the least. He had personally fought a great Lord-ranked evil demon before. Without a berserk skill, he was no match for the evil demon, barely able to defend himself. If a group of evil demons ganged up on him, even an expert of his caliber would quickly fall. Although Zero Wing had stood toe-to-toe with Heaven's Burial in this war of attrition thus far, the outcome had been determined long ago. Zero Wing never had a chance of victory. Meanwhile, news that Heaven's Burial had dispatched an evil demon army against Zero Wing quickly reached the major powers. Seeing the numerous evil demons spread across the high-resource maps Zero Wing's members occupied, even Super Guild's upper echelons couldn't help but frown. It seems that Heaven's Burial has gathered a powerful evil demon army. Even with Zero Wing City's rise in popularity, Zero Wing's legacy will soon end. Yuan Tiexin could not help his rueful sigh as he read the latest report on the war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial. According to the report, Heaven's Burial had dispatched 20 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons to Star Moon Kingdom. Every one of these Grand Lords was an absolute nightmare for players. The guild had also dispatched 500 great lords and thousands of lord-ranked evil demons. This army would be invincible in the fields. Star Moon Kingdom's NPC armies were the only hope of exterminating these monsters now. Unfortunately, by the time the kingdom's armies arrived, the evil demons would have likely escaped had Zero Wing agreed to the secret pavilion's conditions. There might be a solution to this problem, but the guild had lost any possibility of escaping this predicament. As Zero Wing's members retreated from the various high-resource maps, Heaven's Burial published a post on Star Moon Kingdom's official forum. Zero Wing, do you dare face us in a final stand? This sentence instantly caused an uproar in Star Moon Kingdom. Ha ha ha. It seems that Zero Wing really isn't much after all. It's even afraid of putting up a good fight. Zero Wing members, do you guys dare to come out and fight? Or are you going to continue to hide in your city? Heaven's Burial's members clamored on the forums, provoking Zero Wing's members to a fight in the fields. Naturally, Zero Wing's members were incredibly frustrated. Although they wanted to fight, they'd be surrounded by evil demons if they ventured into the fields. If that happened, they'd never survive, yet if they didn't fight, everyone in the game would look down on them. Guild leader, many of our members are voicing their desire to face Heaven's Burial's members due to the recent announcement. But if we let them, Aqua Rose trailed off helplessly. Is there really no way to deal with those evil demons? She found Heaven's Burial's actions truly disgusting, but if they didn't find a solution quickly, not only would Zero Wing's reputation plummet, but the guild's morale would also crumble. Does Heaven's Burial really think that Zero Wing is some helpless sheep? Since they want a fight, I'll give them a fight. Shifeng sneered. Chapter 1640, An Eye for an Eye, a Tooth for a Tooth. Chapter 1640, An Eye for an Eye, a Tooth for a Tooth. We're going to fight them? Anticipation filled Aqua Rose when she heard Shifeng's growl. Guild leader, do you really have a way to deal with those evil demons? She was very familiar with Zero Wing's foundations. With the guild's current combat power, they had no chance of victory against Heaven's Burial in the open fields. If they wanted to win, they needed some special strategy or a miracle. Nope, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Then how are we supposed to fight Heaven's Burial? Shifeng's simple response dumbfounded Aqua Rose. Who says we're going to fight them head-on? Shifeng asked, revealing a faint smile. A guild war is a competition of wealth. If we cut off their income, how long do you think they'll last? Both guilds had already set bounties on each other's members and incurred massive expenditures each day because of it. If one side suddenly lacked the funds to pay for the massive number of bounty claims and couldn't compensate its guild members, that guild would crumble under the pressure. Cut off their income? Aqua Rose gave her guild leader a confused look. Heaven's Burial's financial ability was frightening. Not only was it backed by the Blackwater Corporation, but it could also lean on the Orc Empire's ancient rock city for funds. If it were possible to cut off these sources, Heaven's Burial would suffer a devastating blow to its finances. However, no matter how Aqua Rose considered the situation, she couldn't find a way to do so. Ancient Rock City was located in the Orc Empire's inner region. Not only was it protected by Heaven's Burial's members, but the guild also continued to strengthen the city's static defenses. Every one of God's domain's various superpowers eyed the city, hoping for a chance to capture it. The guild had also stationed NPC soldiers within the city walls. Although Ancient Rock City only had around 6,000 NPC soldiers, everyone was level 100. The majority of them was also Tier 1 soldiers, with a minority of Tier 2 NPCs and a few Tier 3 commanders. Level 100 was the second major turning point in God's domain. Had these NPCs been present when Heaven's Burial had tried to capture the city, it would have failed even if it had employed thousands of level 70 evil beasts. Unfortunately, cutting off the income from the Blackwater Corporation was even less possible. Blackwater had already taken control of the Iron Empire, and with Zero Wing's current strength, attacking the guild and its own empire would be suicidal in any case. Have someone send me 60,000 magic crystals. I intend to visit Ancient Rock City and try to cut off Heaven's Burial's income from it. Also, inform our guild members to stay indoors for now. If they have to level up, they can do so in the maps around Zero Wing City. Have Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, and the others offer reinforcement if our members come under attack, Shifeng instructed after nodding to Aqua Rose's question. None of the others had the power to deal with ancient Rock City. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, he had obtained the Demon King's Horn, an epic consumable. During his trip to the World Summit, even Zero Wing City's defensive magic array would shatter against a full-powered attack from a Tier 5 Demon King, not to mention ancient Rock City's. The Demon King's Horn's only flaw was its maddening requirement of magic crystals. Previously, Zero Wing hadn't even had 10,000 magic crystals in its warehouse, and Shifeng couldn't have afforded to use the Demon King's Horn. But things had changed for the guild. Zero Wing City alone earned more than 100,000 magic crystals through its teleportation services and battle arena, and the number continued to climb by the minute. Hence, taking 60,000 magic crystals would not harm Zero Wing's daily operations too much. Since Heaven's Burial dared pull such a stunt, Shifeng had to return the favor. As the saying went, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. When Aqua Rose heard that Shifeng planned to head to ancient Rock City by himself, she panicked. Hurriedly, she argued, "Guild leader, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. There are level 100, Tier 3 NPCs guarding ancient Rock City. Heaven's Burial has long since set Zero Wing as an enemy. The moment you approach the city, the NPCs will annihilate you." Every NPC soldier in ancient Rock City was more than capable of slaughtering current players. Going there alone was suicidal. "Relax. I know what I'm doing. If I really can't pull it off, I won't force the issue," Shifeng said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further than, "You must be careful. I will have Yaya deliver the magic crystals right away," Aqua Rose repeatedly implored. Despite Shifeng telling her to relax, she could not help but worry, following which, Aqua Rose had Yaya deliver 60,000 magic crystals to White River City's candlelight trading firm while she dealt with the guild members, instructing everyone to avoid going out as much as possible. Once Shifeng obtained the 60,000 magic crystals, he retrieved 2 Tier 3 defensive magic scrolls, which the guild's main force had acquired from the guild warehouse before hurrying to ancient Rock City. Orc Empire, ancient Rock City. Due to the Primordial Divine Ruin's appearance, high-level quests and powerful bosses had begun to spawn around the ruin. Because of this, many players had gathered in the area to compete for these resources. This also increased ancient Rock City's player population. Though, the population increase was not as dramatic as that of Zero Wing City. Some of the new arrivals to ancient Rock City were in awe of the city's numerous large buildings. Ancient Rock City contained various hotels, smithies, bars, and restaurants, and the shortest of these buildings included 3 floors, while the tallest even had 6 or 7. Ancient Rock City's prosperity could already rival major NPC cities. Moreover, the city's defenses were incredibly powerful. The city already had 28 defense turrets and dozens of arrow towers. The center of the city even housed 3 basic mana pulse cannons, which Heaven's Burial had purchased from Blackwing City. Even if an orc army attempted to siege the city, no one would expect the city to fall for even a second. When the various superpowers saw the city, they were forced to abandon the idea of capturing it. Ancient Rock City is truly an impenetrable fortress. With this city, it is only a matter of time before Heaven's Burial becomes a super first-rate guild. That's right. With the constant supply of funds from ancient Rock City and the support from major corporations, many experts will likely attempt to join the guild. All Heaven's Burial needs now is time to develop. I know, right? I've heard that the evil demon army attacking Zero Wing right now also belongs to Heaven's Burial. You guys should see how powerful those evil demons are for yourselves. Ordinary experts are nothing before those Lord-ranked evil demons. Just one of them can easily wipe out a 20-man expert team, and the great Lord-ranked evil demons' combat standards can even rival ordinary experts. Even the various superpowers are afraid of Heaven's Burial now. If not for the other kingdoms and empires hunting down the evil demons, Zero Wing would have been annihilated already. Zero Wing sure is unlucky to have Heaven's Burial as an enemy. With this evil demon army against them, Zero Wing is finished. Although Zero Wing is not a weak guild by any means, it has crap luck to have crossed Heaven's Burial. I've heard that Heaven's Burial plans to recruit more members soon. Why don't we join Heaven's Burial after our meal? If we're late, it might become even more difficult to join the guild later. I guess you're right. Count me in. As the players in Ancient Rock City discussed Heaven's Burial, many expressed their admiration and envy. Heaven's Burial had both money and strength. It was only a matter of time before it took control of the several kingdoms neighboring the Orc Empire. Not even super guilds could stop the guild's growth now. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial wore a delighted expression as he sat in his office. When he read the latest report, an indescribable joy filled his heart. So what if your city earns a lot of money, Black Flame? In the face of absolute power, what can you possibly do? Singular Burial laughed maniacally. After a series of battles, Heaven's Burial had killed over 15,000 Zero-Wing members. Although most of them were normal members, it had been a significant blow to Zero-Wing. At the moment, Zero-Wing's members hid in towns and cities, most not daring to leave the safety to grind. Heaven's Burial immediately sent a team to kill any that did the moment they were discovered. Although some players had snuck past Heaven's Burial, they couldn't affect the overall situation. If this persisted, it wouldn't be long before Zero-Wing's members began to withdraw from the guild. Once that happened, Zero-Wing would truly be finished. As Singular Burial prepared to meet with his guild's upper echelons to discuss their next moves, Shifeng secretly snuck across Ancient Rock City's walls. Although Heaven's Burial had already set Zero-Wing's members as enemies, Shifeng had the Nightwalker's cape equipped. If he wished to escape detection, not even Tier 3 NPCs would find him. The only problem was that he still wasn't allowed to enter the city. Fortunately, he didn't need toes expected of one of the Orc Empire's cities. It's certainly more prosperous than Zero-Wing City, Shifeng muttered to himself, smiling as he observed Ancient Rock City through its gates. It seems that Heaven's Burial has improved the city's defenses quite a bit. I wonder if it can withstand a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell? As Shifeng muttered, he activated Gale Domain and flew above Ancient Rock City. Chapter 1641, Demon King's Descent. Chapter 1641, Demon King's Descent. 20-meter-tall walls surrounded Ancient Rock City, strengthened by magic runes. Even powerful players would not be able to scale these walls. Furthermore, a defensive magic array protected Ancient Rock City, so even if players managed to climb the walls, the magic array would stop them in their tracks. Normally, players could only enter Ancient Rock City through its main entrance. If players with nefarious intentions couldn't even break past these two defenses, they'd have no hope of getting past the NPCs patrolling the city, and their attempts would be for naught. Due to the Orc Empire's unique environment, players consumed stamina and concentration more quickly in the area. The only way they could recover their lost stamina and concentration was to enter a magic array enclosed town or city. Currently, a long line of players waited patiently outside of Ancient Rock City's main entrance. They would only be permitted entry after they had been inspected by the city's NPC soldiers. This inspection is really annoying. Heaven's Burial actually refuses to let cloaked players into the city and is adamant that we reveal our identities. They're likely afraid of players from enemy factions sneaking into the city. There are so many superpowers keeping an eye on Ancient Rock City, and if they decided to take action within the city's walls, Heaven's Burial's losses will be no laughing matter. They're overly worried. Causing trouble in Ancient Rock City is easier said than done. Plenty of NPC soldiers and players constantly patrol the city. If anyone does anything odd, they'll likely die before they can do any actual damage. Indeed. Heaven's Burial is just being too careful. With such powerful defenses, not even the super guilds can do anything to the city. As the players in line discussed Ancient Rock City's strict security, they all agreed that Heaven's Burial was being too sensitive. Ancient Rock City wasn't even under players' full control, and as a result, formidable NPCs guarded the city. Even if players wanted to attack the city, there was nothing they could do at this stage of the game. Guys, look. Someone's up there. Crap. Who is that? He's actually flying. What's he trying to do? He isn't trying to attack the city, is he? Attack the city? Are you kidding me? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array isn't just for show. Current players can't go up against it. He must be trying to get a better look at the city situation. Who is that guy? He sure has guts. Isn't he afraid that Heaven's Burial will try to kill him? When the crowd queued up to enter Ancient Rock City saw the figure in the sky, they couldn't help their growing curiosity. The players outside of Ancient Rock City weren't the only ones to notice Shifeng. The players within the city's walls noticed him as well, and his appearance instantly caused a commotion. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence, Guild Leader, someone has suddenly appeared above the city. By the looks of it, he seems to be a player, a level 49 ranger announced after entering the Guild Leader's office. Should we send the patrol squads to eliminate him? Normally, they didn't bother with players as long as they didn't try to cause any trouble. However, this unknown player dared to look down on Ancient Rock City from above. This was a blatant insult to Heaven's Burial. If they did not teach this player a lesson, it could impact the guild's prestige. Someone's looking down on the city from above? The Ranger's report surprised Singular Burial slightly. Do you know who it is? This was the first time they had encountered such an arrogant player since Heaven's Burial had taken control of Ancient Rock City. We tried to investigate, but he's wearing a black cloak, so we can't see the player's identity, the Ranger said, shaking his head. Interesting. This person must be tired of life to act so wildly in Heaven's Burial's territory. Although I don't know what they intend to do, I don't want to see them leave this place alive. Notify our subordinates immediately and have them display the guild's strength, Singular Burial said, sneering as he looked at the cloaked image of Shifeng. Understood. The Ranger left to notify the NPC and player patrol squads to take action. Normally, NPC soldiers wouldn't take long to deal with an intruder when an enemy appeared in a city, but since this mysterious individual had hidden his identity and hadn't done anything just yet, they'd only be prevented from entering Ancient Rock City. The NPCs would not attempt to remove the player. However, these NPCs would launch an attack if they received a direct command. Current players were little more than flies to level 100 NPCs. Shortly after Singular Burial issued the command, the NPCs on the city walls set their sights on Shifeng as he hovered above the city. One of the Tier 3 commanders immediately launched a Tier 3 spell, while the Tier 1 soldiers beside him pulled out their bows and fired at Shifeng. It seems that Heaven's Burial is really angry. They actually commanded the NPCs to attack. That person is in for a beating. I know, right? It really makes you wonder what is going through that person's mind. Does he really think Ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers there for decoration? As everyone watched the Tier 3 spell and hundreds of arrows soar towards the hovering intruder, Shifeng finished his preparations. He then unfurled the Tier 3 defensive scroll in his hands and activated it immediately. Dark blue streams of air danced around Shifeng, encasing him. Not only did the air stream strike the incoming arrows down, but they also blocked the Tier 3 spell. In the end, Shifeng emerged from the volley unscathed. What? He's still alive? Everyone was stunned when they saw Shifeng unharmed against a level 100, Tier 3 NPC's Tier 3 spell. Even a player of the same rank and level would take significant damage. The other NPCs had also fired hundreds of arrows at Shifeng, yet, despite such a domineering assault, Shifeng hadn't taken any damage. Contrary to expectations, Shifeng didn't try to escape after the NPC's first volley ended. Rather, he pulled an item from his bag. The instant he revealed this item, the surrounding mana surged toward Shifeng as he began to chant an incantation. The mana around him concentrated into liquid. In seconds, a pitch-black magic array, covering a 2,000-yard radius, appeared above Ancient Rock City. The phantom of a demon king then appeared beneath the magic array, radiating a terrifying aura that every player in Ancient Rock City could feel. What a powerful spell. What is that person trying to do? He couldn't really be trying to siege the city, right? This is insane. That person is definitely crazy. This is Ancient Rock City we're talking about. What can one player like him possibly do to the city's defensive magic array? Ancient Rock City's players didn't panic in the least as they watched the pitch-black magic array above the city. Rather, they were confused. If this player had used this spell to attack within the city, it would decimate Ancient Rock City, but since it was outside of the city's defenses, it couldn't damage the city in the slightest. At most, it would expend some of the defensive magic array's energy. As everyone questioned Shifeng's sanity, the black magic array in the sky completed its formation. At the same time, the Demon King released a furious bellow and summoned numerous flaming meteors, raining them down on Ancient Rock City. Tier 5 spell, Hell Meteor. The instant the hill-sized meteors met the city's defensive magic array, a deafening boom echoed throughout the city. As one meteor after another crashed down, cracks began to snake across the magic barrier around Ancient Rock City. As the cracks continuously spread, the defensive magic array protecting the city eventually shattered and disappeared. Chapter 1642, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 1642, Shocking All Sides. As the players within the city watched the defensive magic array around Ancient Rock City transform into particles of light and disappear, their expressions froze. How is this possible? What's going on here? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was destroyed? For a time, everyone struggled to process and accept the fact that the defensive magic array had actually broken. Although they were not particularly familiar with the strength of a city's defensive magic array, they knew that normal spells would be utterly useless against it. Even Tier 4 spells would barely have an effect. When Heaven's Burial had tried to capture Ancient Rock City, the guild had spent many hours bombarding the city's defensive magic array. It had even employed Tier 4 mythic-ranked evil beasts to assault the barrier, yet this same, peerless magic array had crumbled under a single attack. It felt like some kind of joke. What did that person do? Is he some kind of high-tiered NPC? Curiosity filled Ancient Rock City's players as they watched Shifeng's cloaked figure. Meanwhile, the eyes of the various players from visiting superpowers within the city glowed as they watched the defensive magic array fire. A chance. This is our change. Quick! Notify the guild leader. Thus far, the superpowers hadn't given up on securing Ancient Rock City for themselves. Its daily income was so astronomical that not even super guilds could ignore the temptation. However, nobody had been able to do anything against the city. Its defenses were simply too powerful. Aside from the city's level 100 NPCs, the city's defensive magic array was impossible for these superpowers to overcome. They'd also have to contend with the defensive magic array protecting the city lord's mansion now. However, Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was gone. City's defensive magic arrays weren't like the defensive arrays players could summon with magic array scrolls. Once shattered, the protective barrier would need a long time to reform. Depending on the mana supply, forming another magic array could take anywhere from 24 to 48 hours. During this time, Ancient Rock City would be without the protection of a defensive magic array. Aside from the city's defensive structures, the various superpowers only had to overcome the NPCs defending the city. It was entirely possible to steal Ancient Rock City out from under Heaven's Burial. The various superpowers members who rested in Ancient Rock City immediately contacted their supervisors to report the city's situation. In almost no time, everyone had heard the news of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array shattering, causing quite a commotion among the various major powers in the Orc Empire. What? Someone has broken Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array? How did they do it? Hurry up and look into it. We must know that person's identity. This is a good opportunity. Heaven's Burial has been relying on Ancient Rock City to suppress us in the Orc Empire. Now that the city has lost its defensive magic array, we definitely have a chance of taking Heaven's Burial's place. Mobilize all of our members in the Orc Empire and tell them to gather in Ancient Rock City. Call in all of our elite members grinding elsewhere, too. We can't let the other guilds get ahead of us. For a time, the various superpowers developing in the Orc Empire began to gather their forces in Ancient Rock City. 24 hours was more than enough for their forces to make it to Ancient Rock City. Without the defensive magic array in their path, they just needed to distract the NPC soldiers and destroy the City Lord's tablet, which was inside the City Lord's mansion. Once that was complete, the city would become ownerless, and a city order would appear. If they could get their hands on that city order, they would claim Ancient Rock City for themselves. Meanwhile, silence dominated the guild leader's office in Heaven's Burial's residence when Singular Burial had initially looked out his office window and noticed the absence of the city's defensive magic array. He had been stunned for a long moment. Once he recovered from the shock, his expression turned somber as he radiated a chilling aura that even decreased the room's temperature. Everyone in the room shuddered as this aura overwhelmed them. Kill him. I don't care who he is. I want him dead. Dead. Singular Burial bellowed as he glared at Shifeng's figure hovering over the city. Ancient Rock City was Heaven's Burial's foundation. The guild had sacrificed too much to obtain it. Now that the city's defensive magic array had fallen, the various superpowers, which had eyed Ancient Rock City for a while, wouldn't miss this opportunity. They would launch fervent assaults against the city, and although Singular Burial was confident that his guild could repel these usurpers, Heaven's Burial would suffer immeasurable losses in the upcoming battle. It might even cripple the guild's development. Understood. Finally, everyone reacted and rushed out of the office. At first, they had assumed that they were dealing with some insignificant lunatic, but that lunatic had actually shattered Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array and threatened Heaven's Burial's foundation. After Singular Burial issued the command, every NPC in Ancient Rock City dashed toward Shifeng, hurling all kinds of ranged attacks. At the same time, the city's defense turrets and arrow towers began to bombard the flying swordsman, but despite such powerful attacks flying at him from different directions, Shifeng didn't try to evade them. Instead, he flew straight towards the City Lord's mansion. With Gale Domain active, Shifeng's movement speed was ridiculously high, and as a result, very few attacks managed to reach him. When an attack did reach him, the streams of dark blue air revolving around Shifeng struck it down before it could deal any real damage. What's that person trying to do? Is he not going to flee? He seems to be heading towards the City Lord's mansion. He couldn't be. When the city's players realized where Shifeng was heading, they considered a possibility. Although they thought that the chance of such an occurrence was minuscule, and the action was utterly suicidal, they couldn't help but shudder at the thought sieging the City Lord's mansion. No matter how they thought about it, no single player could achieve this feat. The City Lord's mansion had its own defensive magic array. Only, it didn't require as much energy as the barrier that protected the entire city. Even so, Tier 3 or 4 attacks couldn't easily bring it down. Could he be capable of using that spell again? Everyone gulped in trepidation at the thought. The spell Shifeng had used was absurdly powerful. The fact that he had already used it once was impressive enough. It would simply be unfair if he could use it again. No. He definitely can't use that kind of spell a second time. He must be bluffing. Singular Burial's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Shifeng soar closer to the City Lord's mansion, refusing to believe that such a thing was possible. It wasn't long before Shifeng stopped above the City Lord's mansion. With his lips curling into a smile, he raised the Demon King's horn once more and sacrificed another 30,000 magic crystals to the item. Suddenly, the same gigantic, pitch-black magic array appeared, enveloped the City Lord's mansion. A Demon King's phantom then materialized beneath the array. No. This is impossible. Madness struck Singular Burial as he watched the Demon King cast Hell Meteor again. Quick! Kill him! Don't let him finish the spell. At this point, everyone from Heaven's Burial realized the severity of their situation. Without hesitation, they tried to tear Shifeng from the sky with Tier 3 magic scrolls. Some even used Tier 4 magic scrolls, hoping to kill this intruder as quickly as possible. It's too late. Shifeng smiled at the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion. Lightly, he swung the Demon King's horn down, gesturing at the mansion. Chapter 1643, Destroying a City Alone. Chapter 1643, Destroying a City Alone. As Shifeng swung down the Demon King's horn from his position above Ancient Rock City's City Lord's mansion, the pitch-black magic array looming over the building released a blinding light. In response, Hill-sized meteors began to emerge from the array and rain down on the City Lord's mansion. Unlike the previous attack, the players outside of the mansion weren't protected by a magic array. They could clearly feel the heat waves from the blazing meteors. One meteor after another crashed into the defensive magic array protecting the City Lord's mansion, causing the barrier to crack. Although the array had a constant supply of energy, its recovery rate couldn't keep up with the damage it received. As a result, more cracks began to spread across the barrier. The defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion is slightly stronger than the one that protected the city. It's definitely going to endure the attack. Singular Burial silently prayed as he watched the powerful bombardment. The City Lord's mansion was the heart of the city. Hence, the defensive magic array constructed to protect it was even stronger than the one that had protected the city. This was also why he was so confident that Ancient Rock City would never fall into the various superpowers' hands. But as hope rekindled in Singular Burial's heart, reality gave him a tight slap to the face. Under Hell Meteor's continuous bombardment, the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion eventually collapsed, and the semi-translucent barrier shattered like a mirror. Is this a joke? Who is that guy? He actually destroyed 2 defensive magic arrays in a row. How is this possible? That's the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array that we're talking about. Even several mythic monsters would need to attack it for a long time to destroy it. What kind of spell did he just use? The crowd in Ancient Rock City was stupefied as they watched the spectacle before them. Even Heaven's Burial's members had forgotten to attack the intruder as they stared at the now unprotected City Lord's mansion with dumbfounded expressions. Nobody could believe their eyes. Not even the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array could stop Shifeng's attack. What these players didn't know was that the attack Shifeng had executed with the Demon King's horn contained a Demon King's full power. The attack ranked at the peak of Tier 5. A normal city's defensive magic array would have no trouble blocking Tier 3 attacks. It could even withstand Tier 4 attacks, which would only exhaust albeit considerable, portion of the array's energy reserves. However, the Demon King's horn's attack far exceeded the threshold of any city's defensive magic array. The item could even break through Zero Wing City's defensive magic array, which had a special power source. Once an attack exceeded a defensive magic array's threshold, its energy depletion would increase by multiple times. It wouldn't be unusual if the array stopped functioning entirely. This was also why the various guilds had held massive celebrations whenever they gained a Tier 5 player in Shifeng's previous life. Tier 5 players weren't just capable of defending a city by themselves, they could also shatter an ordinary city's defensive magic array without help, making it far easier for their guild to capture a city. Even after the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion fell, Hell Meteor's duration hadn't ended. The brilliant meteors bombarded the mansion itself, and although the building had been reinforced with divine runes, it was no match for the incredible attack. In just a few short seconds, the City Lord's mansion was in shambles as expected of a Tier 5 peak existence's large-scale destruction spell. Its power really is amazing. Shifeng was astonished as he stared at the tattered City Lord's mansion. He had thought that the Demon King's horn would only be able to break through the defensive magic array, but looking at it now, it would seem that he had still underestimated the item's power. Unfortunately, he could only use the Demon King's horn twice. Once the attack ended, the Demon King's horn gradually disintegrated, becoming no more than dust particles before it disappeared. Die. He must die. I want him removed from God's domain entirely. Singular Burial glared at Shifeng with bloodshot eyes. If the man stood before him now, Singular Burial would eat Shifeng alive. Heaven's Burial could have relied on the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array to withstand the various superpowers' assaults, but now that that array had shattered, Ancient Rock City had lost its last line of defense. Now, however, with said magic array shattered, this meant that Ancient Rock City's last line of defense had also disappeared as Singular Burial barked out commands like a madman. Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burial's other members worked with the NPC soldiers to eliminate Shifeng. In truth, though, they knew that their actions were futile. Even if they killed Shifeng, Ancient Rock City's 2 defensive magic arrays were gone, and they would need a long time to recover. Meanwhile, facing attacks from all sides, Feng unhurriedly retrieved a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll and activated it, blocking every incoming attack. Damn it. Just who the hell is he? What kind of feud does he have with our guild? Find out. Use whatever means it takes to discover that person's identity. Seeing that Feng was unfazed despite so many players' attacks, both Heaven's Burial's members and the players from the various superpowers wondered about the man's identity. Even super guilds were helpless against ancient Rock City, yet Feng had destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays by himself. It was utterly unbelievable, but with the facts before them, they had no choice but to admit it had happened. As players ran off to investigate this flying intruder, Feng took the initiative to remove his black cloak, revealing his black flame appearance. Heaven's Burial. Didn't you guys ask for a fight? I'm here. Feng shouted as he looked down on Heaven's Burial's members. The moment Feng revealed his identity, a moment of silence descended on the city. What? It's Black Flame? Impossible. Black Flame actually came to ancient Rock City? And he destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays? Amazing. Truly amazing. The players in ancient Rock City were thunderstruck when they learned Feng's identity. They had never thought that Zero Wing's Black Flame would actually accomplish such an unbelievable feat. Black Flame? He's actually Black Flame? How is that possible? Singular Burial was dazed when he saw Feng, struggling to think properly. When he had sent the evil demon army after Zero Wing, he had taken into account that the enemy guild might launch some kind of counterattack, but he had never imagined that Zero Wing's guild leader would be so bold as to attack Heaven's Burial's headquarters by himself. Meanwhile, Daybreak Fog, who commanded the battle outside the city lord's mansion, took a deep breath and ordered, "Kill him. We outnumber him. We cannot let Black Flame enter the city lord's mansion." The guild's members only reacted and remembered to attack Feng after they heard Daybreak Fog's voice ring out. Now that the city lord's mansion had lost its defensive magic array, there was nothing to protect the city lord's tablet. If they allowed Feng to destroy the tablet and obtain the city order that would then appear, Heaven's Burial would suffer unimaginable consequences. There was no way that Feng, who hovered above them all, would emerge unscathed with so many attacks from both players and NPCs. However, Feng had no intention of entering the city lord's mansion. Instead, he swiped his right hand across the empty air before him. In response, a spatial tear appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming attacks before every player's eyes. In ancient Rock City, Feng entered the spatial tear and vanished. Chapter 1644, Reversal. He's gone. He must have teleported. Amazing. He's too strong. So, that was the Sword King? Everyone was dumbfounded yet again as they watched the tear in space gradually mend. Feng had certainly given them a shocking show. First, he had attacked Heaven's Burial's main headquarters by himself and destroyed 2 of ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, despite the fact that he had been surrounded by Heaven's Burial's members and ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers, he had left without taking a single point of damage. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's members had been utterly powerless during all of this. They had only been able to watch as it had all happened. Not even super guilds could impact ancient Rock City, yet Zero Wing's Black Flame had flipped the city upside down on his own. The man's capabilities were simply terrifying. Damn it! He escaped. Broken Flow ground his teeth in frustration as he watched Feng disappear. Feng had safely left ancient Rock City as everyone had watched. If news of this spread, Heaven's Burial's reputation would be in ruins. Black Flame. Daybreak Fog's expression darkened. She had thought that Zero Wing had run out of options and was on the path to destruction. She had never thought that the guild would actually make such a move. Compared to what Feng had just achieved, Heaven's Burial's recent success in killing over 15,000 Zero Wing members wasn't even worth mentioning. Now that both of ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays had been destroyed, the various superpowers would attack the city with renewed fervor. Meanwhile, Singular Burial seethed with rage in Heaven's Burial's residence. His eyes were bloodshot as he continuously smashed the desk before him to pieces. Black Flame. I will never let you Off the hook. Singular Burial bellowed from within his office, and everyone in the guild residence could hear his declaration he had lost too much this time. Without the 2 defensive magic arrays, the various superpowers' armies could charge into Ancient Rock City without trouble. Ancient Rock City had just begun to take shape. The guild hadn't even fully fortified the city yet. If the various superpowers attacked now, the city would sustain heavy damages and would be out of commission for some time. Even if Heaven's Burial managed to hold on to it. Guild leader, what should we do now? Daybreak Fog asked Singular Burial through a private call. Recall everyone. Notify young Master Lei and the others and have them return to help defend the city. We cannot allow the other superpowers to get anywhere near the City Lord's mansion. Singular Burial instructed. Once he had calmed slightly, although he wanted nothing more than to hunt Shifeng down and decimate Zero Wing City. Fending off the superpowers' armies was far more important right now. Zero Wing, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will have my revenge. After Singular Burial finished issuing his commands, he took another look at the video before him. It replayed Shifeng's reign of destruction as he eliminated the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion. Shifeng's latest actions had caused Heaven's Burial plenty of trouble. It would also delay Zero Wing's destruction by quite a while. However, it didn't change Heaven's Burial's overwhelming advantage over Zero Wing. After Shifeng had destroyed the 2 defensive magic arrays in Ancient Rock City, news of his feat quickly spread throughout the several kingdoms and 2 empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Amazing! He actually made such a mess of Ancient Rock City by himself. Galaxy Past could not help but laugh when he read the urgent report his subordinate had sent. The various superpowers' armies will have a greater chance of securing the city now. So, this is the rumored Sword King? He really is something, Cuttlefish, from the Crimson Emperor Guild, muttered, chuckling as he watched the battle video. This has definitely created an opportunity for Crimson Emperor. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence on Thunder Island, Blue Phoenix, who wore a set of elegant, dark purple mage robes, burst into the guild leader's office, wearing an excited expression. Big sis Rain, big news. Black Flame has single-handedly destroyed Heaven's Burial's Ancient Rock City. Heaven's Burial is in turmoil. Blue Phoenix reported as she grinned at the beauty in a black, silken dress, who currently sat behind an office table as she shifted through paperwork. How is that possible? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array can easily withstand Tier 4 attacks. Phoenix Rain paused, looking up from her work to give Blue Phoenix a skeptical look. It's true. Black Flame used some kind of tool to destroy Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays in a single hit. Blue Phoenix said. She then sent Phoenix Rain a battle video. In the video, Shifeng attacked Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array, casting Hell Meteor repeatedly and shattering both defensive magic arrays in minutes. Just how many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock as she watched Shifeng use the same devastating attack twice in a row. With such a powerful attack and Shifeng's ability to move about freely, no guild town or city could hope to stop him. Even super guilds would fear the Swordsman. However, what Phoenix Rain didn't know was that Shifeng could only use the Demon King's horn twice. Once he expended those uses, it would disappear. He'd have to rely on his luck to obtain another such item. After all, tools that allowed players to cast Tier 5 spells were as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain. Elsewhere, Shifeng arrived in a deserted mountain range after using space movement. He then took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. As he strolled down the city streets, he could hear countless players discussing Ancient Rock City. Because of the latest events, Zero Wing's reputation had reached an all-time high. It seems my plan has been quite effective. Seeing that Zero Wing's reputation had soared among the masses, Shifeng was considerably satisfied with his latest operation. Although he had exhausted the Demon King's horn and spent 60,000 magic crystals, he had put Heaven's Burial at risk. Even if the guild defended their hold on Ancient Rock City, it wouldn't see any more of the city's profits for some time. To make matters worse, both Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing still incurred massive expenditures every day due to the ongoing war. If Heaven's Burial wasn't careful, the guild might disintegrate in the next few days. As Shifeng was about to return to the candlelight trading firm to resume forging magic light sets, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, you're too ruthless. Aqua Rose said, clearly excited as she addressed Shifeng. Heaven's Burial is definitely in trouble. According to our latest reports, over 10 superpowers are marching their armies towards Ancient Rock City as we speak. They have a combined force of around 700,000 elite players. Heaven's Burial is going to have its hands full trying to defend Ancient Rock City, let alone deal with us. Heaven's Burial isn't our only enemy. We still have to worry about the Blackwater Corporation. Have we seen any movement from Blackwater recently? Shifeng asked, nodding her agreement with Shifeng's statement. Aqua Rose calmed herself and answered, it seems that Blackwater has turned its focus to raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin. It has even reduced the number of experts hunting our members to send more players to explore the ruin. The Primordial Divine Ruin? Shifeng fell into deep thought for a moment. The Primordial Divine Ruin was an excellent location to obtain combat techniques native to God's domain. If one collected enough of them, the result from learning them all could even rival the advanced combat rooms in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. While Shifeng considered the situation, the sound of a system notification attracted his attention. System announcement: someone has successfully triggered the new expansion pack, Primordial Trial. The Primordial Divine Ruin within the Orc Empire will undergo further activation. In 10 hours, the Primordial City's gates will open on the Primordial Divine Ruin's 5th floor. Please prepare. Chapter 1645, Primordial City. Chapter 1645, Primordial City. Shifeng wasn't the only player to receive the system notification. Players in the Orc Empire and those in the neighboring kingdoms and empires were also notified a new expansion pack. Someone triggered an expansion pack related to the Primordial Divine Ruin? How lucky. What's going on? What's this, Primordial City? The system notification stirred players in the various kingdoms and empires into an uproar. Although the new expansion pack this time did not require players to log off, every new expansion pack meant new opportunities. Every time a new expansion pack launched, the status quo in God's domain would change. Some guilds and players would rise, while others would fall. Meanwhile, this expansion pack was connected to the highly popular Primordial Divine Ruin, which even the various superpowers struggled to monopolize. It was clear that this expansion pack would be extraordinary. If one took advantage of this expansion pack properly, they could even experience a meteoric rise, becoming famous throughout God's domain. After all, the same thing had already happened multiple times thus far. Everyone immediately looked into this Primordial City the system announcement had mentioned. As soon as they had, though, they were stunned by what they had found. According to God's domain's historical records, Primordial City had been a legendary city before the Great Destruction. Nobody knew exactly what kind of place this city was. They only knew that players had to travel through a specific teleportation gate to reach the Primordial City. This teleportation gate could be found throughout the continent of God's domain. According to the legends, the Primordial City was even grander than Blackwing City. In fact, it offered even more benefits than the Holy City of Titan. Countless opportunities awaited players, including hidden classes and combination skills that had been lost in time. After learning more about Primordial City, the potential benefits tempted many top adventurer teams. They began to partner with other teams to explore the Primordial Divine Ruin. Since the various large guilds had monopolized the ruin since it had appeared, adventurer teams and independent players hadn't dared to consider exploring it. The risks far outweighed the gains. Although it was possible to obtain combat techniques within the Primordial Divine Ruin, doing so was incredibly difficult. At the very least, no lone adventurer team had any hope of survival in the ruin. It would need the strength of multiple adventurer teams. Unfortunately, even if multiple teams worked together, they'd have to address the problem of loot. No one wanted to take a loss, and because of this, it was unlikely that multiple adventurer teams would cooperate. Most importantly, a single adventurer team's strength was insignificant in the eyes of the various superpowers. Not even first-rate guilds would take top adventurer teams seriously. However, the situation had changed, and their only goal now was entry into the Primordial City. In that case, it was definitely possible that the various top adventurer teams could work together without incident. As for how many players each team got into the Primordial City, that would depend on them. The various superpowers were now focused on Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city, and even if they were interested in the Primordial City, they'd only be able to spare a portion of their forces to raid the ruin. This gave the top adventurer teams a greater chance of entering the Primordial Divine Ruin and proceeding towards the Primordial City. Guild leader, the Primordial City is amazing. Aqua Rose was astonished when she read the report on the new city. Not only was the Primordial City's foundation stronger than those of the Holy City of Titan, but it was also a holy ground for players who wanted to grow stronger. If players could enter the Primordial City, they would grow significantly stronger very quickly. Primordial City? Shifeng was just as surprised by the system announcement. He had never expected the opportunity to enter the Primordial City to arrive so soon. In the past, the Primordial City had made its appearance in God's domain after mainstream players had reached level 70. Everyone had known the city's importance, and it had caused a major struggle between the game's major powers. Even so, they had all underestimated how beneficial the Primordial City would become for players. Though, they eventually learned the truth. Aside from the ability to obtain hidden classes, combat techniques, skills, and spells in the Primordial City, the city's most valued aspect was its ability to help players complete their class promotions much faster. It was common knowledge that class promotions became more difficult as players reached higher tiers. In fact, some players might never even reach Tier 2. Meanwhile, Primordial City offered a special product called a Primordial Soul. When used, it provided a buff that improved players' physiques for a certain amount of time. With an improved physique, players would have a much easier time completing their promotion quests. As for using the Primordial Soul for PvP, that was not possible. This was because the Primordial Soul's buff would vanish the moment any other players were within 1,000 yards of the user. Hence, players could only use the Primordial Soul when they soloed monsters or quests. Even so, the Primordial Soul had become highly sought after in God's domain. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to obtain a Primordial Soul since the city only sold a limited number each day. Once they were bought out, the item would only restock the next day. It was a limitation the system had set to avoid too many players completing their promotion quests too easily. Although Zero Wing had plenty of level 50+ players, only a small number had actually reached Tier 2 thus far. It was safe to say that, aside from Shifeng, no one knew about the Primordial Souls yet. If he could enter the Primordial City and monopolize the Primordial Souls sold, Zero Wing could gain a new batch of Tier 2 experts in a short amount of time. If Zero Wing could form a large enough team of Tier 2 experts, defeating mythic monsters of the same level would be possible even without powerful tools. Tier 2 experts were also the foundation to challenge super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons. Aqua, notify Fire and Blackie and have them gather the main force and Dark God's Legion immediately. It's about time we make a trip to the Primordial Divine Ruin, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Wonderful. I've been waiting for you to say that, guild leader. Aqua Rose was ecstatic when she heard Shifeng's command. However, she quickly realized a problem, saying worriedly, Guild leader, the various superpowers are paying close attention to the Primordial Divine Ruin right now. Moreover, it's in Heaven's Burial's territory. If we head to the ruin, even with the Dark God's Legion, I'm afraid that the Primordial Divine Ruin was near the boundary between the Orc Empire's inner and outer regions. It was not far-fetched to consider the area part of Heaven's Burial's territory. The location was also one of the reasons that Heaven's Burial had always secured around 1/10 of the available entry slots into the ruin despite so many powerful competitors. Now that Shifeng had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, Heaven's Burial would give them a piece of its mind if they dispatched forces to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if they dispatched both Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion, they would only have 1,000+ players. If they tried to face the superpowers elites and experts, they'd likely have a very difficult time securing enough slots. Relax. Zipping and the others will join us as well, Shifeng said, chuckling. While we're on the topic, how is the equipment collection coming along? We've collected the necessary weapons and equipment. I'll have someone send them over in a moment. But even if we include Yu Zipping and his team, our members are still, Aqua Rose said worriedly, even if they included Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples, they'd still have less than 2,000 players. Compared to the tens of thousands of elites and experts the superpowers had dispatched, such a small force wasn't worth mentioning. However, Shi Feng remained firm on his decision. In God's domain, quantity wasn't the most important. Rather, quality meant everything. Chapter 1646, Team Strengthens. Chapter 1646, Team Strengthens. After receiving Aqua Rose's answer, Shi Feng disconnected the call and focused on forging magic light sets. He only had 10 hours before the Primordial City's gates opened, which coincided with the Primordial Divine Ruins activation time. It would not be easy to put together a powerful team in so little time, so he needed to make use of every second. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose contacted Zero Wing's members. She also sent someone with the level 50 weapons and equipment to White River City, instructing them to hand the items over to Yu Zipping and the others. With this, Zero Wing instantly gained nearly 700 powerful experts. This development, more or less, brightened Aqua Rose's mood. Normally, large guilds nurtured expert players very slowly, producing 200 or 300 experts per month. Some guilds' development was even slower, losing experts rather than gaining them. More players joined God's domain each day, after all, and as players became more familiar with the game's combat styles, the standards for expert players rose to greater heights. With the addition of Yu Zipping and the others, Zero Wing's expert count increased drastically. If the public knew of this, countless players would be shocked. 700 expert players might not be a match for a 10,000-strong elite army on a battlefield, but when it came to guerrilla warfare, the experts would dominate. Moreover, expert players could adapt to far more easily than elite players. Now that Heaven's Burial had its hands full, it and Blackwater would suffer if Zero Wing suddenly introduced another 700 expert players to their war. It was a pity that Yu Zipping and the others were forced to make their debut in the Primordial Divine Ruin. It would allow Heaven's Burial and Blackwater to see to preemptive measures to cope. Candlelight Trading Firm, Special Forging Room. Controlling the Purple Thunder Flame, Shi Feng carefully smelted and combined the necessary materials to forge the magic light set. Once he included the magisteel ingot, he began to shape the molten alloy. He had completed the entire process as smoothly and naturally as flowing water, with every one of his movements nearly, if not exactly, perfect. At the end of the day, however, his forging success rate was only 60%. Even if he followed the procedures perfectly. After successfully forging another 4 magic light sets and increasing his total to 30, Shi Feng stopped crafting. Instead, he retrieved the Advanced Book of Magic from his bag and began to forge Advanced Mana Armor Kits. The Advanced Mana Armor Kits didn't provide as much of a boost as the magic light set, but if every player equipped 3 of these kits, their basic attributes would increase by at least 10%. This was a substantial increase for level 50 players. The strengthened magic light sets could rival dark gold equipment of the same level in basic attributes, but after including the advanced mana armor kits, the set equipment would be on par with level 50 dark gold set equipment. The various superpowers currently treated level 50 fine gold equipment like precious treasure, not to mention level 50 dark gold equipment or set equipment. Thankfully, I made it in time. Shi Feng revealed a satisfied smile as he gazed at the advanced mana armor kits on the table before him. Due to the purple thunder flame, his production speed with these kits had improved significantly. After working for 5 hours straight, he had successfully forged 90 armor kits, enough to equip 30 players. He had also gained an incredible amount of EXP and was now only 19% away from level 65, following which, Shi Feng contacted Yu Zipping and had the youth lead 29 other plate armor players to his special forging room. It wasn't long before Yu Zipping and his companions arrived in Shi Feng's room. They all wore a mix of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. When Yu Zipping and the others entered the special forging room, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. Numerous pieces of dazzling equipment littered the room. It was clear that the equipment was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, based on the piece's design, they obviously belonged to a single set. However, what stunned Yu Zipping and his companions the most was the unique glow of fine gold items radiating from the pieces. And the room actually held 30 full sets. The sight was blinding. Level 45 fine gold set equipment. Everyone inwardly guessed the set equipment's rank as shock overwhelmed them. Guild leader, I've brought the players you've requested, 15 shield warriors and guardian knights, and 15 berserkers and swordsmen, Yu Zipping respectfully announced as he walked up to Shifeng. After seeing the sight before him, his admiration for the swordsman had solidified. It was obvious that Shifeng had personally handcrafted fine gold sets in the room. At this stage of the game, countless experts dreamed of equipping level 45 fine gold set equipment. Even the various major powers would have to invest a lot of time, manpower, and resources to acquire one set, yet Shifeng could actually forge such equipment. If the various superpowers knew about this, they'd likely curse Zero Wing for cheating. With the ability to produce level 45 fine gold set equipment, Zero Wing would almost certainly grow stronger. Alright, I want every one of you to pick a set and equip it, Shifeng said as he gestured the magic light sets in the room. We're supposed to equip them? The 30 players couldn't help their confusion. They currently wore level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, which was only slightly weaker than level 45 fine gold set equipment in terms of basic attributes. On the other hand, level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment offered higher defense than level 45 fine gold set equipment. It'd be better to let the other experts, who lacked equipment, to use these pieces rather than equip the sets themselves, but since their guild leader had given them an order, they had no choice but to obey. As Yu Zipping and the others picked up the magic light sets and prepared to equip them, they realized something that left them dazed. How is this possible? This is level 50 fine gold set equipment? I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they inspected the magic light set's attribute panels. They were already impressed that Shifeng had crafted level 45 fine gold set equipment, but they had never even heard of a player obtaining level 50 fine gold set equipment. And yet, their guild was giving each of them one of these sets. For a moment, their minds even failed to process the situation. Wait, there's a strengthened label on this set. These pieces' basic attributes should be even higher than those of level 50 fine gold set equipment. A player with a keen eye suddenly exclaimed. The player's declaration immediately caught everyone's attention. Crap, it's true. The basic attributes on this set are even higher than the level 50 fine gold equipment I've seen before. Yu Zipping and the other players were at a loss for words as they held the magic light set pieces, shuddering involuntarily. Each piece of a fine gold set equipment was half a rank stronger than fine gold equipment of the same level, but after the enhancement, it was clear that the magic light set pieces were on par with level 50 dark gold equipment. A set of level 50 dark gold equipment. If news of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout God's domain. Before Yu Zipping and his fellow players could digest this information, Shifeng gestured to the advanced mana armor kits atop a stone table in the corner of the room and instructed, once you've equipped the magic light sets, I want each of you to take 3 armor kits and equip them as well. Take a look at the final effects. Chapter 1647, Zero Wing appears. Chapter 1647, Zero Wing appears. When Shifeng finished speaking, Yu Zipping and the others turned towards the advanced mana armor kits, their eyes bulging and bloodshot. Although they weren't the guild's frontline members, they knew how valuable the advanced mana armor kits were. After all, only Shifeng was capable of crafting these armor kits. There was an extremely limited number available, and even guild members struggled to purchase them with GCPs. Not only did guild members have to spend an exorbitant amount, but they also needed to be elite members or higher to purchase the advanced mana armor kits. In addition, each player was limited to 3 armor kits. Even now, the various major powers offered extraordinary prices to purchase advanced mana armor kits, yet these players had the chance to equip these armor kits. This was simply a dream. However, when they thought about how each of them had just received a magic light set, they quickly recovered their senses. Amazing. These basic attributes are incredibly high. That's right. My basic attributes have risen by over 30% with everything equipped. I'm pretty sure that I can even put up a fight against a peak expert now. Once they had equipped the magic light sets and advanced mana armor kits, these players felt transformed. An indescribable sense of power filled their bodies. They couldn't help the rising desire to spar with other experts to get a good feel for their new prowess. With a 30% increase to their basic attributes, their overall combat power should have, at the very least, doubled. It seems the enhanced magic light sets are quite effective. Satisfaction filled Shifeng as he examined everyone's attributes. Zipping and his companions' basic attributes could now rival Superpower's peak experts, who wielded multiple epic items. Overall, they should be even more powerful than the Conqueror Party's members with their battle arrays active. Even a Tier 1 metric ton could tank Grand Lord of the same level by himself in the magic light set. Every one of the 15 MTs in the room had over 50,000 HP, and if they worked together, they'd easily form an impenetrable wall. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng and reported, "Guild leader, everyone has gathered. We can move out at any moment." "Alright. It's about time that we head out," Shifeng said after glancing at the time. There was not much time left before the Primordial Divine Ruin reopened. Orc Empire, Primordial Divine Ruin. Due to the new expansion pack, the ancient tower atop a gravel hill had improved. Restaurants and hotels could now be found both within and around the tower now. Not only could players enjoy unique dishes, but they could also recover their stamina and concentration by resting in the hotels. One could say that the Primordial Divine Ruin had become one of the few footholds players had in the Orc Empire. The only downside was the tower's fraudulent prices. The price for food was somewhat acceptable, only costing around 2 to 3 times than in other NPC cities, but the hotel accommodation fees were a different story. Renting a room in the Primordial Divine Ruins hotels cost 40 silver per day. Even expert players had trouble justifying such a high price, much less elite players. Even so, plenty of players had gathered in the tower, as some players, who planned to rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin, were about to enter the massive tower. An intense aura washed over them, halting their steps. When these players warily searched for the cause of such a powerful aura, they discovered a crowd of other players within the tower. The atmosphere resembled that of Imperial Capital's teleportation halls, but unlike those halls, every one of the players within radiated an intense killing intent as they watched each other cautiously. It seemed as if they were all enemies. The players in the tower were members of multiple groups. The smaller groups only had around 5,000 or 6,000 members, while the larger ones had over 10,000. The lowest level player in the tower was level 47, but most were level 48 or 49. Their equipment was also impressive, with most of them wearing at least level 45 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, as time passed, more teams began to gather in the tower. As one team after another entered the tower, the scene caused a commotion among the independent teams. "Quick, look! That team is wearing Crimson Emperor's guild emblem." "What? Even Crimson Emperor is trying to get in on the action?" "Crimson Emperor is nothing. Had you been here a moment ago, you would have seen members from the Sacred Temple arrive. The Sacred Temple's team is even led by Vice Temple Master, Quiet Melody, for this operation. That team was ridiculously strong. All 5,000 members were experts, and they all wore level 45 fine gold or better equipment. Quiet Melody herself even has 3 pieces of epic equipment on her." The independent players in the tower couldn't help but gawk at the various superpowers teams as they rested. The fact that they could survive and make a living in the Orc Empire proved that they were on par with God's Domain's elite players. Needless to say, they were stronger and higher leveled than ordinary players. However, these guild players were leaps and bounds ahead of them in terms of levels and equipment. In addition, a large number of top adventurer teams had banded together to form a massive force. It seemed that these top adventurer teams were adamant about contending with the various superpowers. While one top adventurer team would struggle to gather 1,000 experts, they could form a force of 6,000 to 7,000 expert players if they worked together, and not even the various superpowers should underestimate such a force. What a naive bunch. Do they really think that Crimson Emperor and Sacred Temple are the only superpowers participating in this struggle? Purple Jade, who stood a short distance away from several conversing independent players, expressed her disdain as she overheard the conversations. After the release of the new expansion pack, far more powers had become interested in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even the dark forces had begun to poke their noses into the matter, and among these dark forces, even Raven, an emerging dark guild that developed rapidly recently, intended to participate. Although Raven had only dispatched 8,000 members to the Primordial Divine Ruin, every one of these members was an expert. Moreover, they radiated intense killing intent. They were clearly murderous experts that had long since grown comfortable with fighting other players. Even Purple Jade felt threatened by Bloodsucker, the leader of Raven's team. Judging by the man's aura, his combat standards should be no weaker than Xianxia's, who held a commander-level position in the secret pavilion. A lot of powers have definitely gathered here, but when the competition for the entry slots begins, we should avoid provoking Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members as much as possible. Do you understand? Xianxia warned Purple Jade seriously. Don't provoke them? Is it because they have the home ground advantage? Purple Jade asked. As many as 3 super guilds had gathered in the tower, including Pantheon, King's Return, and the Sacred Temple. None of these super guilds could be underestimated, yet rather than taking note of these organizations, Yuan Tixin warned her to take care around Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. She was truly surprised that's not the case. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater are still no match for super guilds in terms of quality and quantity of experts, but don't forget that they still command evil beasts and demons. It is best if we avoid them, Xianxia said as he glanced at Falling Fire and Lei Jingyang, who commanded Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's teams. Although the destruction of ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays has forced Heaven's Burial to station most of its evil beasts and evil demons in the city's defense, it is best if we use caution around them. Emicham. Purple Jade nodded as the various powers in the tower prepared for the upcoming struggle. A team of players arrived outside of the Primordial Divine Ruin. The team was pitifully small compared to the various guild teams, with not even 2,000 players in total. However, when this team entered the tower, silence fell. What? Zero Wing? That shouldn't be possible, right? Zero Wing just destroyed ancient Rock City. Are they trying to get themselves killed by showing up in Heaven's Burial's territory? Or do they really not consider Heaven's Burial a threat? Chapter 1648, Surge of Experts. Chapter 1648, Surge of Experts. As Zero Wing entered the Primordial Divine Ruin, every player in the tower turned towards its entrance. The culprit for the destruction of ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays was none other than Zero Wing. One could say that Heaven's Burials hated the guild to their very core. If the guilds hadn't needed to station most of its evil beasts and evil demons in ancient Rock City to defend against the various superpowers invading armies, it likely would have launched a frenzied counterattack on Zero Wing by now. Yet, Zero Wing's members dared to show up in the Orc Empire, Heaven's Burial's territory. The guild had even gone so far as to travel all the way to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Just how bold are Zero Wing's members? Don't they know that Heaven's Burial could mobilize thousands of elite members to surround the Primordial Divine Ruin if it wanted to? Maybe they think Heaven's Burial can't touch them now that the guild is busy fending off the superpowers' armies. Even so, isn't Zero Wing underestimating the fight for access to the Primordial Divine Ruin? It sent less than 2,000 players. Does it really think that it can achieve anything with so few members? I wonder how Heaven's Burial's members will react. With how few players Zero Wing sent, the force Heaven's Burial dispatched should be more than enough to take them out. Everyone spoke in hushed whispers as they watched Zero Wing's members approach the tower. Uncle Yuan, what do you think is going through Black Flame's mind? This is the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if Heaven's Burial can't use its full force right now, it still has command of the evil beasts and demons. Even a small force of those monsters will be enough to put Zero Wing's team through hell. Purple Jade wondered as she watched Shifeng, who led Zero Wing's team, with a confused look. One of the reasons that the various superpowers dared to invade ancient Rock City was their significant numbers. Combined, their armies included over 700,000 players. Even if Heaven's Burial controlled evil beasts and evil demons, how many players could those monsters possibly hold back? As long as they wished it, the various superpowers could send their forces to circle the defending evil beasts and evil demons while they charged for the city lord's mansion. With the evil beasts and demons' massive forms, they couldn't enter the mansion itself. Once the various superpowers got their members inside, not even an infinite number of evil beasts and demons could stop them. Heaven's Burial would have to rely on players and NPCs to hold the city lord's tablet. Moreover, it was very difficult to protect a city with evil beasts and evil demons. At the end of the day, the human race was the evil god's temple's mortal enemy. If human NPCs encountered anything connected to the evil god's temple, they'd move to exterminate it immediately. In fact, there was a very high chance that ancient rock city's NPC soldiers would disregard the invading players and attack the evil beasts and demons instead, accomplishing the opposite effect. This was also why the various superpowers dared to attack ancient rock city. However, it was a different story in the fields and the primordial divine ruin. Players weren't prohibited from attacking each other in the ruin, and Heaven's Burial didn't have anything to protect here, so its evil beasts and evil demons could focus on the slaughter. Even if the monsters only killed half of Zero Wing's experts, it would deal a massive blow. I don't know, but the primordial divine ruin is incredibly important to every guild. It is not strange that Zero Wing is willing to take such a risk, Xianxia said, shaking his head as Zero Wing's force moved closer to the tower. The players from the various superpowers and adventurer teams, who anticipated an interesting show, revealed dumbfounded expressions. Is this a joke? Those players are actually all level 50 or higher. Crap. Didn't someone say that Zero Wing didn't have much equipment left? How are so many of those players wearing fine gold set equipment? What level are those fine gold sets? I can feel so much pressure coming off of them. Who are those players in the lead? I don't think I've ever seen them before. When did Zero Wing gain another batch of experts? For this operation, Shifeng did not have his team members wear black cloaks. Hence, both their levels and equipment were exposed for all to see. At this stage of the game, only an extremely small number of players had managed to reach level 50. First-rate guilds only had around 30 to 40 level 50 players, and the various superpowers only had 300 to 500 yet. Every player in the team of nearly 2,000 that Zero Wing had dispatched to the ruin was level 50 or higher. Some were even level 52. This was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Zero Wing's members wore dazzling equipment. The 30 unfamiliar players at the lead even wore the same fine gold set equipment. The aura they radiated was akin to a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage, wearing the magic light sets, which were even stronger than level 50 dark gold equipment. Zipping and the others' basic attributes were even higher than a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. A Lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent for the players in the primordial divine ruin, but it was a different story if it were a player with the attributes of such a monster. Such a player could easily solo an elite party. Even the superpowers commander-level individuals felt an immense pressure wafting from Zipping's group. Although their equipment was considered top-notch in God's domain, their basic attributes were nowhere near a level 50 lord. As suddenly, the various superpowers members saw Zero Wing's players in a new light. They were all powerhouses, and they knew what this aura and pressure represented. Although these factors couldn't be used to determine a player's strength, they did hint at a player's general combat standards. Just how much strength has Zero Wing hidden? It already introduced another 100 refinement realm experts, and now it's revealed so many experts with such intense auras. Could some superpower really be supporting Zero Wing in secret? Purple Jade's eyes widened when she saw the magic light sets Zipping and the other players wore. Currently, she had numerous pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment on her, and the weakest piece she had was level 45 dark gold rank. In addition, she carried an epic weapon and a piece of epic equipment. Overall, her lineup was among the best in the game right now. Yet, Zipping and his companions' basic attributes seemed higher than hers. Her basic attributes ranked among the top in the secret pavilion. What kind of power was the secret pavilion? It was an organization which only a small number of super guilds could compare to, yet Zero Wing had just revealed 30 never-before-seen experts with even higher attributes. The situation was simply ridiculous. It's no wonder why Black Flame dared to lead a team here. It seems that he came prepared. Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly as he watched Shifeng. Level 50 fine gold set equipment, huh? In his opinion, the only possible reason that Zipping's group had higher basic attributes than his and Purple Jade's was their level 50 fine gold set equipment. There was no other way that these players could surpass them. Level 50 fine gold set equipment? Purple Jade couldn't help her surprise. How is that possible? Even our guild has only collected 2 of such sets so far. How could Zero Wing possibly collect 30 sets? Level 50 equipment was already extremely difficult to gather, let alone level 50 fine gold set equipment. Even after investing tons of manpower and resources, the secret pavilion had only obtained 2 level 50 fine gold sets. What means did Zero Wing, a guild that was many times weaker than the secret pavilion, possibly employ to obtain 30 such sets? Don't forget that Black Flame is a master forger. It is very likely that he crafted the level 50 fine gold sets, Xianxia said, his expression turning somber truthfully. Even he struggled to believe it wouldn't be surprising if Shifeng were simply a master forger. But a master forger capable of mass-producing level 50 fine gold set equipment held an entirely different meaning. Just thinking about how Zero Wing could deploy expert teams in level 50 fine gold set equipment made Xianxia shudder as players discussed the possible power. Behind Zero Wing, dense killing intent radiated from Heaven's Burial's team, which stood not far from Zero Wing's members. Zero Wing. They actually dare to show up here. Lei Jingyang frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he glared at the enemy players. Do they really think we'll just stand by and watch? Chapter 1649, Power of the Magic Light Set. Chapter 1649, Power of the Magic Light Set. Inside the tower, as Shifeng's group approached the teleportation zone, which would teleport players into the Primordial Divine Ruin when it activated, the killing intent Heaven's Burial's members radiated grew more intense. In fact, Heaven's Burial's members weren't the only ones to react this way. Players from the various superpowers all warily eyed Shifeng's group as they rested near the teleportation zone. Ha. This is going to be interesting. Zero Wing's members are trying to get themselves killed. Don't they know that the closer they get to the teleportation zone, the more likely it is that someone will target them? That might be the case. I remember that, during the previous struggle, several guilds had waited beside the teleportation zone, ignorant of the risk. As soon as the fight began, the various superpowers took those guilds out. Zero Wing can't possibly think that it will get into the Primordial Divine Ruin with less than 2,000 experts, right? The various major powers reacted with surprise and ridicule as they watched Zero Wing's team get closer to the teleportation zone, as the areas around the teleportation zone provided a terrain advantage during the struggle to enter the ruin. The 5 superpowers, which had fought for slots since the very beginning, monopolized it. Now that even more superpowers were getting involved, the competition had become more intense. The various superpowers might tolerate another superpower so close to the teleportation zone, but there was no way they'd allow anyone weaker to stand beside them. When the struggle for the entry slots began, Zero Wing would likely become their first target. If that happened, Zero Wing's outcome would be tragic. Every superpower involved had brought a minimum of 6,000 players, all of which were experts. Some of these teams were even led by several peak experts. Being targeted by just one of these teams would be enough to make a first-rate guild situation precarious. If multiple superpowers targeted the same team, they could eliminate a first-rate guild from the competition instantly. Boss, should we take action? A level 50 assassin in silver leather armor asked Lei Jingyang as he nodded towards Shifeng and the other players from Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing had only dispatched experts to the Primordial Divine Ruin, the team had less than 2,000 members. On the other hand, Heaven's Burial had dispatched 3,000 experts and 10,000 elites. It had even sent the entire Thunder Legion. Annihilating 1 or 2,000 experts would be a piece of cake for them. Furthermore, Blackwater had sent along 4,000 of its experts. With this, they had a combined force of 7,000 expert players and 10,000 elite players. Zero Wing's team had no chance of victory. Brother Fire, what is your opinion on the matter? Lei Jingyang asked as he turned towards the handsome man beside him. This handsome man was none other than Falling Fire, the vice-commander of Blackwater's 3rd main force. The man wielded a crimson staff and was enveloped in translucent flames. Just looking at him felt stifling. The fact that he was fully geared in level 50 equipment, 3 pieces of which were epic rank, only made him all the more eye-catching. However, Lei Jingyang knew that, compared to Falling Fire's level and equipment, This man's most impressive feat was his promotion to a Tier 2 Elementalist and the Tier 2 spells in his arsenal. That was also why Blackwater had assigned Falling Fire to lead the team that would assist Heaven's Burial in this endeavor. Of course, we have to exterminate these people from Zero Wing. However, it is too soon to strike. They'd have an easier time getting away if we did so now. It won't be too late to attack once the struggle begins. Even if Zero Wing's members try to flee, they'll never get away while entrenched in the chaotic battlefield. Falling Fire said as he gestured to the various major powers behind Zero Wing's team. The system didn't stop players from fighting with each other inside the tower. Players could start a fight whenever they wished, and the tower had only one exit. It was relatively easy to escape the tower before the battle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots began, but once it did, chaos would ensue. If a team weren't careful, other teams could easily drag it into the fray. Because of this, players had a very difficult time leaving the tower once the fight began. I guess you're right. We'll strike once the struggle starts, then, Lei Jingyang said, nodding as he surveyed his surroundings. He then turned to his team and said, when the time comes, leave none of Zero Wing's members alive, particularly those wearing level 50 fine gold set equipment. It'd be a massive waste to let them hold onto such precious items. Although he wanted nothing more than to slaughter Shifeng and his guildmates, Falling Fire's opinion was reasonable. Many powers had come to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin this time, and among them, plenty were top adventurer teams. Once the struggle to enter the ruin began, Zero Wing would have a challenging time trying to get out of the tower. They'd be able to kill far more Zero Wing players if they waited earlier. Shifeng had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, crippling the city. Now, the city couldn't generate nearly as much income. Lei Jingyang was no less angry than Singular Burial about the insult. Now that he'd encountered an opportunity to take care of Zero Wing, he couldn't let it get away. When he saw Yu Zipping and the others, who wore the magic light sets, he was particularly tempted. If he could get his hands on a few of those sets, he could help Heaven's Burial when the guild began to raid super large-scale team dungeons. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could feel an intense pressure bear down on them, the majority of which radiated from the various superpowers. The fight to claim the entry slots this time sure is intense. We're just camping out beside the teleportation zone, yet everyone's eyes are glued on us. Blackie was slightly astonished as he glanced at the nearby superpowers teams. The only other time he had seen so many superpowers in a single location was during the contest for Thunder Island. If he hadn't fought these superpowers in the past, he'd likely tremble with anxiety. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members are keeping a very close eye on us. Based on their killing intent, they'll definitely attack us as soon as the battle begins, Aqua Rose said, smiling at the players from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater, who stood a short distance away. Let them come, Shifeng said, revealing a faint smile as he eyed Heaven's Burial's members. It's about time we show these major powers Zero Wing's might. When the time comes, the Magic Light team will open a path while everyone gathers in the center of the teleportation zone. Although the number of entry slots has increased to 15,000 after the new expansion pack, the number of powers trying to enter the ruin has increased as well. Avoid fights whenever possible. Understood. Zero Wing's members nodded in response to Shifeng's command, their expressions hardening. This was especially true for Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples, who were about to participate in such a high-intensity war for the first time. They even felt as if they were dreaming. Shortly after Shifeng fell silent, a circular, light blue barrier formed around the edge of the teleportation zone. At the same time, a gigantic magic array gradually manifested, encompassing the area and notifying players that the teleportation process had begun. Excellent. Everyone, charge. Slaughter Zero Wing's members. Upon seeing the barrier rise, Lei Jingyang turned his gaze toward Zero Wing's members, flashing a sinister smile. Immediately, 7,000 level 48 plus expert players charged at Zero Wing's team. The 10,000 elite players then split into two groups to surround the enemy players. As Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts got close to Zero Wing's team, spells and arrows rained down on their heads. However, like lively monkeys, these experts nimbly dodged most of the attacks, preventing Zero Wing's ranged attacks from doing much harm. Just when both frontlines were about to clash, Shifeng switched his title to Disintegration User and endowed the 30 Magic Light Team's members with disintegration power, increasing their basic attributes by 10% and damage by 20%. The buff also reduced the magic damage and physical damage they received by 30% and 15%, respectively. In the next moment, the two teams collided. Boom. 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 The sounds of the collision resounded throughout the tower along with players' screams. Impossible. Shock gripped Lei Jingyang's heart when he saw the scene before him. He even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks when the melee players slammed into each other. It seemed as if Heaven's Burial's members has crashed into an immovable wall. Meanwhile, Zipping and his companions in the magic light sets moved like sharpened blades, unstoppable. The 30 players easily dove past Heaven's Burial's frontline and into the enemy ranks without slowing in the slightest. Zero Wing's other MTs were just as frightening. Each one of Zero Wing's MTs shattered the blockades of 3 to 5 players, sending these players flying. The difference between both sides' basic attributes was like heaven and earth. Chapter 1650, Overwhelming Advantage. Chapter 1650, Overwhelming Advantage. The scene inside the tower had transformed into something akin to an ancient battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of players fought as screams and explosions echoed throughout the tower. Many adventurer team members, who participated in this struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots for the first time, were dumbfounded by the view before them. They even found it hard to move their feet. Amazing. So, this is the struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruin? This battle is too fierce. Even expert players are no different than ants here. Many adventurer teams and normal guilds, which had planned to participate, watched the battle in a daze from the sidelines. None of them were bold enough to join the fray. They were all afraid of being devoured and annihilated in the blink of an eye. Even the expert players they normally thought were so powerful lasted less than 10 seconds on this battlefield. These experts were either overwhelmed by an uncountable number of spells or ganged up on by equally powerful experts. On this battlefield, expert players were fortunate enough to keep their lives, let alone accomplish anything significant. As for the elite players, they were pure cannon fodder. Most elite players usually died before any of the rear-line healers could get to them. Of the multitude of battles across the battlefield, those near the teleportation zone were the most intense. Zero Wing's 30-man magic light team moved like a pack of ferocious beasts that had just escaped their cages. Neither the attacks from Heaven's Burial's melee players nor those from the guild's ranged players could stop the mobile iron wall the 15 magic light MTs had formed. Not only did the magic light MTs block every incoming melee attack, but they also sent their attackers flying with their weapons and shields. Zero Wing's rear-line DPS then followed up with an intense bombardment, turning its enemies into starlight instantly. Unfortunately, as Heaven's Burial had the numerical advantage, and not even the magic light MTs could block every incoming attack. From time to time, arrows and spells broke past their defenses. However, Heaven's Burial's members nearly despaired when they saw the damages above the magic light MT's heads. 3057. Minus 2371. Despite landing direct hits, none of their attacks dealt more than minus 4000 damage. It was utterly inconceivable. Every Heaven's Burial expert present wore top-tier equipment, and even against top-tier MTs of the same level, their direct hits dealt at least minus 5000 damage. Powerful spells could even deal over minus 10,000 damage, yet when a level 50 ranger struck one of the magic light MTs with a tier 1 heart-piercing arrow, the ranger had only dealt around minus 3,700 damage. These MTs took even less damage from spell attacks. Meanwhile, after receiving numerous buffs and the benefits from Shifeng's Disintegration User title, the magic light MTs had over 70,000 HP each. Not even 10 of Heaven's Burial's attacks could force their HPs below 50%. Zero Wing's rear-line healers could easily restore such little HP, making the magic light MTs practically invincible. In contrast to Heaven's Burial's DPS, Zero Wing's DPS was overwhelming. Zipping, for example, easily dealt over -3,000 damage to Heaven's Burial's MTs with his normal attacks alone. When he used skills like Cross Slash, he dealt over -10,000 damage. Unlike Zero Wing's MTs, Heaven's Burial's MTs only had around 50,000 HP. Zipping only needed a few attacks to devour most of an MT's HP by himself. Coupled with the ranged attacks from Zero Wing's rear line DPS, the enemy MTs were dead before their healers could cast any healing spells. In the short moment since the battle had begun, Heaven's Burial had suffered several hundred casualties, and every one of them had been an expert player. Damn it! Why is there such a huge difference in our basic attributes? Confusion tore at Lei Jingyang as he watched Zero Wing's Magic Light team move closer to Heaven's Burial's ranged classes and healers. He simply could not fathom how Zipping and the others had such high basic attributes. Heaven's Burial's expert members were all geared in top-tier equipment, and even if Zipping's team wore level 50 fine gold set equipment, the difference should be this massive. He even wondered if the Magic Light team's members had activated Berserk skills. However, he was certain that none of them had. He was confident that Zero Wing's members hadn't activated Berserk skills because all of the various major powers had silently agreed not to use such skills in this struggle for the entry slots. There were two reasons for this agreement. The first was that every power participating in this struggle doubtlessly had some members who could use Berserk skills. If everyone used these skills, nothing would change. Berserk skills' long cooldowns was the second reason. On the off chance that they'd encounter trouble in the Primordial Divine Ruin, they'd likely be annihilated if they couldn't use their Berserk skills. However, Lei Jingyang didn't know that, although Zipping and his companions appeared to be wearing level 50 fine gold set equipment. The Magic Light set's basic attributes could rival level 50 dark gold set equipment. This was the reason that the gap between their basic attributes was so vast. This fight was on par with a player in a full set of secret silver equipment trying to contend with a player in dark gold equipment. Such a massive gap was only natural when both sides had similar combat standards. Moreover, the Conqueror Party's performance was also impressive. Although the Conqueror Party's basic attributes weren't as high as the Magic Light team members, their combat standards were higher. When they worked together, they could exhibit even greater combat power. Hence, the destruction the Conqueror Parties caused on the battlefield was in no way inferior to the Magic Light teams. Even Lei Jingyang's prided Thunder Legion was forced back. Meanwhile, the various superpowers' upper echelons, who had kept a constant eye on Zero Wing, were astounded. Despite Zero Wing's less than 2,000 players, it actually overwhelmed and suppressed Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's combined army of 7,000 experts and 10,000 elite players. Boss, we can't hold on for much longer. At this rate, they'll chase us out of the teleportation zone. One of the Thunder Legion members on the front lines hurriedly shouted through the team chat. No. All of you, get ready. Lei Jingyang said, grinding his teeth as he took 5 dark gray crystal balls from his bag. He had planned to save these as a trump card to surprise the other superpowers. He had never expected to need them so soon. Following which, he turned to Falling Fire beside him and said, Brother Fire, I'll have to rely on you for cover fire. Relax. Although they have superior basic attributes, they're all Tier 1 players. They're nothing compared to Tier 2 players, Falling Fire said, disdain flashing in his eyes as he watched the distant Zero Wing members. Good. Lei Jingyang then began to chant an incantation to activate the 5 crystal balls. Suddenly, the 5 gray crystal balls shattered, and 5 dark gray magic arrays appeared around Lei Jingyang. Shortly after, 5-meter-tall figures emerged from these arrays. They were humanoid creatures covered in sharp spikes and radiating dense evil energy. These 5 humanoid creatures were none other than Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. The frightening aura these Grand Lords radiated stunned everyone in the tower. Level 70 Grand Lords. Such monsters were on par with natural disasters to current players. So, this is Heaven's Burial's trump card? Yuan Tiexin's expression darkened upon seeing the evil demons when Heaven's Burial's members saw the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. However, excitement lit up their faces, and their morale skyrocketed. Although the combined force of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players appeared exceptionally powerful, it was nothing compared to the superpowers' forces. They had only dared to contend with the superpowers because of this trump card. However, Lei Jingyang wasn't a member of the evil god's temple. He couldn't summon evil demons directly and control them. He could only rely on flame blood, asking the cleric to spend the evil god's temple points he had struggled to accumulate on 5 evil demon crystal balls. Each evil demon crystal ball allowed players to store 1 evil demon within, and even non-evil god's temple players could use the crystal balls to summon and control the stored evil demon. However, the cost was painful. The evil demon crystal ball was a consumable item, and once the evil demons were stored inside, they would become so as well. Once the crystal ball's 3-hour duration ended, the summoned evil demons would be permanently destroyed. Lei Jingyang had wanted to avoid using this trump card unless absolutely necessary. Since you forced me to use the evil demon crystal balls, none of you from Zero Wing should even think of escape. Lei Jingyang revealed a sinister grin as he glared at Zero Wing's team. He then charged at Zero Wing's members alongside his 5 level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Falling Fire followed the charge with his own team. Chapter 1651, Hidden Power. Chapter 1651, Hidden Power. The appearance of the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. If the evil demons summoned were merely level 70 Great Lords, they still wouldn't pose much of a concern. After all, current players could defeat such existences, albeit after paying a considerable price. However, level 70 Grand Lords were a different story. Without berserk skills, level 50 peak MTs would not survive 2 hits from a level 70 Grand Lord. Moreover, evil demons possessed superior combat standards to monsters of the same rank. Even level 50 MTs with their berserk skills activated wouldn't last very long against such a monster. Meanwhile, 5 of such evil demons had actually appeared on the battlefield. How could anyone ignore and not feel worried over these monsters? Although the various major powers had already predicted that Heaven's Burial would make use of the evil beasts and evil demons it controlled, they hadn't anticipated that the guild could summon as many as 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Sure enough, they did bring along this trump card. Zero Wing is doomed now. Even a tier 3 summoned creature won't be able to hold back a Grand Lord ranked evil demon, much less 5 of them. The various major powers were delighted as they watched the 5 evil demons charging towards Zero Wing's team. With this, they would have one less competitor to worry about. At the same time, though, a somber expression also appeared on their faces. After all, once Heaven's Burial finished off the Zero Wing contingent, needless to say, Heaven's Burial would have no trouble securing a large number of entry slots with the help of the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons, leaving other powers like them with fewer slots they could compete for. Just as everyone was thinking of how to go about competing for the entry slots, the 5 evil demons had already arrived at the front line of the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial under Lei Jingyang's lead. You people from Zero Wing should feel proud that you forced me to use my trump card so soon. However, now that I have, you are all going to become evil demon food. Lei Jingyang revealed a sadistic grin as he swept a glance at the Zero Wing members before him. He then stopped controlling the 5 evil demons and simply commanded them to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Roar. Once the evil demons were no longer under direct control, their eyes released a bloody glow as they bellowed angrily. The evil energy they radiated also intensified, so much so that it clouded the perception of nearby players slightly. Even the Zero Wing members standing somewhat far away from the evil demons could not help but shudder at the powerful auras the evil demons released. Grand Lord ranked evil demons? Shifeng frowned slightly as he glanced at the roaring evil demons. Immediately, he commanded through the team chat, Cola, Turtledove, Yi Wumian, you 3 go keep those evil demons busy. Everyone else, focus on wiping out Heaven's Burial's members. Evil demons? That's not a bad opponent. Cola licked his lips in eagerness as he looked at the evil demons. It's a good opportunity to test my new equipment. Currently equipped with the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield, Turtledove was also brimming with fighting spirit. Before coming to the Primordial Divine Ruin, Shifeng had distributed the weapons, equipment, and skills he obtained from the Lost Town to Cola and the others. Among them, he had given the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield to Turtledove, while Yi Wumian received Cola's Dragon Scale Shield, which she had been using. Cola and the others promptly dashed towards the 5 evil demons. Keep on struggling. Lei Jingyang sneered when he saw Zero Wings members trying to move out of the evil demon's way. At this moment, he could already foresee the annihilation of Zero Wings' magic light team. Just when the 5 evil demons arrived before some melee players of Zero Wing, Cola suddenly appeared in front of the 5 monsters and raised his shield. At the same time, he activated Justice Roar. The blinding light Cola's shield gave off instantly made him the center of attention on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 5 evil demons involuntarily stopped their actions and turned to look at Cola. An AoE taunt? What a suicidal bastard! Lei Jingyang's eyes gleamed with ridicule as he looked at the glow from Cola's shield. Even current peak MTs couldn't last very long against a level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demon. Yet, now, Cola had used an AoE taunt on 5 of such evil demons. At this moment, Lei Jingyang could already foresee the scene of Cola being killed instantly. As if summoned, the 5 evil demons instantly appeared before Cola, with one evil demon already swiping its right claw at the male guardian knight so fast. The evil demon's attack astonished the spectating crowd, which could just barely see the afterimage of the evil demon's claw. If it were up to these players, blocking or dodging the monster's attack would be impossible. Needless to say, if they were its target, they would no doubt be killed instantly. Peng. However, the scene that occurred a moment later was utterly different from everyone's expectations. Not only did Cola manage to block the first attack using the Titan Guard, but he actually retreated by only 2 steps after receiving the attack. Moreover, he only sustained a little over -10,000 damage from doing so. How is this possible? Could it be a skill? The nearby spectating crowd was stunned by this scene. Just as everyone was wondering what Cola did to take so little damage, another 2 evil demons launched attacks on Cola, their claws blurring. Peng. Peng. Another 2 crisp clangs rang out. Cola was forced to retreat by a total of 4 steps, and 2 damages above -10,000 also appeared above the Guardian Knight's head. However, even after receiving 3 attacks that dealt over -10,000 damage each, he still had over half his HP remaining. Not bad. Their strength should be roughly the same as a level 60 specialized Grand Lord. Cola revealed a faint smile at the faint numbness in his arms. To him, someone who possessed over 80,000 HP, attacks that dealt around -10,000 damage were entirely within his tolerance range. When Cola noticed the last 2 evil demons attacking him as well, he decided to activate Titan's Will, the skill reducing the damage he received by 90% and increasing his attack speed by 100%, movement speed by 30%, and starting movement speed by 80% for 20 seconds. When the 2 evil demons' claws collided with Cola's Titan Guard, 2 dazzling flashes appeared. This time, however, not only did Cola not retreat by a single step, but even the damage he received from each attack was just a little more than -1,000, that was practically a negligible amount. Following which, several healing lights fell on him, instantly replenishing his HP to full. So, this is Zero Wings' chief MT? He's so strong. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Cola actually going toe-to-toe with the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. If it were them, a single Grand Lord ranked evil demon would be beyond their means. Yet, despite going up against 5 of such evil demons, Cola still seemed to have plenty of energy to spare. Right now, it looked as if these 5 evil demons were actually fake evil demons. However, they were fully aware that this result was not because the evil demons were weak. Instead, Cola was simply too strong. Just the shockwaves resulting from the clashes were enough to force the nearby players to retreat involuntarily. With this, one could imagine how much strength both sides possessed. However, before everyone could recover from their shock over Cola's performance, 2 more players joined him, each one of them pinning down 1 evil demon. These 2 players were none other than Turtledove and Yi Wumian. The moment these 2 MTs appeared, they immediately used a taunt skill and solidified their aggro on their respective targets. Very quickly, 2 evil demons peeled away from Cola. However, this was still not the most shocking part. The crucial point was that both Turtledove and Yi Wumian actually possessed defense that was in no way inferior to Cola's. In fact, when the female Guardian Knight Turtledove blocked an attack from her Grand Lord, she received only a little over -8,000 damage, which was far less than the damage Cola received. This showed that her defense was above even Cola's. As for HP, due to the various team buffs, Yi Wumian had over 75,000 HP. Meanwhile, Turtledove, who was equipped with epic set equipment, possessed over 80,000 HP, just like Cola. Meanwhile, due to Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's appearance, the evil demons, whom everyone thought would be able to create a huge ruckus, were now thoroughly suppressed. Damn it. How can their defense be so high? Lei Jingyang was momentarily stupefied when he saw this scene. However, a possibility that made his entire body shudder came to mind soon after. Could they have been promoted to Tier 2 as well? Chapter 1652, Tier 2 vs Tier 2. Chapter 1652, Tier 2 vs Tier 2. Inside the teleportation zone, the 5 level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demons furiously attacked the MT trio from Zero Wing, their speed extremely fast. Many expert players present inside the tower could not keep up with the monsters' movements, yet Cola and the other MTs blocked every attack of the evil demons using their shields. Moreover, they did so very casually. Meanwhile, any expert player that accidentally came into proximity of their battle would get killed by the battle's shockwaves. They're able to stop even 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons? Purple Jade wore an incredulous look on her face as she watched Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian going up against the evil demons. Even the peak MTs of the secret pavilion would need to activate their berserk skills to go up against a level 70 Grand Lord. However, Cola and the other 2 MTs could actually hold back the evil demons without using any berserk skills. Moreover, they were even at a numerical disadvantage. Zero Wing is truly extraordinary. It's no wonder Rain is so adamant in working together with the guild. Quiet Melody, who was commanding the Sacred Temple's members in battle, could not help her surprise when she sent a glance at the distant evil demons. Now, she more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had decided to partner with Zero Wing early on in the game. Phoenix Rain's insight was indeed many times more acute than Nine Dragons' Empress. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also had their morale boosted further after seeing the MT Trio's performance. Brimming with fighting spirit, they started putting even more effort into suppressing Heaven's Burial's members. Damn it. How is this possible? Lei Jingyang was filled with envy as he looked at Cola and the other 2 MTs. Why does Zero Wing possess 3 Tier 2 MTs? Not only did Heaven's Burial receive financial support from major corporations, but it had also managed to recruit plenty of expert players. Despite all this, the entire guild had only 3 people that succeeded in their Tier 2 promotion even until now. The guild had invested everything it had to help these 3 players complete their promotion quests after they reached level 50. Moreover, unlike other classes, MT classes faced much more difficulty with their Tier 2 promotions. Although Heaven's Burial had attempted to help its MTs with their promotions, all of those MTs failed. On the other hand, Zero Wing actually possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs. The value of Tier 2 MTs was much greater than that of Tier 2 players of other classes. After all, the majority of a guild's weapons and equipment came from dungeons. If a guild possessed powerful MTs, it would have a much easier time raiding dungeons. Boss, what should we do? Those 5 Grand Lords are all pinned down right now. We're also still getting pushed back by Zero Wing. At this rate, we'll be chased out of the teleportation zone, the level 50 ranger commanding the battle asked worriedly. Although their side had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, Zero Wing's members were simply too powerful. Thus far, their side had already lost over 1,000 players. In contrast, Zero Wing's death toll amounted to only a little over 100. Most importantly, the 30-man Magic Light team had yet to suffer a single casualty. All ranged DPS, change targets, and focus fire on those 3 MTs of Zero Wing. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing will have another method to stop the evil demons once we get rid of the 3 of them. Lei Jingyang commanded through the team chat. After saying so, Lei Jingyang personally led a team of 20 experts, followed by Falling Fire's team, and charged at Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian. Although it was indeed surprising that Zero Wing possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs, both Falling Fire and he were Tier 2 players as well. If they went up against the MT trio, they would not necessarily be the one to lose. Not to mention, Cola and the other two still had to tank 5 evil demons very quickly. Lei Jingyang and the others arrived within 40 yards of the Mount Trio die. Like throwing a javelin, Lei Jingyang hurled the great sword he carried at Cola, arcs of silver electricity appearing around the weapon as it left his hand. In mid-flight, the great sword suddenly split into a dozen serpents made out of silver lightning. Meanwhile, unlike normal spells and arrows, which could only move in a straight line, the serpents slithered nimbly through the air towards Cola, their movement patterns changing constantly. The boss is getting serious. Zero Wings members are dead now. The eyes of the Thunder Legion members glowed when they saw this scene. The attack Lei Jingyang had just executed was a trademark move of his, a combination of his precision control and the additional skill of his great sword. Electric Serpent bites. Each Electric Serpent summon possessed 120% of the user's strength. They also moved ridiculously fast, so much so that even top-tier experts would have trouble coping with just one of the serpents. Going up against a dozen electric serpents simultaneously would be a struggle even for peak experts of the same level, who would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. As for Falling Fire, who stood beside Lei Jingyang, he was not one to be outdone either. As he completed an incantation, 9 crimson magic arrays appeared on the ground around him. The ambient fire-type mana immediately began surging towards these 9 magic arrays frantically. Shortly after, Falling Fire tapped the butt of his staff on the ground. Tier 2 curse, Spark Impact. In the next moment, the 9 magic arrays started launching small meteorites one after another into the air. After reaching a certain altitude, the meteorites then changed trajectories and flew straight towards Cola. The power packed within each meteorite was visibly stronger than that of Lei Jingyang's electric serpents. Their speed was on par with the electric serpents as well. They were working together to attack me? Despite seeing the electric serpents and small meteorites rapidly approaching him, Cola showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Instead, he gave the ground a mighty stomp, taking a defensive stance, and activated Titan's Heart. The instant Cola used Titan's Heart, a yellow, earthen barrier formed around him, shielding him from the electric serpents and small meteorites. Boom. 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 Let's see how you people from Zero Wing stop the evil demons now. Lei Jingyang laughed in ridicule as he looked at Cola's position. Although Cola had activated a life-saving skill, Lei Jingyang's electric serpent bites possessed extraordinary attack power. It was not something that could be received head-on. Not to mention, the Tier 2 curse that Falling Fire used possessed even greater power. Falling Fire likewise laughed as he looked at the dust surrounding Cola's position. He then turned to look at Turtledove and Yi Wumian. However, as the dust settled, a figure emerged standing where the electric serpents and meteorites landed. Meanwhile, this figure was none other than Cola at this moment. Cola's surroundings had already been charred black. However, Cola himself remained completely unharmed. In fact, not only had his HP not decreased by the slightest, but it had even increased quite significantly. Is not dead? Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire were stunned. Both of them had used their respective aces in the hole, each of which was easily capable of instant killing a player of the same level. Yet, Cola actually managed to survive both attacks without taking any damage. In fact, aside from blocking their attacks, Cola had also fended off the attacks of 3 evil demons. What powerful attacks! They actually managed to deplete half of my protective energy. Cola could not help being startled when he looked at the remaining energy of his barrier, as Titan's Heart created an energy shield that had an HP equivalent to 10 times his own. Had he tried receiving all those attacks without Titan's Heart, even if he activated Protection Blessing, he still would have gotten killed instantly. An invulnerability skill? Both Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire shared the same thought as they looked at Cola. In God's domain, although invulnerability skills were extremely rare, some still existed. Meanwhile, every one of them was extremely troublesome to deal with. However, after Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire exchanged glances, they sprang into action again, targeting Turtledove. This time, no matter how strong an invulnerability skill was, once its duration was up, it would disappear. Hence, all they needed to do now was attack other MTs instead of Cola. They also refused to believe that all three MTs had learned invulnerability skills. However, when Lei Jingyang was within 30 yards of Turtledove, he suddenly felt a chill crawling down his spine. Immediately, he tightened his grip around his white-bone greatsword and activated Whirlwind/Dang. In the next moment, Lei Jingyang felt as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall as his greatsword stopped abruptly, sparks flying from the edge of his greatsword. Then, a lithe figure gradually appeared before him. Zero Wings Fire Dance? Lei Jingyang sneered as he looked at the lithe figure facing him. Are you here to get yourself killed? He sent a slash at the female assassin before him. Straightaway, an assassin was most powerful when conducting an ambush. As long as the ambush failed and their body became exposed, their combat power would decrease drastically. In a frontal clash, an assassin was significantly inferior to a berserker. Dang! 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 However, after exchanging several attacks with Fire Dance, Lei Jingyang started panicking. As a Tier 2 berserker, his strength should be overwhelmingly superior to most players at this stage of the game. Moreover, he was currently geared in 3 pieces of epic equipment. Despite that, not only did every one of the dozen or so attacks he had sent at Fire Dance get blocked, but his arms even started falling numb from the resulting impact. Could she be a Tier 2 player as well? Lei Jingyang could not help entertaining such a thought. However, even if Fire Dance was a Tier 2 assassin, it should be impossible for her to be superior to him, a Tier 2 berserker. In terms of strength, Lei Jingyang very quickly shook the thought out of his head and calmed himself. In terms of combat standards, he was no doubt superior to Fire Dance. Since he couldn't win using a forceful approach, he simply needed to target her weak points. He immediately activated the Tier 2 skill Battering Slash. Battering Slash allowed him to ignore his target's defense and block effects. Although the damage his attacks dealt would decrease significantly, it would be more than enough to kill an assassin, a class that had both low HP and defense. However, when his greatsword passed through Fire Dance's body, Lei Jingyang's complexion immediately darkened. The reason for this was the sensation he felt coming from his greatsword. It did not feel as if he had just cut through a physical entity at all. He tried using Blade Storm right away, but before he realized it, Fire Dance had already appeared behind him, the 1,000 transformations in her hand stabbing towards his back. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Raid. Fire Dance instantly transformed into numerous streaks of shadows that pierced through Lei Jingyang's body. Damages ranging between 10,000 and 20,000 appeared rapidly above the berserker's head, one after another, depleting his HP to 0. Chapter 1653, Tier 2 Galore. Did Lei Jingyang die? An instant kill. For a time, the players watching the battle between Fire Dance and Lei Jingyang were stunned by the sudden development. The fight had been lightning quick, and many had failed to realize what had happened before it was over. In one moment, Lei Jingyang had been alive and kicking, and in the next, he was dead. The members of Lei Jingyang's Thunder Legion were particularly dumbstruck. They all knew how powerful their commander was. Not only did he wield 3 pieces of epic equipment, but he was also one of 3 Tier 2 players in Heaven's Burial. The Berserker had over 53,000 HP, as well, which was in no way inferior to Tier 1 peak MTs of the same level. If Tier 1 experts like themselves had to face Lei Jingyang, they'd never be enough to take down the Berserker. Even with a 20-man team, yet an assassin had killed their commander with a single move. No matter how they looked at the situation, it felt unreal. Only Shifeng knew how possible the feat truly was. After all, Fire Dance wielded a fragmented legendary weapon, which no epic weapon could compare to. Moreover, the assassin class was famous for its explosive damage, dealing significant amounts in a very short time. Meanwhile, Shadow Raid was Fire Dance's strongest explosive skill. If she landed a hit with the skill, even a Tier 2 Guardian Knight or Shield Warrior of the same level would stand on the precipice of death, if not die instantly, let alone a Tier 2 Berserker. After Lei Jingyang died, Heaven's Burial's members fell into a panic, confused about what to do next. Along with Lei Jingyang's death, the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons he had summoned had disappeared. This was like salt in an open wound to Heaven's Burial's members. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian had already embedded their strength into their enemies' minds. Lei Jingyang's followers doubted that they had the strength to surpass a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon useless trash. He actually died so quickly. A deep frown pulled at Falling Fire's face as he watched Lei Jingyang's corpse transform into particles of light. He had never expected Zero Wing to have a Tier 2 assassin and 3 Tier 2 MTs. Immediately, he shouted through the team chat, "Everyone, retreat. Leave the teleportation zone for now. We'll re-enter from another side." At this stage of the game, it was extremely difficult for players to reach Tier 2. Even Blackwater, with its abundant resources, had only nurtured a few Tier 2 experts thus far yet. Not only did Zero Wing have 3 Tier 2 MTs, but it had a Tier 2 assassin as well. This left him truly confused. Even if Fire Dance took part in the battle, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater should have been able to resist Zero Wing by relying on the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, but now, Lei Jingyang was dead and the evil demons had vanished. Even if they had the numeric advantage, they had lost any momentum against Zero Wing due to the loss. Their chances of victory were now slim. Regardless of whether or not they continued to fight, the wisest decision now would be leaving the teleportation zone temporarily and trying to get back in from another side. With the limited number of entry slots, Zero Wing shouldn't bother chasing them. On the off chance that there were less than 15,000 players in the zone after Zero Wing left it, the guild would miss the opportunity to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. The risk of giving chase simply outweighed the gains. However, as Falling Fire ushered his team out of the teleportation zone, a snowy white dagger appeared behind him, transforming into a streak of silver light as it thrust into the elementalist's back. Another assassin? Falling Fire panicked, but it was already too late to dodge or block the attack physically. Instinctively, Falling Fire activated Blink, vanishing from the dagger's attack trajectory in the most critical moment and reappearing 15 yards away. He then turned towards the player that had ambushed him with a grim expression. Unlike the lithe assassin that had ambushed Lei Jingyang, the assassin that had attacked Falling Fire was a physically fit youth. This youth was none other than Flying Shadow. What fast reactions! Flying Shadow was astonished when Falling Fire successfully evaded the ambush. He evaded my attack despite being caught off guard. Sure enough, I'm still not on the level of peak experts like him. He had been so close to killing Falling Fire just now. In his opinion, he had already concealed himself sufficiently, and his attack had been fast enough, yet Falling Fire had avoided his dagger. Zero Wing's Flying Shadow? Falling Fire recognized Flying Shadow instantly, feeling no less shocked than the assassin. How is he so strong? He had detailed information on all of Zero Wing's top-ranked experts, and Flying Shadow wasn't wearing a black cloak. Even without an identification skill, he easily determined the youth's identity based on his appearance. Based on the report he had read, Flying Shadow wasn't nearly as strong as Fire Dance, Zero Wing's #1 assassin. Yet, just now, the youth had displayed far more power than the report had mentioned. After Falling Fire had been promoted to Tier 2, he hadn't encountered a Tier 1 assassin that could get within 10 yards of him undetected. Only the guild's Tier 2 assassins had been successful. Could he be a Tier 2 player as well? As Falling Fire looked at Flying Shadow, he felt the edges of his world beginning to crumble. Since when had reaching Tier 2 become so easy? The fact that Zero Wing had one Tier 2 assassin was surprising enough, but he had just encountered another. Had he not reacted quickly enough, he might have fallen to Flying Shadow's attack. Watching Flying Shadow approach again, Falling Fire began to double speed cast. Suddenly, stone spikes rose from the ground beneath the assassin's feet. At the same time, a large number of ice swords rained down on the youth. This forced Flying Shadow to focus on the attacks from above and below, which drastically slowed his advance. Moreover, he stiffened slightly each time he blocked an ice sword. Aside from Falling Fire's attacks, Flying Shadow had to deal with the nearby Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members. For a time, all of the incoming attacks forced Flying Shadow into a passive state. He couldn't close the distance between himself and his target. Your equipment is quite good, but it's a pity your combat standards are somewhat lacking, Falling Fire said, a condescending smile spreading across his face as he watched the assassin's HP slowly decrease. Flying Shadow might be considered a first-class expert in a first-rate guild, but he was still young and tender in Falling Fire's eyes. The assassin's focus on dodging and blocking was particularly poor and inefficient. Even without the support of other players, he could easily kill this player die. Falling Fire completed the final verse of his incantation and launched the Tier 2 spell, detonating flame arrows, at Flying Shadow. However, before he could release the dozens of flaming arrows that had formed above him, a dark blue magic array had appeared in the sky, releasing a torrent of water that snuffed the arrows out. Reacting, Falling Fire used Blink again and avoided the descending water. By the time he reappeared, the force of the torrent had carved out a massive crater in his previous position, filling it with water. How is that possible? Someone actually crushed my detonating flame arrows? Confusion tore at Falling Fire as he eyes the man-made pond. He had cast a Tier 2 spell, which shouldn't have crumbled so easily even under another Tier 2 spell, yet not only had his detonating flame arrows been eliminated, but the torrent of water had contained enough destructive power to form a massive crater. But before Falling Fire could discover his attacker, over a dozen light blue water spears shot towards him. The spears had appeared in almost the same moment Falling Fire had reappeared after using Blink. The enemy caster's timing and aim were incredibly precise. Dazed, Falling Fire failed to protect himself in time with an ice barrier, and 4 water spears plowed into him, each dealing over -16,000 damage. Falling Fire, who only had 40,000 HP, died instantly. As the Elementalist's HP reached 0, he was barely able to turn his head in time towards the water spear's origin. Standing around 30 yards away was a lithe, graceful woman in a lilac robe and wielding a dark blue crystal staff. A light blue magic array gradually faded from beneath her feet while dense, water-type mana surrounded her. Another Tier 2 player? Although Falling Fire still wanted to speak, his vision had already darkened, and his body collapsed. Chapter 1654, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 1654, Shocking All Sides. As Falling Fire collapsed, silence descended on Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's battlefield commander. The commander actually died? Do they also have a Tier 2 magical class expert? Blackwater's members gaped at Aqua Rose, who was responsible for Falling Fire's death. Falling Fire was both one of the scant few Tier 2 players and a top-ranked expert within Blackwater. Normally, the Elementalist killed them instantly when they sparred with him. However, they had just watched this man die after one hit. No matter how they looked at the situation, it was utterly unbelievable. The tier suppression Tier 2 players had over Tier 1 players was much greater than that of Tier 1 players over Tier 0 players. Moreover, as an Elementalist, Falling Fire had a few passive skills that increased his magic resistances, making him much tougher against spells. Yet, Aqua Rose had annihilated Falling Fire with a single spell. There were only 2 possibilities to explain the outcome. The first was that Aqua Rose had used a Berserk skill followed by a Tier 1 curse. The other possibility was that Aqua Rose was also a Tier 2 player. When players activated a Berserk skill, some kind of special effect would change their bodies. Only, not all Berserk skills generated visible indicators. Regardless, when a player activated a Berserk skill, the intensity of their aura would increase drastically, informing others that the player had activated such a skill. However, Aqua Rose displayed neither phenomena, so it was obvious that she hadn't activated a Berserk skill. There was also no way they'd miss the resulting changes. They all had keen senses as experts, and activating a Berserk skill was akin to turning on a light in a dark room. When Blackwater's members considered the possibility that Zero Wing also had a Tier 2 magical class, they couldn't help but shudder. Tier 2 MTs were only powerful when tanking monsters, their DPS was lacking. However, it was a different story for Tier 2 magical classes. Magical classes already wielded extremely high DPS even at Tier 1, and they had more AoEs than other classes. After their promotion to Tier 2, magical classes' attacks would grow even stronger. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Tier 2 magical classes mobile defense turrets. When solely comparing combat capabilities, Tier 2 magical classes were stronger than another class by far. While everyone struggled with their shock over Falling Fire's death, Aqua Rose used the opportunity to cast the Tier 2 spell, Aqua Precinct, with the female Cursemancer at its center. A water domain manifested, covering a 70-yard radius. Any of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members caught within Aqua Precinct soon noticed the rapid drop in their basic attributes. In the blink of an eye, their basic attributes had fallen to 70% of their original values. Following which, 12, 8-meter-long water serpents rose from the pool of water, releasing enraged bellows that echoed throughout the tower. Every water serpent possessed the strength to rival a great lord of the same level. Under Aqua Rose's control, the water serpents jumped at the players from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Aqua Precinct wasn't like normal AoEs and was categorized as a domain skill. When using it to attack, Aqua Rose wouldn't harm her allies as normal AoE spells would as long as she controlled the spell properly. Tier 1 experts would have a very difficult time coping with a Great Lord's attacks. Only Tier 1 MTs of the same level could block such attacks without receiving much damage. However, unlike normal Great Lords, which had monotonous attack patterns, the water serpents were flexible since Aqua Rose controlled them. Any MT that failed to block the serpent's attacks instantly lost over 20,000 HP. Since Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's MTs had lost 30% of their basic attributes, the water serpents only needed 2 hits to finish off a level 50 MT. In the short moment since Aqua Rose had cast Aqua Precinct, she had killed 4 level 50 MTs. The rear line healers had never even had a chance to heal their allies. Monster. She's a monster. Heaven's Burial's and Blackwater's experts stared at the female Cursemancer in utter horror. Retreat. Run. There's a monster. With Zero Wing's Magic Light team and Conqueror parties gaining the upper hand, followed by Aqua Rose's sudden massacre, Heaven's Burial's and Blackwater's members panicked. Rather than a slow, organized retreat, they turned and fled like cowards. Not only would they lose a level if they died, but they'd also lose a piece of equipment. To expert players like them, the loss was unbearably painful. Hence, now that they knew that they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't continue to throw themselves into the jaws of death. Furthermore, their commanders, Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire, had already died. Big Sis Aqua, you couldn't hold back a little? We've barely killed any enemies, yet you've already scared them all away. How are we supposed to earn extra income now? Shadow Sword and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players sighed in frustration as they watched Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members flee. They had previously held back because they were worried about scaring off their prey. It had actually taken quite a bit restraint to drag this battle out, yet their prey had run in fear of them before they could reap the benefits and slaughter them all. This frustrated Shadow Sword and the others. My bad. I'll be more careful next time, Aqua Rose said, sending her companions an apologetic glance. She hadn't expected Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players to be so cowardly. Thus far, the battle between their guilds had been fairly even. In fact, Zero Wing wouldn't get off easily either if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater continued the fight. Yet, rather than stand their ground, the two guilds' members had turned and fled. This will work, too. Just kill as many as you can, but be careful to stay near the team and in the teleportation zone, Shifeng commanded. He was not particularly surprised by their enemies' response. Although Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts were no weaklings, the series of mental blows had thrown them into a panic. Fortunately, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's reaction was a good thing for Zero Wing. At the very least, Zero Wing could now secure more entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shadow Sword, Blackie, Violet Cloud, Rampant Blade, Alluring Summer, and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players began to put all they had into their battles. With the overwhelming strength of Tier 2 classes, Shadow Sword and the others charged into Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's ranks like lions charging into a flock of sheep. The guild's magical class players, such as Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, dominated the battlefield like humanoid defense turrets. Without anyone to hinder their progress, they each killed over a dozen players with every attack. This only encouraged Zero Wing's other members to fight with more fervor. By the time Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members left the teleportation zone, they had littered their path with corpses and equipment. The two guilds had lost nearly 2,000 experts since the battle had begun. The outcome was startling. If these casualties were only ordinary or elite players, the loss wouldn't be as painful, but the players Zero Wing's members had killed were all experts. These two guilds had lost just as many experts as there were in an ordinary, first-rate guild. Amazing. So, this is Zero Wing's strength? Didn't someone say that Zero Wing was no match for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater? Heaven's Burial sure is unlucky. Not only is it in danger of losing Ancient Rock City, but entering the Primordial Divine Ruin will also be a major challenge. The various major powers had been paying very close attention to the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the superpowers present were no exception. However, none of them had ever imagined that this outcome was possible. Even Purple Jade, who had a high opinion of Zero Wing, had assumed that the guild would fight its enemies to a draw at best. Yet Zero Wing had actually chased Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the teleportation zone while suffering minimal losses. This had completely exceeded her expectations. As for the various guilds and adventurer teams, which had planned to enter the teleportation zone near Zero Wing, shrank back in fear after seeing the guild's prowess in battle. Commander, are we still going to charge in? A level 50 shield warrior clad in black armor could not help but ask his commander. Charge in? Are you suicidal? We're retreating. We'll go in from another side. Chapter 1655, 10 years too early. Chapter 1655, 10 years too early. After Zero Wing's victory over Heaven's Burial, the various superpowers in the teleportation zone couldn't help but reevaluate their opinions of Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing can be quite capable. No wonder they dared to ignore our guild's warning. It might not be a bad idea to consider partnering with them for the Primordial Divine Ruin raid, a middle-aged man in black armor muttered as he looked at Zero Wing's members with an interested expression. He carried a great sword with runes that radiated a chilling aura. The Primordial Divine Ruin was akin to a dungeon. If one wished to progress inside the ruin, they needed a certain level of strength, whether it be basic attributes or combat standards. The difficulty also increased as one delved deeper into the ruin. After reaching the Primordial Divine Ruin's fourth underground floor, players faced extraordinarily strict requirements. In fact, it was so difficult to pass from the fourth floor to the fifth floor, where the gate to the Primordial City was located, that a single guild team could no longer clear the challenge. They would only have a higher chance of reaching the fifth underground floor by working together. The middle-aged man's word surprised the nearby players. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Broken City, an upper echelon from King's Return. He had been very famous in the virtual gaming world some years ago. Even King's Return's guild leader had to treat Broken City with respect. Broken City didn't praise players or powers very often. The last player Broken City had praised had become King's Return's present guild leader. Hence, King's Return's members found it truly surprising that Broken City would praise Zero Wing. Uncle Broken, aren't you thinking too highly of them? They've merely repelled upstarts like Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Zero Wing is still 10 years too early to work alongside us, the handsome youth beside Broken City said, scoffing. The youth wore dark gray plate armor and wielded a one-handed axe engraved with beautiful runes in his right hand while holding a tower shield made of scales in his left. Ocean, Uncle Broken must have his reasons for saying that. While not all of Zero Wing's team members have monstrous basic attributes, the team's overall strength is considerable. After entering the Primordial Divine Ruin, Zero Wing would make a good choice as a partner. Praying Lotus, who was garbed in a set of white, sacred robes, said as she shook her head. She didn't particularly approve of Wild Ocean's opinion. Although Wild Ocean had recently received a promotion, becoming one of King's Return's adjudicators, and was one of the guild's few Tier 2 players, his thinking was shallow. Like Broken City, Praying Lotus felt they shouldn't underestimate Zero Wing's strength throughout the battle. She hadn't seen Shifeng take action at all. This proved that Zero Wing was still holding back and was far from being as simple as everyone believed. Zero Wing is only good in PvP. We're going to face an endless number of monsters and various traps in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Just clearing the third floor would be a huge problem, let alone reaching the fifth floor. Aside from us superpowers, no team has cleared the ruin's third floor. You should also know that you can't rely on powerful attributes alone to clear the third floor. We'll talk about cooperation after they reach the fourth floor. Wild Ocean snorted, thinking that both Broken City and Praying Lotus's opinions of Zero Wing were too generous. Wild Ocean wasn't the only person with that opinion. King's Return's other experts agreed with Wild Ocean's thoughts. If they partnered with Zero Wing, they would have to share half their slots to enter the 5th floor. What kind of guild was Zero Wing? What kind of guild was King's Return? Did Zero Wing even qualify to share half of their slots? As time passed, the struggle in the teleportation zone intensified. More powers were also joining the fight in the teleportation zone. Now, even the various powers that had hesitated to provoke Zero Wing had decided to give it a try. The struggle for the entry slots lasted for over half an hour. This time, the struggle's intensity was unprecedented. Players' corpses littered the teleportation zone. In the end, the various superpowers still took the majority of the entry slots, while the alliance of first-rate guilds and the alliance of top adventurer teams only claimed a small portion. Among the various powers that had participated in the struggle, Zero Wing's performance was the most extraordinary. Despite Zero Wing starting the fight with less than 2,000 members, they still had over 1,200 members inside the teleportation zone by the time the struggle ended. The guild had claimed nearly 1/10 of the available entry slots, only slightly less than the various superpowers. Among the various superpowers, the Secret Pavilion had the best performance, securing exactly 2,000 slots. Although the Secret Pavilion was more than capable of gaining more than that, it had deliberately held back to avoid standing out. Every one of the other superpowers secured around 1,500 slots, which was slightly more than Zero Wing. This was also the reason why Zero Wing's performance shocked everyone. The various superpowers had started the fight with at least 6,000 members, yet Zero Wing had achieved a near similar result with less than 2,000 members. This battle record was a little terrifying. Crap. I thought that with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the picture, we would get more slots. Why did we end up getting fewer slots than in previous raids? That's right. If I had known something like this would happen, would have preferred for Heaven's Burial or Blackwater to win. The various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams' upper echelons clicked their tongues in anger and jealousy as they looked at Zero Wing's members. It was common knowledge that teams would have a greater advantage in the ruin if they entered with more players. Now that Zero Wing could send over 1,200 members into the ruin, the guild might actually make it all the way to the 5th floor and enter the rumored Primordial City. While everyone else was shocked by Zero Wing's strength, Feng was ecstatic. Zero Wing had earned over 5,000 pieces of the current top-tier equipment in the struggle for entry slots. Although the majority was level 45 fine gold equipment, they were still valuable. In comparison, Zero Wing had suffered practically insignificant losses. Zero Wing had suffered 600+ casualties in the battle, with the majority of them being the White Tiger Dojo disciples. The disciples were only geared in standard level 50 elite equipment. They had also recovered some of the lost weapons and equipment. Hence, Zero Wing had made a fortune in this battle. When there were fewer than 15,000 players in the teleportation zone, a blue glow enveloped the area. The players inside the zone disappeared a moment later, leaving an empty plot of land behind. The members of the various major powers that remained inside the tower quickly spread the news of the battle's outcome. With the teleportation array's help, Zero Wing's surviving members instantly arrived at Dark Canyon. There were 3 shining, silver moons hanging in the sky. The visibility within the canyon was also very poor. At best, they could see 200 yards around them, and they couldn't sense any other creatures, which instilled a deep fear and insecurity. So, this is the Primordial Divine Ruins 1st floor? Aqua Rose muttered as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. With her physique as a Tier 2 player, she soon discovered the hidden threats around them. A group of skeleton undead hid at the top of the canyon, carrying heavy crossbows that could launch bolts with the power to rival Tier 2 skills. It was obvious that these skeletons had already locked onto their team and were ready to fire their crossbows at a moment's notice. Aside from the crossbow-wielding skeletons, Aqua Rose noticed a large number of ghosts flickering in and out of existence on the path ahead. The ghosts wandered around the bottom of the canyon, and even the weakest among them was a level 50 chieftain, while the strongest were level 55 grand lords. If players accidentally provoked these monsters, the consequences would be unimaginable. As if they had long since familiarized themselves with this floor, the various superpowers teams quickly advanced on a predetermined path. As they advanced, the superpowers teams skillfully pushed away any ghosts they came across while dodging the heavy crossbow bolts. In comparison, the alliance formed by top adventurer teams quickly had their advance halted by powerful ghosts, their members peppered by the crossbow bolts from above the canyon. Damn it. Why is it so difficult? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons frowned at the first floor's difficulty. They were at a loss. Seeing this, the superpowers members shook their heads disapprovingly. The primordial divine ruin was an extremely dangerous place, yet the various adventurer teams had believed that getting into the ruin was the most difficult part. The struggle in the teleportation zone was simply a prelude for what was to come. Before the adventurer team alliance could think of a plan, they noticed Zero Wing's members taking large strides towards the gateway to the next floor. Have they lost their minds? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons gaped as they watched Zero Wing fearlessly advance. Chapter 1656, Dauntless Zero Wing. Chapter 1656, Dauntless Zero Wing. The adventurer team alliance wasn't the only force confused by Zero Wing's sudden advance. The several superpowers' upper echelons and the first-rate guilds alliance also flashed Zero Wing incredulous looks. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Zero Wing's behavior confused everyone. The Dark Canyon's terrain was complex. Although there appeared to be many paths that would lead to the top of the canyon, only a few were actually viable. Moreover, timing was very important when traversing the various paths. A single mistake could easily be put an entire team in a dangerous situation. It wouldn't be surprising if the team were even eliminated, although players would lose only 20% of their EXP and be sent back to the starting point when they died in the primordial divine ruin. Multiple deaths would significantly weaken a team and increase the raid's difficulty for newcomers to the primordial divine ruin, such as Zero Wing and the adventurer team alliance. The safest way through the Dark Canyon was to follow the various superpowers, who were already familiar with the first floors. Trial, of course. Tagging along didn't necessarily mean safety. Even if two teams took the same path, their timing wouldn't be the same. In this case, it would depend on the commander's abilities. Although, for the two superpowers that raided the ruin for the first time, this wouldn't be a problem. The force's leadership had a perfect grasp of their team's positioning and could minimize their losses as they followed the other superpowers. The adventurer team alliance's chain of command, however, was chaotic due to its multiple leaders. As a result, the adventurer team alliance suffered many casualties as it attempted to follow after a superpower. But the alliance still fared better than if it pioneered a path of its own. Yet, Zero Wing did not even understand such a basic principle and had made a beeline for the top of the canyon. Moreover, Zero Wing's members moved with large strides, paying no attention to the monsters in their way, unlike the other teams who carefully and steadily advanced. Suddenly, Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian, and Violet Cloud rushed ahead of Zero Wing's team, charging onto the gravel path that contained a plethora of wandering ghosts. Meanwhile, the 15 MTs of the Magic Light team's 15 MTs guarded the rear of the team, while the Conqueror parties split up and covered the sides. Ghost Knight, Undead, Chieftain. Level 50. HP 6000/6000/000. Ghost Berserker, Undead, Lord. Level 52. HP 17/000/17/000/000. Ghost General, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 85/000/000/85/000/000. As Cola and the others moved through the canyon, the wandering Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers quickly discovered their presence. Like hungry wolves that had just discovered meat, the ghosts surged towards the MT trio. Are they trying to get themselves killed? Are they really trying to grind the ghosts as if they were common monsters? Everyone was stupefied as they watched Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian attract more and more Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers. The Primordial Divine Ruin had an endless supply of monsters, and even if players killed these monsters, the awarded EXP and loot was insignificant compared to monsters outside of the ruin. Grinding these monsters simply wasn't worth the effort. Though, to the various powers present, it did not really matter even if a large number of Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers ganged up on them, as they were more than capable of defeating these monsters. Instead, the canyon's true danger came from the numerous skeletons stationed at its top. The bolts they fired from their heavy crossbows were as powerful as Tier 2 attacks. Even level 50, Tier 1 MTs would be forced to retreat by several steps and lose around 4,000 HP if they blocked one of these bolts with their shields. If struck directly, they would be dead after 2 or 3 hits. Hence, it was important when selecting a path through the canyon to choose one with favorable terrain that could be used to block the crossbow attacks and lower the chances of encounter Ghost Generals in the blink of an eye. Over 500 Ghost Knights and dozens of Ghost Berserkers chased after Kola and the others. Moreover, the skeletons on both sides of the canyon had aimed and fired their crossbows at the MT trio. However, Kola and the others paid no attention to the countless incoming attacks and continued to advance mindlessly, attracting more monsters as they went. The commotion had even lured some of the wandering Ghost Generals. Good. Everyone, charge. Follow Kola's group. Feng revealed a smile when he saw the swarm of monsters charge at Kola and the others. At this stage of the game, nobody was more familiar with Primordial Divine Ruins than him. He knew that Primordial Divine Ruins were survival tests. Although it was the first time he had visited the Primordial Divine Ruin in the Orc Empire, every ruin had nearly the same tests. It had been common knowledge in his previous life that the Primordial Divine Ruins first floor trial would become more dangerous as teams spent more time here. Take the various superpowers, for example. Although they had familiarized themselves with the paths to the top of the canyon and hence, could limit the number of crossbow attacks that reached their teams, it was impossible to avoid casualties completely. In fact, the various superpowers teams were continuously lost members as they advanced right now. Moreover, as they approached closer to the top of the canyon, their casualty rates became more severe. To make matters worse, players that died and allowed the system to resurrect them would reappear at the starting point. Once they did, they'd have no way of catching up to their main force. As for having the team stop midway to resurrect the fallen, that would only end up causing the team to suffer even more casualties. Because of this, team members that died halfway through the canyon were as good as eliminated unless a team wipe occurred. The best way to challenge the first floor trial was to send a player in as bait and draw the enemy fire while the rest of the team followed behind. Doing so would greatly reduce the number of attacks the team received and was much safer than following one of the more protected routes. The only problem with this method was that the players acting as bait needed to be strong enough. The main force also had to maintain enough distance from the bait. If the main force got too close, they would pull the agitated monsters aggro. If the main force fell too far behind, the bait would have moved past the skeleton's attack range. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Feng had employed this strategy. His grasp of his team's positioning was incredibly accurate. With Violet Cloud in the center, Kola's group pushed forward. As they faced numerous attacks, their HP steadily decreased. Fortunately, the Chieftain-ranked Ghost Knights and Lord-ranked Ghost Berserkers were not much of a threat. The true threat came from the Ghost Generals and the heavy crossbow attacks from both sides of the canyon, in particular. Currently, a swarm of Ghost Knights chased after Kola's group of 4, and although the situation looked dire, it worked in the group's favor as the Ghost Generals had a hard time reaching the players. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the crossbow attacks when Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian used their shields to block the incoming crossbow bolts. They'd stiffen slightly and lose around 1,500 HP. When the other powers noticed the damage Kola and his team received, they couldn't help their jealousy. Unlike Kola and the others, their MTs received over -4,000 damage even when they blocked the crossbow bolts successfully. This meant that the MT trio from Zero Wing could endure 3 times the attacks that their MTs could. However, they still ridiculed Zero Wing for its foolish leadership. If Kola and his companions had the support of a large number of healers, they'd be practically unkillable. Yet, Zero Wing actually let these 3 powerful MTs charge ahead on their own. It was a reckless waste of resources. With how the team utilized Cola and the others, it wouldn't matter if they could endure 2 or 3 more hits than other MTS. Sure enough, Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's HPs began to decrease rapidly. In a short moment, they had lost more than 1/3 of their HPs. The various superpowers' upper echelons lamented the loss. The MT trio only had a single healer to support them, and it simply wasn't enough to keep the 3 players alive. But after another moment, the superpowers noticed something strange. Despite Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's HPs having already fallen below the 25% mark, Violet Cloud hadn't prepared to cast any spells. What's going on? Isn't that girl a cleric? Or does she have some kind of grudge against those MTs? Everyone watched Violet Cloud in confusion. However, while the spectating crowd wondered about the young woman's hesitation, Cola took a look at his own HP bar. Let's begin. Cola said. Rather than panicking, his voice contained a hint of excitement. Turtledove and the others then nodded in response, following which, Cola shouted before releasing a blinding, golden glow. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Cola's group, illuminating the dark canyon suddenly, for golden barriers enveloped each member of the group. The move Cola just used was none other than the Tier 2 skill, Divine Shield, which Shifeng had obtained from the Boneless Land. When activated, the skill granted the Divine Shield buff, which lasted 30 seconds, to a maximum of 10 players. The buff decreased incoming damage from Tier 3 or below attacks by 50% and attacks above Tier 3 by 20%. The buff also increased attack speed and movement speed by 20% and healing effects received by 100%. Divine Shield was a very powerful skill, though it had a downside, a 1-hour cooldown. Violet Cloud also used the Tier 2 spell, Holy Prayer. The spell affected all allies within a 50-yard radius and granted them an hot buff that healed them based on Violet Cloud's mana. Moreover, players affected by Holy Prayer would receive a 20% damage reduction buff. The spell had a 1-minute duration and a 20-minute cooldown. Under the effects of these two skills, Cola's group members each recovered over 8,000 HP every second. The damage they received was reduced to a pitiful amount as well. This turn of events allowed Cola's group to advance with ease while the rest of Zero Wing's team followed behind. In less than a minute, Zero Wing's members had reached the top of the canyon. Chapter 1657, Continuous Clearance. Chapter 1657, Continuous Clearance. The sounds of battle had filled the dark canyon, but as Zero Wing's members reached the top, the various powers, which were still engaged in combat, fell silent. That's actually possible? For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words as they stared at Zero Wing's members. They had invested a ton of effort and made numerous sacrifices during their previous raids to locate the best route up the canyon, and they would still suffer before they reached the safe zone at its top. Yet, Zero Wing had run for the top of the canyon without sparing their surroundings a glance. Not only had the guild team succeeded, but they had only lost a few dozen players, which was practically negligible. Sure enough, Zero Wing is extraordinary, Praying Lotus muttered, her eyelashes fluttering as she watched Shifeng, the commander of Zero Wing's team. No other guild would dare to be so bold. The two skills Cola's group had used were particularly powerful. Although they were not invulnerability skills, the combined effect had nullified the threat from both the ghosts and the heavy crossbows they only got through thanks to powerful attributes and skills, Wild Ocean said, clicking his tongue. The next floors will be even more difficult, and basic attributes will become less important. If they try to pull another stunt like that, they'll get themselves killed. Emichim. Praying Lotus did not rebuke Wild Ocean's words this time. After all, what the Shield Warrior youth had said was true. As players delved deeper into the Primordial Divine Ruin, the trials they faced would become more difficult. They would also encounter more and different traps. Rather than simply relying on raw power, players would have to rely on their technical abilities in the lower floors. The brute force method Zero Wing had used was only viable on the first floor. It wouldn't be possible to clear the following floors with the same method correspondingly, though. Players would have higher chances of encountering opportunities and treasure the further they explored. There was practically nothing noteworthy in the ruin's first underground floor. One would be extremely lucky if they even came across a bronze treasure chest. Although players could also find combat techniques on the first underground floor, the chances of that were extremely slim. If one wanted better loot, they'd have to reach the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Only the third floor and down offered level 50 plus top-tier equipment. At the same time, the chances of finding combat techniques and other treasures also increased. Feng didn't hurry towards through the ruin after reaching the top of the canyon. Instead, he had everyone rest in the safe zone. Players' stamina and concentration consumption were far more severe in the Primordial Divine Ruin than outside of it. If they did not rest, they might fail trials that should be passable. Meanwhile, the only places in which players could rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin were the system-established safe zones. Traps and monsters were present everywhere else, and if they relaxed, even for a moment, in these locations, they'd swiftly lose their lives. After Zero Wing's members had rested for some time, the various superpowers teams began to arrive in the safe zone, one after another. However, unlike Zero Wing, the various superpowers only had around 80% of the 1,500 plus members they had entered the ruin with. The rest of their players had to wait for the system to resurrect them, forming teams with other players to search for opportunities and treasure on the first floor. After everyone rested, they proceeded towards the second underground floor. The second floor contained a primal forest. Visibility here was even worse than in the first floor's dark canyon. Even Tier 2 players could only see up to 80 yards away. As players traversed the forest, they were bombarded by all kinds of spell attacks from out of nowhere from time to time. These spells packed a punch, and even Tier 2 MTs only survived after 3 or 4 direct hits. Tier 1 MTs were lucky to survive even 2 hits. If players wished to reach the next safe zone alive, they would have to rely on their individual reaction speed and decision-making. They'd have to dodge or block an attack instantly when targeted. Only by doing so would the healers have a chance of healing them. All the heals in the world wouldn't save them if a spell struck them directly. The ruin's second floor was also much larger than the first, a testament to the Primordial Divine Ruin's unique nature. As teams progressed, they'd encounter larger maps, forcing players to travel greater distances and face more danger. Feng didn't have any special strategy to get through the second floor's trial. He could only send in the Magic Light team and Conqueror parties to tank as many hits as possible, limiting the number of casualties the team suffered. Overall, Zero Wing didn't fare nearly as well as the various superpowers. Upon reaching the third underground floor, the increased difficulty was particularly evident. The necessary method to clear the third floor wasn't like the first two. The various attacks and traps players had to face had also changed. Now, players had to collect a sufficient number of teleportation stones to proceed to the fourth floor. Each teleportation stone could only transport 100 players, and only the third floor's Grand Lord-ranked monsters would drop them. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to kill a Grand Lord-ranked boss in such a dangerous environment. It's no wonder why only the various superpowers have only gotten through the third floor thus far, leaving the first-rate guild's alliance behind. As Feng stood at the third floor's starting point and observed the barren wasteland before him, he could not help but frown. Thunderclouds covered the sky above the plain as far as he could see. Lightning frequently descended, decorating the ground with scorch marks. Not only did the lightning strikes contain a lot of power, but they were also extremely fast, significantly faster than normal spell attacks. When facing a normal spell attack, expert players could dodge or block as long as the spell was cast from a certain distance, but the lightning strikes from above were incredibly fast. This trial's difficulty increase was tremendous. Furthermore, players had to kill level 55 Grand Lords. However, the various superpowers teams, which had just arrived, reacted as if they didn't see the lightning bombarding the plane. They quickly split into 2 groups, leaving one behind in the safe zone while the other boldly strode into the barren wasteland in search of Grand Lord-ranked thunder beasts and thunder elementals. Lightning continued to descend from the sky, but the superpowers members swiftly maneuvered around the strikes. Aside from a few unlucky players, who had been targeted by multiple lightning strikes, most were able to dodge the natural attacks. Even if they failed to dodge in time, their team's healers would quickly restore their lost HP. In contrast, the first-rate guilds and adventurer teams were unsure of how to continue. If they only had to dodge the lightning strikes, most of their members would be successful, but with the addition of monsters, chaos would ensue. They'd either fall to the lightning, or the monsters would slaughter them. So what if they got a lot of players this far? They still won't clear the third floor. Wild Ocean could not help but flash Zero Wing's team, which still occupied the starting point. A ridiculing smirk. Players' basic attributes were no longer the key to clearing the trial once they reached the third underground floor. Here, individual combat standards held greater importance. If a team couldn't defeat the Grand Lord ranked bosses while being showered by lightning strikes, it would venture no further in the Primordial Divine Ruin Guild leader. The lightning strikes' attack rate and numbers are too high. I'm afraid that no more than 50 of our members will be able to fight while dodging the strikes. Should we grind the bosses for teleportation stones with just a 50-man team? Although it will slow us down, we shouldn't have a problem collecting the necessary teleportation stones. Aqua Rose suggested if any other guild, excluding the superpowers, encountered such a situation, they'd likely be stuck here. Even Zero Wing only had a few experts who could fight in this lightning zone. Not even the Conqueror's armor's battle arrays would be very effective. Meanwhile, trying to raid Grand Lords with so few experts was impossible. This was also why the various first-rate guilds, which had reached the ruins' third underground floor previously, had never cleared it. However, Zero Wing was different. Its team had over 10 Tier 2 players and shouldn't have a problem forming a 50-man raid team that could dodge the lightning while fighting the bosses. Unfortunately, raiding level 55 Grand Lords with only 50 members would take a lot of time, more time than the various superpowers raid teams, which had around 300 members each. No need, we'll all go together. Shifeng said, smiling as he shook his head. Everyone? For a moment, Aqua Rose thought she had misheard Shifeng. Relax. If this were any other trap, we might not have a way to deal with it, but if we only have to deal with lightning, we won't have to worry, Shifeng said. He then took a thick, ancient tome from his bag. This item was none other than the Ancient Weather Book. Chapter 1658, Might of the Ancient Book. Chapter 1658, Might of the Ancient Book. Across the vast wasteland, the various superpowers hunted bosses with organized precision. Meanwhile, the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams could only watch from within the safe zone. Although these teams had a few experts who could dodge the lightning strikes, players who could dodge while fighting a Grand Lord were as rare as a phoenix's feather. A level 55 Grand Lord was already an extremely difficult foe, and teams lost players even during a normal raid. Hence, trying to raid one while severely handicapped would simply be suicidal. To compensate for their lack of numbers, the various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had tried to pool their experts to raid the bosses. However, despite multiple attempts, they had failed. Although the alliance of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams had formed allowed them to build a raid team with sufficient manpower, the environment favored the Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Elementals and Thunder Beasts. The third floor's environment enhanced all lightning-type skills and spells by 30%. Cloth armor classes, which had low HP and defense, would likely die instantly if they failed to dodge the Thunder Elementals or Thunder Beast skills. Zero mistakes were allowed in battle. However, players would be hard-pressed to avoid mistakes while constantly bombarded with lightning. In the end, the Alliance team wiped after losing so many members midway through the battle. As the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams rested, Shifeng led his entire team into the lightning zone. It was as if he had missed their tragic downfall after fighting in the wasteland. They were going all together? Have Zero Wing's members lost their minds? What are they trying to do? Even if a single death only costs 20% EXP, do they have to be so reckless? When the members of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams saw Zero Wing head into the plains, they thought that Zero Wing's members had gone mad. In this lightning wasteland, a player's basic attributes didn't matter as much as on the previous floors. Here, combat standards were far more important. Even if a team charged into the lightning wasteland with 1,000 members, each member would suffer the same number of lightning strikes. In fact, the players would have a higher chance of being struck. This was because players would have less space to maneuver in a larger group. Moreover, if players were not careful when they dodged, they'd likely avoid their own lightning strike only to get hit by their neighbor. The various powers weren't the only ones confused by Shifeng's ludicrous decision. Even Zero Wings members were confused. They had seen how the experts from the various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had ended up after fighting in the wasteland. They also knew that those expert standards were much stronger than theirs. If they rushed into the plains, they'd doubtlessly suffer a similar fate as Zero Wings members approached the safe zone's boundary and were about to enter the lightning zone. They couldn't help their growing nerves. Why are they here? Wild Ocean, who currently fought within the zone, was surprised to notice Zero Wings' team enter the lighting wasteland. Are they that tired of living? Zero Wings' team had over 1,000 members, and if it tried to enter the zone with so many players, the number of lightning strikes that would descend on the team would be staggering. Not even superpowers like King's Return would pull such a stunt. Could Zero Wing be experimenting and trying to see how many of its members can survive a battle in the lightning zone? Praying Lotus, who was casting a healing spell, was just as stunned to see Zero Wings advance as the various superpowers members wondered. One player from Zero Wing after another stepped into the zone. Watching 1,000+ players set foot into the lightning wasteland was extraordinarily eye-catching. Almost everyone kept a curious eye on Zero Wings' team, wondering how it planned to deal with the countless lightning strikes that would fall upon them. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds. However, not a single strike of lightning fell on Zero Wings' team. Every member on the team was alive and kicking, and they had an easy time defeating the multiple chieftain-ranked thunder elementals and thunder beasts that had charged at them. Where is the lightning? Why do those chieftain-ranked thunder elementals and thunder beasts seem weaker than the ones we're fighting? The watching players were stunned as they sent Zero Wings' team sidelong glances. They could not understand what was going on. Where were the lightning strikes that were supposed to descend? Could the lightning strikes have stopped because they have more people? Purple Jade was greatly confused as she watched Zero Wings members. The lightning was the most troublesome aspect about the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Without the lightning strikes, the third floor's trial would just be a simple series of Grand Lord raids. If that were the case, the various superpowers could easily clear the floor. That's not possible. Other teams have dispatched even more players than Zero Wing in past raids, but this has never happened, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He, too, wore a confused look. Even Zero Wings players were confused. Only Aqua Rose knew that this was Shifeng's doing. It seems this thing is quite effective. Shifeng smiled at the ancient weather book in his hands. The ancient weather book could change the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Removing the thunderclouds in a specific area was a small task for the item. Without the lightning strikes, the third floor's trial posed no threat to his team members. Very quickly, Zero Wings' team located a level 55 Grand Lord ranked Thunder Beast. Great Thunder Wolf, Thunder Beast, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 88,000,000/88,000,000. Now, the boss, which had given the various superpowers painful headaches, was an ordinary Grand Lord to Zero Wing. With Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian taking the lead, and the Magic Light Team's MTs tanking the nearby mobs, the rest of the team could focus on dealing damage. Moreover, without the lightning environment's boost, the Great Thunder Wolf's attacks were little more than tickles to Cola and his fellow MTs. The Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around -8,000 damage, while its skill attacks only dealt around -20,000. Even without Turtledove and Yi Wumian's assistance, Cola could easily tank the Great Thunder Wolf. The other players launched frenzied attacks at the Great Thunder Wolf, each dealing several thousand damage. As the team fought, the Grand Lord's HP visibly decreased naturally. This made the various superpowers jealous. The Primordial Divine Ruins bosses weren't like field bosses. Their attributes wouldn't change, regardless of how many players raided them at one time. This meant that the more members a raid team possessed, the greater the team's advantage would be. Zero Wings' team had over 1,000 members, which was more than triple what the other teams possessed. Moreover, Zero Wings members did not have to worry about avoiding lightning strikes. In less than 5 minutes, the Great Thunder Wolf fell before Zero Wings members. Everyone on the team also gained a significant amount of EXP. Moreover, The Great Thunder Wolf had dropped 8 items in total thanks to Shifeng's divine providence. Although this didn't seem like much, it was above average for Grand Lords above level 50. When the various superpowers had killed their respective Grand Lords, they only got 5 items. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Great Thunder Wolf's loot, Shifeng had to admit that the Primordial Divine Ruins bosses were far more generous than the bosses in Team Dungeons. Out of the 8 items dropped, 1 was a teleportation stone, and 5 were level 50 weapons and pieces of equipment, 3 of which were fine gold rank and 2 were secret silver rank. The last 2 items were pages of incomplete combat techniques and advanced combat technique. Shifeng was ecstatic the moment he saw the 2 sheets of lambskin parchment. Basic combat techniques would drop as complete items in the Primordial Divine Ruin, but advanced combat techniques and above would appear as pages. Players would have to gather every page to learn the combat technique. Excited, Shifeng immediately inspected the 2 parchment sheets. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. As Shifeng inspected the incomplete pages, his eyes shone with excitement. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 3rd page. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 6th page. Most of the combat techniques that dropped in the Primordial Divine Ruin were basic combat techniques, and most of them dropped as the complete versions. Although some basic combat techniques dropped as incomplete pages, those were the extreme minority. Normally, only advanced rank or higher combat techniques would drop as individual pages. However, there were differences between advanced combat techniques and those of other ranks. Not only could players in God's domain improve their foundations by learning combat techniques, but they could also learn ways to exhibit their strength more efficiently, thereby raising their overall combat power. Some combat techniques even granted players the power to challenge foes of higher levels. A basic combat technique might not help half-step Refinement Realm experts fight Refinement Realm experts, but an ordinary advanced combat technique could. This was also why the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were so desperate to compete for slots to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. Meanwhile, an advanced combat technique's strength could be determined by the number of pages it possessed. An ordinary advanced combat technique would only include 6 to 8 pages, a first-rate advanced combat technique would possess 9 to 12 pages, and a top-tier advanced combat technique would possess 13 to 15 pages. An ordinary advanced combat technique could only help a half-step Refinement Realm expert qualify to fight a Refinement Realm expert. Meanwhile, a first-rate advanced combat technique allowed Refinement Realm experts to face Flowing Water Realm experts. As for top-tier advanced combat techniques, if Flowing Water Realm experts learned one, they could even pose as a threat to Void Realm experts. Even throughout God's domain, Void Realm experts were extremely rare. Yet, with a top-tier advanced combat technique, a Flowing Water Realm expert could stand against Void Realm experts. One could just imagine how valuable such a combat technique was. There was no doubt that Lightning Flash was a top-tier advanced combat technique. Shifeng had never expected to get lucky enough to find a top-tier advanced combat techniques pages, and moreover, it was an attack-type technique. Zero Wing didn't actually have any of these. If it were possible to collect the complete Lightning Flash secret technique, it would certainly help the guild's experts. Learning the technique would likely offer more benefits than the Conqueror's Armor. The Conqueror's Armor only gave its wearer the power to face Refinement Realm experts temporarily, and after all was said and done, it was only a piece of level 50 equipment. Once players leveled up, the equipment would be useless. It could not truly become part of a player's strength. An advanced combat technique was different. Once players learned it, they could put it to good use regardless of their level. It would also offer significant help when players challenged their promotion quests. Moreover, a complete advanced combat technique was different from secret technique tablets. Although the combat techniques one could learn from a secret technique were more powerful than advanced combat techniques, very few players could learn them. It was impossible to share those techniques with a significant number of players. However, a complete advanced combat technique took the form of a book. He could store the book in the guild warehouse, and guild members could read it as they wished. Setting aside whether or not players could actually learn the technique successfully, at the very least, everyone would have the opportunity to learn in the past. The reason that experts from the various superpowers had an easier time with their promotion quests, rising through the tiers, than experts from first-rate guilds and below wasn't just better weapons and equipment. Rather, it was because their access to combat techniques was superior in both quantity and quality. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng led his team in search of another boss rather than resting. The ancient weather book only had a 2-hour duration, whereas it had a 10-hour cooldown. He might be able to wait for such a long time, but the Primordial City would not wait for him. Who knew if the Primordial City had an entry limit? If there wasn't one, they might be alright, but if there were, he and Zero Wings members would lose their chance to enter the legendary city if they were too late. Hence, he had to cherish every second and minute of these 2 hours. Zero Wings members continued to hunt one Grand Lord ranked Thunder Elemental or Beast after another. When the team encountered a Grand Lord in the barren wasteland, they'd pounce like a pack of hungry wolves. They behaved nothing like the players from the various superpowers, who returned to rest in the starting area after slaying 1 or 2 bosses. The various superpowers grew envious at seeing this. Without the threat from the lightning strikes, Zero Wing could casually slaughter these ready-made Grand Lords. Not only were the team members able to earn an abundance of EXP, but they also secured plenty of top-tier equipment. The Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor had practically become a sacred leveling spot for Zero Wing. How is this possible? King's Return's Wild Ocean was at a loss as he watched the scene before him. He had assumed that Zero Wing would be stuck on the 3rd floor, yet based its pace, it'd likely be the first team to reach the 4th underground floor. Uncle Broken, should we contact them? Praying Lotus whispered to Broken City, who stood beside her. Thus far, the various superpowers had only reached the 4th floor. Not one of their teams had made it to the 5th yet. The 4th floor was simply too difficult, and there was no comparing it with the 3rd floor. With the current strength of King's Return's team, it could not clear the 4th floor alone. If King's Return wished to reach the 5th floor, it would have to ally with another team. However, doing so would leave the team fewer entry slots to the 5th floor. No. It is too soon. We'll send them an invite once they experience the 4th floor's wall, Broken City said, smiling as he shook his head. The 3rd floor's trial was child's play compared to the 4th floor. Not only did players have to face all sorts of attacks, but the Guardian boss was also a bona fide level 58 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Even now, not a single superpower had dealt any damage to the Guardian boss. Although King's Return had prepared thoroughly this time, they had no more than a 30% chance of defeating the Grand Lord. Needless to say, Zero Wing's chances were even lower. While the various powers grinded bosses on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor, news of Zero Wing's team completing the 3rd floor's trial quickly spread among the participating teams. The various large guilds and top adventurer teams from the kingdoms and empire neighboring the Orc Empire, in particular, had to re-evaluate their opinions of the guild. The various superpowers had, thus far, monopolized the Primordial Divine Ruins' 4th floor. The fact that Zero Wing had reached that floor proved that it could nearly rival those superpowers in terms of top-tier experts. At the very least, Zero Wing was definitely superior to first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams in this regard. However, a deathly silence had fallen over the meeting room within Heaven's Burial's ancient Rock City residence. Due to this latest information, nobody could have imagined that, in one short day, Heaven's Burial would lose the massive advantage it had cultivated. And it was all due to Zero Wing. First, Zero Wing had shattered ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, the guild had plundered their entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Now, Zero Wing was about to set foot on the ruin's 4th underground floor. Zero Wing. Singular Burial's expression twisted as he read the latest report. Heaven's Burial's reputation was in tatters. If they did not figure out a way to deal with this problem now, the guild would likely have a rocky path ahead even if they held on to ancient Rock City. Singular Burial spun towards Flame Blood, who sat beside him wrapped in bandages, and growled, "Flame, didn't you say that Beast Emperor needs the souls of 400,000 elite players to display his full strength in Star Moon Kingdom? Go, tell him that I will fulfill that request." Guild leader, are you planning on giving up on Star Moon Kingdom entirely? Flame Blood could not help his surprise. Beast Emperor's request was no laughing matter. It was both the last and worst option Heaven's Burial had. That's right. Since we can't have Star Moon Kingdom, what's the point in leaving it alive? Singular Burial nodded, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the fact that Heaven's Burial had lost the struggle for Star Moon Kingdom. Regardless of whether or not they defended ancient Rock City, the necessary funds to repair it was still a problem. They also had to pay plenty in bounty claims each day. If they continued the battle with Zero Wing, it would only be a matter of time before the guild was finished, even if Heaven's Burial had the support of major corporations. If he wanted Heaven's Burial to survive, he had to give up on Star Moon Kingdom. I understand. I'll contact Beast Emperor right away. Seeing how serious Singular Burial was, Flame Blood inwardly lamented the fact that the man had become like this. He never thought that a guild like Zero Wing could actually corner Singular Burial, a genius, to this extent. Of the many years he had followed Singular Burial, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. In a certain mountain range covered with dense forests, countless powerful monsters roamed about the area. Every monster here was above level 100, and quite a few were mythic rank. However, none of these monsters dared to approach the forest in the mountain range's inner region. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the forest's entrance. It was none other than Flame Blood. When Flame Blood appeared, several massive, humanoid creatures appeared around him, each radiating the terrifying aura only Tier 4 mythic monsters had. Amazing. After not seeing him for some time, he's already developed to this point. Flame Blood was stunned when he noticed the 6 mythic-ranked evil demons around him. Mythic-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were far more difficult to nurture than evil beasts. Previously, Beast Emperor had only been able to nurture a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Although Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were very powerful, they were not invincible. If numerous experts worked together, they'd still be able to kill one. However, it was a different story for mythic-ranked evil demons. At this stage of the game, mythic monsters were insurmountable, even to the various superpowers. Otherwise, the level 50 super large-scale team dungeon in God's domain would not stand empty. Moreover, evil demons commanded superior intellect and could exhibit greater combat power than evil beasts. Most importantly, they could be summoned at any time, unlike evil beasts, which could only move from location to location of their own power. Now that Beast Emperor commanded mythic-ranked evil demons, he had the equivalent of mythic-ranked bodyguards at all times. Having mythic-ranked evil demons would undoubtedly increase the safety and survivability of controllers like Beast Emperor by a significant margin. He would no longer have to hide when attacking and could control his armies more efficiently. After seeing these mythic-ranked evil demons, Flame Blood's desire to obtain his own grew. Being a member of the evil God's temple, every race on the continent of God's domain hunted him constantly. Surviving in the game had become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, if players or NPCs captured him and sent him to the war God's temple, his character would be sentenced to death in the truest sense, and he'd be forced to start all over again. Hence, he needed to be careful when he moved about and rarely appear before other players. If he had his own mythic-ranked evil demons, though, he wouldn't have to worry about capture unless he encountered a Tier 5 NPC. Fortunately, Tier 5 NPCs were apex powerhouses in God's domain, and they weren't so easy to encounter. Normally, the strongest NPCs players would meet were Tier 4. After the evil demons had a chance to observe Flame Blood for a moment, they retreated back into the forest. Flame Blood then strode into the forest himself. There was a massive crater within the heart of the forest. The crater radiated an evil energy so dense that even an evil god apostle like him gasped as it washed over him. If an ordinary player bathed in this dense evil energy, it would likely corrupt them instantly. This crater was none other than the home of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple. As long as players were within range of the temple, its energy would cut off their communication with the outside world. They would not be able to send or receive messages. Flame Blood? A middle-aged man covered in pitch-black ruins sat in the severely dilapidated temple. When he noticed Flame Blood enter the temple, he sent the cleric a glance and asked, "Why are you here? Weren't you controlling your evil demon army to protect ancient Rock City?" Although the man before Flame Blood hadn't expressed any emotion, speaking only in a calm tone, Flame Blood's heart palpitated in fear. This wasn't just because Beast Emperor was one of the evil god's temple's evil god envoys, but also because of the horrific evil energy that lingered around him. The man was far more frightening than the last time Flame Blood had seen Beast Emperor. The evil energy Beast Emperor radiated was no weaker than the evil energy the temple itself radiated. This man's evil energy would likely kill ordinary players before they could approach him. Moreover, as Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor, he could not help but feel as if he stared at a ferocious beast that had just woken from a long slumber. "My guild leader sent me," Flame Blood said after stealing his mind. "Didn't you say that you needed 400,000 souls from elite players? My guild leader says he can give them to you." "He's finally made up his mind?" Beast Emperor asked, chuckling. "Then, return and tell him this: the day he has the players ready will be the day Zero Wing perishes." Although he was quite powerful and could easily hunt down players for their souls, the immortal souls he needed had to come from willing players. Unfortunately, he was still short 400,000 elite players even after exhausting his means. Otherwise, he would have handed Star Moon Kingdom to the evil god's temple a while ago. Flame Blood nodded in response. He had no doubt regarding Beast Emperor's claim. Others might not know the power Beast Emperor wielded after the evil god's temple had activated, but as a member, Flame Blood knew it very well. Meanwhile, back in the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor, quite some time had passed since the various superpowers had departed for the fourth floor. Only the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, which couldn't defeat the bosses, and Zero Wing's team, which still hunted Grand Lord-ranked thunder beasts and elementals, remained on the third floor. Crap. Just how many Grand Lords must Zero Wing's members kill before they are satisfied? They might be grinding for level 50 top-tier equipment on this floor. After all, opportunities like this don't come often. With how many Grand Lords they've already killed, they should have more than enough teleportation stones. I wonder if they'd be willing to share some with us. Don't even think about it. First, the Primordial City will definitely have an entry limit. It's only natural to let as few players as possible reach the 4th and 5th floors. Moreover, the teleportation stones are bound to players of the same team and can only be passed around between players on the same team. The stones can also only be used on team members. If the team's member count suddenly increases, the teleportation stones they've collected thus far will become useless. That makes it even less likely that they'd be willing to help us. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams couldn't help but envy Zero Wing's battling members as they searched for treasures on the third floor. When they saw the teleportation stones scattered across the ground, their eyes became bloodshot. Despite all of their effort, they hadn't obtained a single teleportation stone, yet Zero Wing's team didn't even bother to pick up the stones that had dropped. Meanwhile, Shifeng activated Divine Providence as they killed another level 55 Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Beast. After he collected the loot and inspected it, his brows lifted in joyful surprise. Wonderful. With this, I finally have everything I need. Shifeng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the last page of Lightning Flash. They had raided bosses for nearly 2 hours now. They had even begun to lure 2 or 3 Grand Lords, raiding them at once, midway through their journey. Fortunately, they had collected all 13 unique pages for the Lightning Flash secret technique before the ancient Weather Book's weather control ran out. System, you have collected all pages for Lightning Flash. Do you wish to synthesize the complete version of it? Synthesizing the complete version will require 1,000 magic crystals. 1,000 crystals? Why so many? Shifeng was confused after reading the system notification. Normally, synthesizing an advanced combat technique only required between 50 and 100 magic crystals, depending on the number of pages the technique possessed. Yet, the combat technique in his hands required 1,000 magic crystals. The system was clearly trying to swindle him. I want to see what kind of combat technique you're going to give me. Shi Feng couldn't care less about the cost, however, paying the 1,000 magic crystals without hesitation. After all the trouble he had gone through to collect the pages, he wasn't going to leave them to rot just because the system wanted to rob him. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a difference between 100 magic crystals and 1,000 to Shi Feng. Suddenly, with Shi Feng at its center, a pitch-black magic array appeared beneath his feet. A powerful stream of mana surged upward from the array, and ignoring the ancient weather book's effects, thunderclouds gathered above, blocking out the sun above Shi Feng. Massive lightning bolts then descended from the clouds, striking the 13 incomplete pages that hovered above Shi Feng's head. After hundreds of thundering booms echoed throughout the third floor, a thick, ancient tome hovered before Shi Feng. Faint arcs of blue electricity danced around the tome. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. The hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly flashing in the vast wasteland immediately drew the attention of every player on the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Compared to the normal lightning strikes, not only were the ones just now much more powerful, but the number and rate at which they appeared were also much higher than before. The resulting thunder also echoed throughout the entire wasteland, hurting everyone's eardrums. What's going on over there? Why did so many lightning bolts suddenly strike Zero Wing? Everyone on the third floor turned toward Zero Wing's location at practically the same time, their hearts bursting with curiosity. Previously, none of the lightning strikes had hit anywhere near Zero Wing. Yet, now, Zero Wing received a violent bombardment. Most likely, even a great lord of the same level would be reduced to ashes after eating so many powerful lightning bolts. What's that? A book? Could some kind of treasure have dropped? Some of the players nearby quickly noticed the ancient tome hovering before Shi Feng. Although they could not make out what kind of item the ancient tome was, judging by the huge commotion that heralded its appearance, they could easily guess that it was something extraordinary. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams present revealed looks of envy and greed. As far as they knew, no fine gold or dark gold item would create such a huge commotion when it appeared. Hence, the tome should be epic rank, at the very least an epic item. At this stage of the game, although powerful guilds like first-rate guilds would already have around a dozen or so epic items in their possession, to the masses, epic items were still exceedingly rare. However, everyone also understood that stealing the tome from Zero Wing was impossible. Setting aside how powerful Zero Wing's team was, even reaching Zero Wing's location would be a massive challenge for them. What a powerful aura! Shi Feng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the ancient tome in the air before him. He had seen the synthesis of many advanced combat technique tomes before. However, none of them had ever caused such a huge commotion. Moreover, even after the lightning flash tome completed its synthesis, it still radiated a faint aura that attracted mana to it, a situation that Shi Feng had never encountered before. For a moment, he found it somewhat incredible that the book before him was a combat technique tome. Guild leader, what is that item? Is it an epic tool? Aqua Rose could not help but ask curiously. The other members of the team also held great curiosity about the lightning flash secret technique. Immediately, they pricked their ears up in hopes of catching wind of the tome's identity. As for the item's attribute panel, they held no expectations of catching a glimpse of it. Nowadays, Zero Wing was rife with spies of other guilds. Meanwhile, in regard to the epic items the guild possessed, they were generally considered a secret. After all, epic items served as the foundation of a guild. If used at a critical moment, they could achieve miraculous effects. Naturally, the guild wouldn't reveal such an important secret unless necessary. Hence, the members of the team did not hope to find out the exact details of the tome. They only wished to know what kind of item it was. No. Shi Feng shook his head. Smiling, he said, "This is a combat technique." A combat technique? Aqua Rose could not help but narrow her eyes at Shi Feng skeptically. She suspected that Shifeng was simply messing around with her. What kind of combat technique could cause such a huge commotion? Even a secret technique tablet would not create such a commotion. When it dropped, Shifeng's words stunned everyone. Although they refused to believe Shifeng, they all knew what kind of personality he had. He would never lie about something like this. Moreover, if he did not wish for them to know what the tome was, he could simply say that it was a guild secret. In that case, they naturally would not pursue the matter yet. Everyone also found it unbelievable that a combat technique could cause such a huge commotion, of course. Moreover, it isn't just any ordinary combat technique, Shifeng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. This is a bronze combat technique with a complete legacy. Advanced combat techniques was something that countless expert players wished to learn. Even the various superpowers only possessed a few in the past. Advanced combat techniques had also been the strongest combat techniques Shifeng knew of. However, after finding out about secret technique tablets, in addition to the relevant information Phoenix Rain had provided him, he discovered the existence of combat techniques that were even stronger than advanced combat techniques, bronze combat techniques. Normally, secret technique tablets were the only source of bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, the power one could exhibit using such a technique was beyond imagination. Even Void Realm experts would have difficulty coping against a bronze combat technique. Shifeng had never expected to obtain a bronze combat technique on the third floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Compared to a bronze tablet, a tome that recorded a complete bronze legacy technique was undoubtedly much better. Although a bronze tablet contained numerous bronze combat techniques, only 10 players could enter a bronze tablet each month, which meant that the guild could use it to nurture a mere handful of players. However, a combat technique tome did not possess such a restriction. As long as he willed it, he could let however many players learn from it as he wished. A bronze combat technique? Most of the Zero Wing members present revealed looks of confusion when they heard Shifeng's words. They did not understand what a bronze combat technique was. At Alas for Aqua Rose and the others who had previously entered the legacy space for the secret spellcasting technique, they could not help but gape in shock. They knew what exactly a bronze combat technique represented, something much more powerful than an advanced combat technique. Only players like them, who had entered the bronze temple of a secret technique space, would know about bronze combat techniques. However, back then, they received only one learning opportunity for each floor they ascended in the bronze temple. Moreover, each floor became increasingly difficult to clear as they reached higher floors, which severely limited the number of learning opportunities they had now. However, they had a complete bronze combat technique tome. This meant that they could learn the combat technique recorded on it at any time and without limit. Now that we have achieved our goal here, it's about time we headed down to the 4th floor, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then used the teleportation stones to send everyone to the 4th underground floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Zero Wing's team of 1,000+ players vanished from the lightning wasteland. Primordial Divine Ruin's 4th underground floor. The setting here was a quiet valley abounding with lush vegetation. A towering set of doors could be seen situated at the heart of the valley. Even if one stood at the summit of the mountains that formed the valley, one could still see this towering set of doors very clearly. Not only were the doors 100 meters in height, but they also sported plenty of divine runes carved on them. The doors radiated a powerful aura that would probably deter ordinary players from approaching them at this moment. However, a flashy light show could be seen taking place before the massive stone doors. At the same time, sounds of explosions kept echoing throughout the entire valley. In the next moment, a two-headed, three-tailed earth dragon, which stood before the stone doors, could be seen letting out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, encircling this earth dragon was a team of 1,000+ experts. Currently, these expert players were attacking the monster in a frenzy, bombarding the 50-meter-tall earth dragon with one attack after another. However, despite the spectacular phenomena accompanying their attacks, the attacks themselves dealt only around -400 damage. From beginning to end, not a single attack inflicted over -1,000 damage to the monster. What a powerful monster! An archaic species? Or is it a ferocious beast? Zero Wing's members could not help but stare wide-eyed at the monster guarding the massive stone doors, their hearts filled with shock. Chapter 1662, Edgeless Blade and Earth Dragon? Feng could not help but be astonished as he looked at the 50-meter-tall monster standing inside the valley. Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, Archaic Species, Inferior Dragon, Grand Lord. Level 58. HP 270,000/270,000,000. Compared to other archaic species of similar rank and level, the Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon was clearly stronger, its HP already rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. It did not look like a Grand Lord at all. Moreover, aside from the Earth Dragon having superb defense, the battlefield it fought in was surrounded by pools of scorching lava. From time to time, jets of lava would shoot up and rain down on random locations of the battlefield. Even MTs would be able to endure a direct hit from the lava only 3 or 4 times. Should they successfully block the lava rain, the durability of their weapons and equipment would decrease significantly. In addition to the lava rain, the Earth Dragon itself attacked with its 3 tails and spewed out frost or flame breaths frequently. As a result, the expert players of the superpowers currently raiding the boss turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the battlefield one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the team made up of 1,000+ experts was annihilated. By the time the battle was over, the entire area before the massive stone doors had transformed into a world of flames and frost, the scene both mesmerizing and shocking at this point. The spectating members of the various superpowers wore somber expressions on their faces as they looked at the Earth Dragon looming over them arrogantly before the stone doors. The Earth Dragon's defense and HP were both ridiculously high. In addition, players raiding the Earth Dragon had to keep an eye out for the lava that would rain down from the sky. However, after Feng and the others arrived inside the valley, the various superpowers all shifted their sights towards them. When these superpowers saw Feng's group moving past them, heading straight towards the Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, none of them displayed any hostility. They simply watched quietly as Zero Wing's team approached the boss. Although there was only one boss on the entire 4th floor, they were not in a hurry to fight it at all. The reason for this was their confidence in the Earth Dragon's strength. The task of killing the Earth Dragon was no longer something a single superpower or large guild could achieve. Multiple superpowers would need to cooperate to deal with the boss. They couldn't possibly intend to take on the boss on their first visit, right? Wild Ocean could not help but laugh in ridicule when he saw Zero Wing's team showing signs of wanting to raid the Earth Dragon. The team that tried raiding the Earth Dragon just now consisted of the strongest experts of 2 superpowers. In the end, however, they were still no match for the boss. The Earth Dragon itself was already a massive challenge to players. The lava rain launched at random intervals from the surrounding lava pools only served to further increase the demands on players' combat standards. Meanwhile, the standard of Zero Wing's members was significantly inferior to that of the members of the various superpowers. Of course, it would be a different story if Zero Wing could replicate its feat on the 3rd floor and prevent the lava attacks from occurring entirely. However, how could such a thing happen time after time? It's better for us if they try. Once they realize where the difficulties of the raid lie, we'll have an easier time negotiating conditions for cooperation with them later on, Broken City said, chuckling nonchalantly. Though, I do wonder how much of the boss's HP Zero Wing will be able to shave off. Zero Wing was behaving similarly to how the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor had before. Although both guilds had known that the boss was not easy to deal with, as this was their first time raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin, they had felt that they should have no problem taking down the boss if they worked together. In the end, however, their combined forces got annihilated before they could even get the boss's HP below the 80% threshold. Now, the upper echelons of both guilds were wearing exceedingly ugly expressions on their faces. Even the combined forces of the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor managed to lower the boss's HP only to 81%. I'm guessing Zero Wing will have trouble taking away even 5% of the boss's HP. Just the first 2 lava showers will most likely wipe out over 80% of Zero Wing's members. With the remaining members, they would be fortunate if their overall DPS exceeds the boss's battle recovery, Praying Lotus said, shaking her head in disapproval as she looked at Zero Wing's team. Although Zero Wing's previous performances had indeed exceeded expectations, the guild's deficient foundation would be its downfall on this floor. Meanwhile, the other guilds present were sitting back, eagerly awaiting the start of the upcoming show. After all, as more teams fought the Earth Dragon, spectators like themselves would be able to uncover more of the Earth Dragon's secrets, which would, hopefully, eventually allow them to defeat the boss. Uncle Yuan, how far do you think Zero Wing will be able to go? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Shifeng, who stood in the middle of Zero Wing's team. Other guilds might not have a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength, but the secret pavilion was well informed on matters regarding God's domain. They were quite aware that, when Phoenix Rain's Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing obtained the first clear of the Sunset Forest, Zero Wing had played an indispensable role in the raid. I am not sure. Maybe they'll shave off around 20% of the boss's HP, hopefully, they can get the boss to enter its second phase. That way, we can get a better understanding of the boss, Yuan Tiexin replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were conversing with each other, Zero Wing's members were also looking at and discussing the Earth Dragon Guild leader. Let's go. Kola urged excitedly as he looked at the distant Earth Dragon. Truthfully, dealing with the bosses on the third floor had not posed a challenge to him whatsoever. He had not been able to fully exhibit the Titan Guard's capabilities when going up against those bosses. Now that the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon was before him, he was very eager to use it as a sparring partner to improve himself. Guild leader, why not let me be the lead MT this time? Turtledove eagerly recommended herself at this moment. Kola and the other MTs weren't the only ones itching for action. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other DPS of the team were also bursting with fighting spirit. As long as Shifeng gave the command, they would immediately charge at the Earth Dragon without hesitation. Hold on a moment. Shadow, take this weapon and use it for this raid, Shifeng said after pondering for some time. He then took out the Tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless Blade from his bag and handed it over to Shadow Sword. Initially, Shadow Sword wanted to say that the Crimson Moon Greatsword he wielded was already plenty good and that there was no need to switch weapons. However, after he accepted the Edgeless Blade, he fell into a daze. Although he had yet to equip the weapon, the instant he took it into his hands, he could feel immense power surging into his body. At the same time, his mind also gained greater clarity. Shadow Sword immediately inspected the attributes of the Edgeless Blade. What is this weapon? Shadow Sword muttered blankly as he looked at the Edgeless Blade's attribute panel. Crimson Moon was one of Titan City's 31 holy weapons. At this point, he had already upgraded the weapon to Dark Gold rank, and its attributes were significantly superior to even ordinary Dark Gold weapons. In the future, he could even raise it to Epic rank. However, compared to the Edgeless Blade he was currently holding, Crimson Moon was no different from an iron rod. He found it truly hard to imagine that such a powerful weapon could exist at this stage of the game. Moreover, even if he eventually upgraded Crimson Moon to Epic rank, he did not think that it would be a match for the Edgeless Blade. The reason for this evaluation was the sensation he got when he held the Edgeless Blade. It felt as if he had just activated a berserk skill. Just equipping the weapon had increased his strength by 40%. Moreover, the Edgeless Blade's attack power was directly correlated to his strength attribute. Overall, the Edgeless Blade's attack power was 50% higher than Crimson Moon's. In response to Shadow Sword's reaction, Shifeng dispensed with explanations. He commanded through the team chat, "Alright, everyone get ready. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian will be responsible for tanking the boss. Everyone else, pay attention to your positioning. Make sure not to stand near the Earth Dragon's heads and tails. If nobody has any problem, let's begin." As soon as Shifeng was done speaking, Zero Wing's members charged into the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon sphere of influence like a frenzied mob. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon laid before the massive stone doors with all of its eyes shut. As the Earth Dragon breathed, the area before its heads turned into a hell of frost and fire. When Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian got within 300 yards of the Earth Dragon, it stirred. When its two sets of amber eyes fell on the MT trio, it released a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley. A horrific pressure washed over Zero Wing's approaching members, instilling a sense of dread and turning their movements sluggish. Ha ha ha. They're really doing it. And they're charging in as one mindlessly instead of sending a few experts to test the waters. What a bunch of brave fools. Wild Ocean laughed when he saw the ugly expressions that Zero Wing's members wore. He knew just how powerful the Earth Dragon was. After all, he had already fought the boss more than once. One could only understand the Earth Dragon's strength if they had experienced it personally. From what he had learned, he knew that ordinary Grand Lord-ranked archaic species couldn't compare to this Earth Dragon. The boss had even easily overwhelmed a Tier 2 shield warrior like himself. Although the Earth Dragon seemed like a single entity, it should actually be treated as an amalgamation of three. This was because its two heads were capable of acting independently. Although all three tails normally moved in unison, they moved as though they had minds of their own. They could sense and attack targets that the two heads couldn't see. The Earth Dragon also possessed tremendous strength. Even when it was suppressed by a magic array, a single attack forced a Tier 2 metric tons to retreat several steps and take over -20,000 damage. This was after he had executed a technique to deflect most of the attack's power. If he simply blocked the Earth Dragon's attacks normally, he would take over -30,000 damage from its normal attacks. If he were careless for even a moment, the Earth Dragon would kill him instantly. Even without the constant threat of the lava showers, the Earth Dragon was a daunting foe. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon was the absolute gatekeeper for the Primordial Divine Ruins' fifth underground floor. Along with the Earth Dragon's roars, lava began to spew from the ground, creating a wall of lava around the battlefield. The ring of lava that formed sealed off Zero Wing's path of retreat. Now, it wasn't possible for players inside to escape or enter the battlefield. Players wouldn't have any opportunities to attack in rotation. Only the victor would survive this lava-surrounded battlefield. As the lava barrier formed, the Earth Dragon's two mouths widened. The ice and fire-type mana in the environment began to surge towards the beast's maw. Zero Wing really is unlucky. The Earth Dragon is actually using Frostflame breath right off the bat. The battle is likely already over. Praying Lotus sighed, watching the scene from afar. Frostflame breath was one of the Earth Dragon's team wipe moves. Not only did the skill possess a massive AoE, but it had an extremely short channeling time. As a cone attack skill, players normally wouldn't have trouble dodging it if they were within 50 yards of the boss. However, Zero Wing's members were still over 100 yards away from the boss. In this case, they would have to cross greater distances to move out of the skill's AoE, which was impossible with so little time. Praying Lotus wasn't alone in her thinking. Everyone could already imagine the boss wiping out Zero Wing's team before they could land a single attack seal. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to complete its Frostflame breath, Shurfeng raised his right hand, which wore the Seven Luminaries ring, and cast Forbidden Domain on the Guardian boss. Suddenly, the mana in a 600-yard radius around the Earth Dragon froze. The mana surging towards the Earth Dragon's heads also stopped. In turn, the magic arrays, which Frostflame breath had formed, began to crumble due to a lack of mana. Started crumbling due to a lack of mana. What a powerful silencing effect. Zero Wing has such a powerful silencing skill? The distant spectators gasped. None of them could believe that a player was actually capable of stopping the Earth Dragon's Frostflame breath as it activated. God's Domain might have many players who had learned silencing skills, but there were differences in these skills' strength. Normally, silencing skills would have striking effects against Tier 0 and Tier 1 players, but most of the silencing skills they've seen thus far had little effect on Tier 2 players, much less boss monsters. Silencing skills that could affect boss monsters were incomparably valuable, even more so than large-scale destruction spells. Being able to silence a boss even for a moment could save a team from instant annihilation and turn the tide of battle, and most superpowers would offer astronomical prices to purchase such skills. According to their knowledge, aside from Tier 3 silencing magic scrolls, there had yet to be a player that had learned a silencing skill capable of affecting a Grand Lord-ranked boss. Even silencing skills that could affect Great Lords had yet to be discovered, but Zero Wing actually possessed one. Zero Wing's value rose even higher in the various spectating superpowers' eyes. At the very least, Zero Wing now possessed an advantage none of them had against the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. With this silencing skill, raiding the Earth Dragon would be considerably easier. After being silenced, the Earth Dragon became enraged. Letting out a powerful roar, it charged towards Shifeng. Having expected such a reaction, Shifeng leisurely commanded, "Kola, you three will intercept the boss. Guild leader, leave it to us." Kola and the others smiled as they moved to meet the boss in battle. To the Earth Dragon, the MT trio was little more than a group of ants. The Earth Dragon lifted one of its claws and swept it horizontally at the approaching pests. Come. Seeing the massive claw approach, Kola's lips curled into a grin. He then raised his shield and charged forward. Peng. When the Earth Dragon's massive claw swept across the uneven ground, it removed all obstacles without slowing in the slightest, yet when its claw collided with Kola's Titan guard, its speed sharply decreased. The claw completely stopped after another 10 yards or so. What strength! Kola was surprised when he blocked the Earth Dragon's claw. This claw swipe had taken nearly 40,000 of his HP. The Earth Dragon's strength was already close to rivaling an ordinary mythic monster of the same level. The onlooking superpowers were even more shocked. If the Earth Dragon were unsuppressed, a single attack would be enough to instant kill a Tier 1 metric ton, while Tier 2 MTs would lose over 50,000 HP. Meanwhile, their Tier 2 MTs only had a little over 60,000 HP. 2 hits would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons, yet even after receiving the Earth Dragon's attack head-on, Kola still had over half of his HP remaining. This proved that, at the very least, Kola could tank 3 of the unsuppressed Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's hits. This also meant that, even if the Earth Dragon weren't subjected to any form of suppression, Kola could tank the Earth Dragon head-on if they healed him enough. This, in turn, gave his team the foundation it needed to raid the Earth Dragon. With an MT like Kola, their chances of defeating the Earth Dragon increased by at least 20%. Seeing the ant survive its first attack, the Earth Dragon proceeded to swipe its other claw. This time, Turtledove received the attack. Bang. Once again, something unbelievable occurred. The boss pushed Turtledove a much shorter distance than Kola. She also only lost a little over 34,000 HP, likewise, she still had over 50% of her HP. Immediately after the Earth Dragon's 2 consecutive attacks, Shadow Sword, who was only a short distance behind Kola and Turtledove, leaped into the air and slashed at the Earth Dragon's chest. After the flash of silver, the Earth Dragon's head screamed in agony. Shadow Sword's great sword had actually cut through the Earth Dragon's adamantine-like scales, leaving a bloody gash on the monster's chest. 10,320. An unbelievable number had appeared above the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's heads. Chapter 1664, Frightening Team. Over 10,000 damage? How is that possible? I'm not seeing things, right? How is his damage so high? Is he wearing a full set of epic equipment? The crowd couldn't tear their eyes off of Shadow Sword, shock and curiosity overwhelming their minds. In fact, many of them wanted to rush over and demand to know what Zero Wing had done to allow a player to deal over -10,000 damage to the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. The majority of their members' attacks had only dealt damage in the hundreds. Only their Tier 2 players had dealt more than that thanks to their superior attributes. Even so, their normal attacks only dealt around -3,000 damage each, yet Shadow Sword had dealt over -10,000 with a normal attack. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker, there should be no way his damage should surpass their Tier 2 members by such a large margin. The only reason they could think of was that the Berserker must have a full set of epic equipment, but even then, such a thing was unrealistic. How valuable was epic equipment? Players would need over 10 pieces to be fully geared in epic ranked equipment. Most of God's Domain's large guilds didn't even have that many pieces. Even super guilds could only afford to equip their strongest members with 4 or 5 pieces for maximum efficiency. They refused to believe that Zero Wing had the capability or generosity to gear a single player in 10 or more pieces of epic equipment. Guild leader, what kind of weapon did you give Shadow? Its attack power is amazing. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players could not help but ask Shifeng. After seeing Shadow Sword's shocking damage, they knew very clearly what kind of equipment Shadow Sword wore, and they knew that none of them could deal over minus 10,000 damage to this guardian boss, especially not with a normal attack. The only explanation for Shadow Sword's unexpected performance had to be the weapon Shifeng had given him before the raid. However, they found it hard to imagine that changing weapons would offer such a massive boost. Even if the Great Sword were an epic weapon, the Berserker shouldn't be capable of so much damage. After all, the various superpowers had armed their Tier 2 DPS experts with epic weapons as well. I never said that I had given Shadow the weapon. I'm only letting him use it. As for what kind of weapon it is, that is a guild secret. Shifeng said, revealing a meaningful smile. If any of you enter the flowing water realm in the future, I can help you obtain this kind of power, too. Truthfully, the Edgeless Blade's performance had even surprised Shifeng. He had never thought that a Tier 3 mana weapon would be so powerful. However, as mana weapons had yet to make their public appearance in God's domain, he did not want too many people to learn about them. If not for the Earth Dragon's incredibly high defense, he wouldn't have let Shadow Sword use the Edgeless Blade seriously, guild leader. Flying Shadow and the others' eyes sparkled when they heard Shifeng's offer. They all wanted to wield the power Shadow Sword had just displayed, of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shifeng said, shrugging. Although Tier 3 mana weapons were extremely rare, even rarer than epic weapons, there were 12 Tier 3 mana weapons sitting in the Lost Town's tower. If he could secure the Lost Town, those weapons would be his for the taking. Hearing Shifeng's assurance, everyone's enthusiasm to improve their combat standard soared. If they raised their combat power to the flowing water realm and obtained a weapon like the Edgeless Blade, they would instantly become apex experts in God's domain. They wouldn't even have a problem killing a peak expert of the same level. Just thinking of the possibility excited them. The team began to vent its newfound passion in its fight against the Earth Dragon as damages in the hundreds began to appear above the boss's head. Only the Magic Light team and Zero Wings Tier 2 players dealt over minus 3,000 damage, with some even reaching minus 5,000 damage. When Shifeng and Fire Dance joined the fray, the spectators were shocked once more due to the benefits from the Shadow Bloodline. Each of Fire Dance's normal attacks dealt over minus 9,000 damage. Although she didn't deal as much as Shadow Sword, she was an assassin. Her specialty was speed rather than raw power. Naturally, Shifeng was more impressive than both Shadow Sword and Fire Dance. His attack power was on a whole other level. His normal attacks alone dealt over minus 12,000 damage, while his skills easily dealt between minus 30,000 to minus 50,000 damage. He was practically a humanoid great lord. As they attacked, Shifeng sent 9 magical class players to approach the Earth Dragon and use the 9-star Polar Domain magic array to suppress the boss. Although the Earth Dragon had extraordinary strength, at the end of the day, it was only a Grand Lord. Its resistance wasn't on par with mythic monsters. Hence, the intermediate magic array still suppressed the Earth Dragon's attributes by 15%. Following which, Shifeng spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate World Projection, suppressing the boss even further. This caused the Earth Dragon's basic attributes to fall to 70% of their original values. Its maximum HP decreased to 189 million as well. Shifeng had no intention of using Disintegration Field as the skill didn't differentiate friend from foe. Aside from himself, everyone within range would be subjected to the Disintegration Field suppression. Right now, his team had to attack while focusing on their positioning and the lower showers. If he used Disintegration Field, the Earth Dragon wouldn't be the one to suffer. Zero Wings members would. Fortunately, the 30% decrease to the Earth Dragon's basic attributes relieved some of the pressure on Cola and the other 2 MTs. Even when they didn't use special techniques to block the boss's normal attacks, they received less than minus 20,000 from each hit. This damage wasn't nearly enough to threaten their lives. To increase the team's overall DPS, Shifeng had ordered some of the weaker experts to activate their berserk skills instead of holding back. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall, the speed of which shocked the watching superpowers. However, as the battle drug on, the surrounding barrier began to spew jets of lava into the sky. The lava then rained down on everyone on the battlefield. Not even Shifeng had a good solution for countering this massive AoE. He could only rely on Violet Cloud's holy prayer, reducing the damage his teammates took while simultaneously healing them. As for Cola, he used Divine Shield to protect the MTs fighting on the frontline when the lava shower ended. Even with Violet Cloud's assistance, Zero Wing's team had lost over 100 members. Zero Wing's casualty rate was significantly higher than the various superpowers teams. Fortunately, the lava showers did not happen too often, giving Zero Wing's members plenty of time to damage the boss. When the second lava shower eventually fell on the team, Zero Wing suffered evidently fewer losses. Most of the players that had died during the first lava shower had lower combat standards, while the survivors were stronger. The Earth Dragon's HP quickly fell to 95%, 95%, 90%, 80%. When the Earth Dragon entered its second phase, it ceased its claw attacks. Instead, it began to execute AoE breath attacks, though they weren't as powerful as its Frost Flame breath. Even so, each attack dealt considerable amounts of damage. When Cola tried to take a hit with his shield, he had instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The change in attack pattern also forced Zero Wing's members to run constantly, evading the boss's AoE attacks. This development instantly reduced the team's overall DPS. However, Shifeng still had the situation in hand. Roughly 6 minutes after the battle had begun, the Earth Dragon's HP fell to 30%. At this point, Zero Wing's team only had 300 members left alive. Everyone else had either died to the breath attacks or the lava showers. The boss is entering its third phase. Whoever has a berserk skill, use it now. Shifeng hurriedly shouted when he saw the Earth Dragon's HP fall to 30%. Hearing Shifeng's command, Cola and the other MTs activated Power of Darkness, no longer holding back and skyrocketing their attributes. Meanwhile, the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon released a deafening roar, and the surrounding ice and fire-type mana concentrated around it. The Earth Dragon swiped one of its claws at Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian. Despite the boost to the MT trio's basic attributes, the attack shoved them back by over a dozen yards. They had nearly lost their footing from the devastating impact. Each of them had lost over 50,000 HP on the spot. Had they failed to activate their berserk skills in time, they would have died instantly. Quick. The boss's defense has weakened. Attack it with everything you've got. When Shifeng realized that the Earth Dragon had entered its berserk and saw that his attacks now dealt over -16,000 damage, he ordered his team to go all out. With the decrease to the boss's defense, Shifeng stopped holding back himself as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. All of a sudden, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall much faster. Meanwhile, the less HP the Earth Dragon had remaining, the stronger its retaliation became. From time to time, it randomly targeted a player with its tails and breaths. Although Cola and the others continued to use taunt skills to hold the boss's aggro, all their efforts were futile. 25%. 15%. 5%. When the Earth Dragon only had 3% HP remaining, fewer than 100 Zero Wing members stood on the battlefield. The situation looked dire for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon used its breath and claw attacks more often, forcing the MT trio to activate their life-saving skills and focus on defense. They no longer dared to spare energy to deal damage. Shifeng activated Divine Providence as he charged up to the Earth Dragon. He then activated the Tier 2 Flame Burst and brandished his swords at the Grand Lord. Dazzling sword lights illuminated the battlefield. Every time these lights flashed, a scorch mark would appear on the Earth Dragon's body. Out of the 16 slashes Shifeng had executed, the weakest had dealt over -200,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated the final strand of the boss's HP. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon then unwillingly collapsed to the burned earth. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. When the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon collapsed, the ground shook under its massive weight, and the 50-plus survivors nearly lost their footing as the earth trembled. Everyone, Zero Wing's members and those from the various superpowers behind the lava barrier, fell silent as they turned toward Shifeng, who stood before the Earth Dragon's corpse. The Grand Lord's blood had dyed Shifeng's armor, which was damaged in multiple places. The swordsman was visibly exhausted, yet despite that, he seemed massive in the spectators' eyes. Every player watching felt as if they gazed upon a hero of legend. It's dead. Zero Wing actually slew the Earth Dragon. This is a trick, right? They actually managed to defeat the boss. No one could bring themselves to believe their eyes. Even the superpowers had been utterly helpless against the Earth Dragon on their own. They likely would have had to pull their forces to defeat the boss, yet Zero Wing's team had accomplished the feat on its own immediately. The sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. System, congratulations to Team Zero Wing for being the first to kill the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. Rewarding 3 fifth-floor teleportation stones and 10 humanity reputation points. With this system notification, even those who refused to believe that Zero Wing had succeeded had no choice but to accept it as fact. Is this why Phoenix Rain has such great faith in Zero Wing? Yuan Tiexian fell into deep thought as he stared at Shifeng's back. Zero Wing, huh? King's Return's Broken City could not help but watch Shifeng closely as well. The guild is actually far more powerful than the rumors made it out to be. It seems that our subordinates will have to pay much closer attention to the guild. Suddenly, the various superpowers' attitudes toward Zero Wing changed. Now, rather than treat Zero Wing like some insignificant power, they had to view the guild as a competitor. Meanwhile, Shifeng remained ignorant of the attention he received from the various superpowers. He only had eyes for the items that had dropped before him. Normally, a team would be incredibly lucky if a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species dropped several dozen items, yet the Earth Dragon had dropped over 100. The size of the bounty had far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Seeing this, the spectating superpowers' eyes became bloodshot. In fact, many of them wanted to charge forward and steal the loot. Needless to say, the first kill of such a powerful archaic species would definitely grant extremely bountiful loot. Such loot could elevate their respective team's strength to a whole new level. Unfortunately, none of them could act on their desires with the lava barrier between them and the items. They could only watch helplessly as Shifeng collected one item after another. Meanwhile, Shifeng went into a frenzy, snatching up every item. At the same time, he instructed the team's healers to resurrect their dead. Although the lava barrier stood between them and the various superpowers, it had begun to fade after the Earth Dragon's death. At the rate it disappeared, the barrier would only last a few more minutes. Meanwhile, the rule for boss loot in the outside world also applied in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if players successfully killed a boss and obtained its loot, the items would drop if other players killed them within the first 2 hours. There were multiple teams from the various superpowers waiting outside of the lava barrier, and their experts weren't ordinary. If all of these experts attacked, they could very easily annihilate Zero Wing's players. Hence, he needed to collect the loot and leave before the barrier vanished. Zero Wing's members quickly realized their situation, and the team's healers rushed to resurrect their fallen companions. Sure enough, the lava barrier completely disappeared around 4 minutes after the Earth Dragon's death, but before the various superpowers could take action, Shifeng used the 8 teleportation stones, 5 from the boss and 3 from the system reward. Instantly, Zero Wing's 800 living members transformed into streaks of light that faded into the massive stone doors. They sure ran quickly. Wild Ocean was slightly disappointed to see Zero Wing's members vanish. A colossal fortune had just disappeared before his very eyes. If not for the lava barrier, Zero Wing wouldn't have gotten away with the boss's loot as expected of Zero Wing. They certainly react quickly. Yuan Tiexian chuckled. Everyone dreamed of obtaining items that could improve players' strength, and superpowers were no exception. Even though Zero Wing had proven to them all that its combat power and growth potential was extraordinary, that would do little to deter them from attacking Uncle Yuan. What should we do? With the boss dead, we won't be able to move on to the 5th floor, Purple Jade said. She felt a slight headache brew as she gazed at the empty battlefield. Although the 4th underground floor had plenty of monsters, only the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon dropped teleportation stones. Since the only Earth Dragon on the 4th floor had just died, other players had no way of proceeding to the next floor. Don't worry. The Earth Dragon is both the guardian boss and the only monster that drops the teleportation stones. It should respawn shortly. However, even if we kill it, we won't get as much loot as Zero Wing. Yuan Tiexian said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he stared at the massive set of stone doors, which Zero Wing's members had disappeared into. News that Zero Wing had secured the first kill of the fourth floor's guardian boss quickly spread past the Primordial Divine Ruin, causing a commotion among the powers interested in the Orc Empire. Nobody had expected that the first guild to set foot on the Primordial Divine Ruins. Fifth underground floor would neither be a super first-rate guild or a super guild, but an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. For a time, a significant number of guilds and adventurer teams became interested in cooperating with the guild, although they weren't strong enough to reach the fifth floor and subsequently, Primordial City on their own. They could hire Zero Wing to carry some of their members. They might be able to learn all sorts of combat techniques from the guild, as well as for purchasing these services from the various superpowers. They had no hope of such a thing. They had nothing the various superpowers wanted, but Zero Wing was a different story. Zero Wing was a guild with very shallow foundations. It lacked both manpower and resources. Moreover, as a developing guild, Zero Wing definitely needed a large amount of funds and resources, which their guilds and adventurer teams could provide. With this, they would have the basis for cooperation. Meanwhile, on the Primordial Divine Ruins' fifth underground floor. After leaving the fourth floor, Shifeng's group was transported to a quiet lakeside surrounded by forests. So, this is the fifth floor? Everyone turned as they observed their surroundings. Unlike on the previous floors, they didn't feel danger from the area around them. On the contrary, they felt comfortable and at peace. Everyone, rest up. We'll search for the path to Primordial City later, Shifeng instructed as he noticed his recently resurrected team members' exhaustion. Every fifth floor in the Primordial Divine Ruin was a milestone. The first floor would test players, while the fifth would allow them to rest. The fifth floor's mana density was so high that players could swiftly recover their stamina and concentration even as they moved about. The recovery effects on this floor were no weaker than those in NPC City's hotels in the past. Some guilds had even established temporary towns on the Primordial Divine Ruins' rest floors. These temporary towns had provided a safe haven from other players and a place for players to trade and replenish their supplies. Unfortunately, the services these towns had provided had been exceedingly expensive, but that couldn't be helped. Once players left the Primordial Divine Ruin, not only would they have to start over with the first floor's raid, but they'd also have to wait a full day before entering again. Just re-entering the ruin would be a problem. If a team wanted to resupply inside the ruin, they had to accept the atrocious prices. Hence, the temporary guild towns on the ruin's rest floors generated considerable profit each day. Moreover, the services would become more expensive as the floor numbers increased. However, only superpowers were generally capable of establishing towns on lower floors. Ordinary large guilds could only make a profit by doing so on the fifth floor only. Shifeng currently had no such plans. Locating the path towards Primordial City was far more important right now. While everyone rested, Shifeng opened his bag and looked through the items the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped. Since he had been in too much of a rush earlier, he hadn't had the time to inspect the boss's loot, but even if the other guilds wanted to chase his team to the fifth floor, they'd have to wait until a new Earth Dragon spawned on the fourth to do so. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped over 100 items. Although the majority consisted of materials and magic crystals, 8 weapons and pieces of equipment had dropped. The reward for first kill is quite surprising. Shifeng could not help but grow a little excited after appraising the weapons and equipment. Out of the 8 weapons and equipment, there were 5 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment and 2 level 50 dark gold weapons, one of which was a dagger, and the other was a one-handed axe. The weapons were top tier even among dark gold weapons, good enough to tempt super guilds' peak experts. Although the various large guilds' experts had already reached level 50, most of them were stuck with level 45 weapons. Take the various superpowers that had entered the Primordial Divine Ruin alongside Zero Wing, for example. Those superpowers refinement realm experts would be fortunate to wield a level 50 fine gold weapon. Unfortunately, most were stuck with level 45 dark gold weapons, which had both lower basic attributes and attack power than level 50 fine gold weapons. Surprisingly, the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment that had dropped were pieces of the Berserker class's Mad Gale set and the Elementalist class's Frost Flame set. 2 of the 5 pieces were the Mad Gale set's gloves and boots, and the remaining 3 pieces were the Frost Flame's hat, gloves, and boots. Level 50 dark gold set equipment was only inferior to epic equipment. Players could use the equipment until they were level 59 before it would go out of date. Moreover, class-specific set equipment was generally specialized for its class. Take the 6-piece Mad Gale set, for example. Its 2-piece set effect increased the wearer's movement speed and attack speed by 15%, which made up for the Berserker class's lack of speed. The Frost Flame set was also a 6-piece set, and its 2-piece set effect increased Elementalist's cast range by 10%. Although the improvement seemed small, a player could easily overwhelm ranged opponents if they took advantage of it properly. If he could complete both sets, he could even fetch 10,000 for them. However, the 7 items were nothing compared to the value of the last piece of equipment. Frost Flame Ring, Epic Rank. Level 50, Level 100. Equipment requirement, Strength 500, Agility 400, Intelligence 1000. Strength plus 55, Agility plus 42, Endurance plus 45, Intelligence plus 74, Level 50. Ignore levels plus 12. Ice Resistance plus 15. Fire Resistance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Frost Flame Barrier, creates a Frost Flame barrier around user. As long as the user is standing, the power of all ice and fire-type spells increases by 20% and channeling time reduces by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Frost Flame's Descent, manipulate ice and fire-type mana to deal 700% fire damage to targets in a 40-yard cone. Targets hit will have their movement speed reduced by 70% for 6 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Frost Flame Shield, creates a protective shield that covers an area with a 15-yard radius. The Frost Flame Shield is immune to all ice and fire-type damage. The Frost Flame Shield lasts 20 seconds and can absorb damage equivalent to 300% of user's maximum mana cooldown, 10 minutes. Rings and necklaces were extremely rare equipment in God's domain. They were worth at least double that of equipment of the same quality, as well. An epic ring was far more valuable than a piece of epic equipment. If an elementalist equipped the Frost Flame ring, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. Moreover, the Frost Flame ring offered skills that covered both AoE offense and defense. It was a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Guild leader, what did the boss drop? Blackie could not help but ask curiously as he watched Shifeng inspect the Earth Dragon's loot. At Blackie's question, the rest of the team members perked up, curious about the loot as well. Take a look for yourselves, Shifeng said. He then shared the 8 weapons and pieces of equipment's attribute panels in the team chat, allowing everyone to see the items. I've also listed the GCPs needed to purchase them. If you're interested in any of them, come to me. Although epic items were precious in God's domain, they were no longer unattainable. Hence, it didn't particularly matter if he revealed the Frost Flame ring. At most, the various major powers would envy Zero Wing when they found out about it. They would not go as far as to wage war over the item. Moreover, by sharing the attribute panels with the team, he could improve the team's morale. These level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces are amazing. The boss's loot is insane. It actually dropped level 50 dark gold set equipment. This ring is godlike. Its attributes alone can rival the attributes on my level 50 fine gold gloves. Screw the basic attributes. Look at the ring's additional skills. Those effects are amazing. If I had this ring, my DPS would increase by at least 30%. Everyone drooled over the 8 items. Any one of these items would easily rank among a super guild's most precious treasures. Not even super guilds' upper echelons wielded such items, yet Shifeng had made them available for purchase in the Zero Wing. The only problem was the item's price tags. Each one of the 2 level 50 dark gold weapons cost 500,000 GCP, which was the equivalent of 1,000 gold outside of the guild. Although it was incredibly cheap if purchased with coins, it was a different story if players purchased them with GCPs. GCPs were, after all, far more difficult to acquire. The Frostflame ring, however, cost 4 million GCPs, the equivalent of 8,000 gold. At this point, no one in the guild had that many GCPs. However, since Shifeng didn't want the ring to go to waste, he lent it to Alluring Summer, who was a Tier 2 Elementalist. I'm definitely not going to face Summer in PvP. The Frostflame ring's skills are game-breaking, Kola said as he watched Alluring Summer equip the Frostflame ring. As a Tier 2 Elementalist, Alluring Summer was already a mobile defense turret. If she focused on a single target, even a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would fall quickly under her attacks. With the assistance of the Frostflame ring, Alluring Summer's firepower would rise to a whole new level. If she activated Frostflame Shield, she would be able to cast her spells without worrying about incoming attacks for a short time. She could afford to cast powerful spells that had long channeling times even in a one-on-one fight. After dealing with the weapons and equipment, Shifeng didn't share any information on the other items the Earth Dragon had dropped. Weapons and equipment would only boost the strength of an individual player, but it was a different story for the two forging designs the Guardian boss had dropped. One of the forging designs was for the Giant Frost Axe, a level 50 fine gold two-handed axe, while the other was for the Scorching Sun Gloves, a set of level 50 dark gold plate gloves. If he allowed Cream Cocoa and the others to learn these designs, they could craft plenty of powerful weapons and equipment pieces for the guild. The two designs were exceedingly more valuable than the 7 dark gold items combined. Shifeng had also obtained a leaf of tattered parchment from the Earth Dragon. Although the words and images on the parchment had long since become indiscernible, it still radiated a faint trace of pressure. When Shifeng felt this pressure, he was shocked. After taking a closer look at this parchment, Shifeng was elated. The parchment was actually a hero's chapter. Moreover, unlike the hero's chapter he had obtained during a previous auction, this hero's chapter contained information on a particular hero and would summon said hero when used. It was even more valuable than a hero's chapter that summoned a random hero. The name of the hero recorded was also one that Shifeng was extremely familiar with. It was also a name that everybody in God's domain had known during his previous life, the Magic King, Craig Midlands. Chapter 1667, Magic King. The fact that the Earth Dragon had dropped a hero's chapter, let alone a hero chapter for Craig Midlands, had truly surprised Shifeng. In God's domain, there were 32 heroes that could only be summoned with specific heroes chapters. They were also the strongest heroes players could summon using the heroes chapters. In the past, these 32 heroes had been known as the 32 Pillars. Based on historical records, every one of these 32 heroes had cleared the complete God's trial and gained the ancient God's recognition. If nurtured properly, any one of these 32 pillars could easily become the guardian of an entire city. This was because these 32 heroes had the potential to reach level 200, tier 5 at the very minimum. Moreover, because they were heroes, their basic attributes were higher than players of the same level and tier. When players nurtured these heroes to their peaks, only tier 6 god-ranked players had any chance against them. Among the 32 pillars, the Magic King, Craig Midlands, ranked 17th. He had been a famous NPC in God's domain who had mastered the 6 major elements. No ordinary tier 5 NPC could compare to his strength. Craig Midlands had once fended off a siege that included 20 tier 5 players and successfully protected the city he had been tasked to guard. He had even killed 11 of the tier 5 experts. The hero's display had been so impressive that it had even stupefied the guild that had nurtured and summoned him. Nobody had expected the Magic King to be that powerful. Normally, even a tier 5 NPC would fall if 20 tier 5 players ganged up on him, yet the Magic King had resisted and won. However, Craig's victory over the team of tier 5 players was not what that shocked the world the most. Rather, players had been astounded by the spells he had used. With his mastery over 6 major elements, not only did his attacks carry great destructive power, but his attack methods were also varied and complex. His attacks had basically no weaknesses. If a tier 5 player had tried to face him one-on-one, they would have been beaten to a pulp. Moreover, for every element Craig Midlands grasped, he could create one elemental doppelganger. Although each doppelganger only had 80% of Craig's attributes, they were far stronger than players of the same level and tier. In other words, trying to fight Craig Midlands was on par with fighting 7 tier 5 NPCs. With this, I'll have a capable protector for Zero Wing City. Shi Feng clearly remembered that the guild that had acquired the Magic King, Craig Midlands, in his previous life had only been a first-rate guild. Naturally, the guild had used Craig to protect its main city, and due to the NPC's presence, not even super first-rate and super guilds had dared to strike that city. If he used Craig to protect Zero Wing City, the city's defensibility would rise to an entirely new level. Shortly after Shi Feng and the other Zero Wing members began their rest on the 5th floor, Melancholic Smile contacted him. Guild leader, what did you do in the Primordial Divine Ruin? Many large guilds have come to Candlelight to negotiate cooperation, Melancholic Smile asked inquisitively. As many as 8 first-rate guilds had approached Candlelight, seeking cooperation, not to mention the second- and third-rate guilds. Watching these guilds' upper echelons enter White River City's Candlelight trading firm with their entourages has been spectacular. The scene had also caused a huge commotion throughout the city. For a moment, she had even thought that these guilds had intended to attack the trading firm. It's nothing. We just got to the ruins' 5th floor before the other guilds, Shi Feng said, chuckling. What kind of cooperation are they looking for? They're asking to purchase some of our guild's basic combat techniques and opportunities to learn advanced combat techniques. Though, slots to enter Primordial City are their main goal. They are willing to pay with magic crystals and top-tier weapons and equipment. Melancholic Smile said. The bounty war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was still in full swing. As a result, Zero Wing burned through funds, weapons, and equipment each day. If Zero Wing could sell the services these large guilds requested for top-tier weapons and equipment, it would help the guild out a great deal. Unfortunately, this matter would have a massive impact on the guild, and she couldn't make the decision by herself. Their ideas sound quite solid. Shi Feng began to ruminate on the matter. A moment later, he said, all right, we will agree to their conditions. However, they can only offer payment with magic crystals. Moreover, we will only sell the opportunity to learn basic combat techniques. Each learning opportunity will cost 1,000 magic crystals. This condition isn't limited to these guilds either, it will stand for all players. As for the guild's other requests, refuse them. Due to the appearance of the Primordial Divine Ruin, basic combat techniques had become more commonplace in God's domain. Even so, pitifully few first-rate guilds had secured any techniques from the ruin. The other guilds couldn't even make it inside. However, as players unlocked more of the Primordial Divine Ruin, the number of players allowed inside would increase. Moreover, as players continued to grow stronger, it would only be a matter of time before more guilds secured basic combat techniques. Rather than wait for such a future, it'd be better if Zero Wing took advantage of the current situation and sold learning opportunities, making a fortune. In fact, many large guilds had openly sold learning opportunities for basic combat techniques in the past. He simply executed this business strategy ahead of time. In any case, he had obtained 3 basic combat techniques on his way to the 5th underground floor, with 2 from the Earth Dragon. As for the advanced combat techniques, there was no way he'd sell them. Both in his previous life and in this one, advanced combat techniques were a guild's core secret. While basic combat techniques helped players build a solid foundation, they did very little to improve players' combat standards. Only advanced combat techniques had a considerable effect on players' combat standards. 1,000 crystals per chance. Isn't that price a little too high? Melancholic Smile asked awkwardly. Currently, magic crystals sold for 30 silver each on the market, thus, 1,000 magic crystals were worth 300 gold. However, while the various guilds might accept a price of 300 gold, that wouldn't necessarily be the case for 1,000 magic crystals. Every large guild desperately needed magic crystals right now, and players wouldn't necessarily learn a combat technique in its entirety on the first attempt. It's fine. Just tell them. Whether or not they accept our price is up to them. Nobody's forcing them to learn our combat techniques, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Although basic combat techniques were the weakest of the bunch, they weren't easily found. Players could not obtain one just because they wanted to. Despite the Primordial Divine Ruin activating some time ago, only a small number of basic combat techniques had dropped thus far. Moreover, different basic combat techniques offered different kinds of benefits, some improved attack methods, some improved footwork, and so on. Just because a player had learned a basic combat technique, that did not mean that other techniques would be useless. On the contrary, the more basic combat techniques a player learned, the sturdier their foundation would become. With a strong foundation, players would have a much easier time learning advanced combat techniques. In fact, players may even be able to create their own basic or advanced combat technique. I'll relay the message to these guilds and announce it to the public, then, Melancholic Smile said. After giving the matter some thought, she saw the logic in Shifeng's decision. Other guilds still treated their basic combat techniques like family heirlooms. Even core members had to pay a significant amount of GCPs to learn the techniques. Since they had approached Zero Wing to purchase its family heirlooms, it was only natural that the guild demand a higher price. Moreover, there were many wealthy individuals among God's domain's adventurer teams and independent experts. Generally, adventurer teams and independent experts had no opportunity to learn basic combat techniques, so they'd be more than willing to pay the price. After disconnecting his call with Melancholic Smile, Shifeng sent out a few scouts to explore the 5th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng received a report from one of the scouts' guild leader. I found a gigantic magic array in the forest. There's also an NPC in the center of the array. A scouting assassin reported. An NPC? Send me your coordinates. Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be an NPCs on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. Since one of his scouts had found one, that NPC must be related to Primordial City.